Chapter 1: The Betrayal of Ma Ruo. The thunderous roar of a modified V8 engine shattered the silence of the campus. A heavily customized BMW SUV careened through, forcefully clearing a path through abandoned vehicles before coming to a halt beneath the girls' dormitory. The door swung open, revealing a young man clad in a designer windbreaker, his slick back hair glistening. He was Li Hao, the notorious scion of a wealthy family in Star City. Leaning against the car door, a mischievous smile danced on his lips as his avaricious gaze swept over the upper floors. Ruoro, hurry, come with me. My father has secured insider information from the military. The safe zone is to the east. This vehicle can break through. Li Hao shouted towards the building, his voice echoing ominously across the desolate campus, tinged with a repugnant sense of superiority amidst the apocalypse. 7 days. Merely 7 days had transformed Blue Star beyond recognition. A week ago, the ominous blood moon had appeared without warning. It was swiftly followed by a global epidemic of grotesque proportions. Countless individuals collapsed unexpectedly, only to rise again as bloodthirsty zombies. The world's order crumbled entirely within the span of mere hours. Even more terrifying, a strange crimson fog began to permeate the outskirts of the city. This red mist, as if imbued with life, commenced its slow, inexorable encroachment from the city's edge. In the areas consumed by the fog, all living beings, humans, animals, and those monstrous zombies, were eroded and dissolved in excruciating agony, turning to pus and blood. The region within the red mist became humanity's sole sanctuary. A fortunate few awakened to what was referred to as talent. Some possessed immense strength, while others could manipulate fire and ice, emerging as the glimmer of hope for human survival. Suddenly, a window on the 3rd floor burst open. Ma Ruo, lauded as the belle of the finance department, peered out. The innocence that once adorned her face had vanished, replaced by sheer terror and an insatiable thirst for survival. Upon spotting Li Hao and his SUV, her eyes ignited with ecstatic fervor. "How go? Wait for me. I'll be down in a moment," she exclaimed, oblivious to the shadowed figure standing below, her boyfriend, Sumo, who had spent the night guarding her, now smeared with the blackened blood of the undead. Once, he and Ma Ruo had been the envy of their university peers. A picture-perfect couple. Yet fortune had turned. Sumo's parents had tragically passed away, forcing him to suspend his studies and take up work as a mechanic to support himself and his girlfriend. By day, he toiled beneath cars, his hands perpetually stained with grease. By night, he delivered takeout until dawn. Every penny he saved was spent on Ma Ruo's cosmetics and designer bags. When the apocalypse struck, Sumo was working overtime at the repair shop. Upon receiving a distress message from Ma Ruo, he raced against time, crossing the entirety of Star City from west to east. Just half an hour prior, in his desperate bid to secure a bottle of water for her, he had nearly been overrun by 2 wandering zombies, a searing scratch now marring his arm. His bulging backpack, caked in grime and blood, contained the precious supplies he had risked his life to gather over the past few days amidst countless perils. Several bottles of water, a few packets of compressed biscuits, and several tins of meat. Sumo hoarsely shouted, "Ruoro, don't believe him. There are even more zombies outside, and the red mist is approaching. His shabby vehicle won't make it out. Come with me, I have a plan." Sumo's strategy was quite simple. He was well acquainted with the alleys and terrain of the city. Hidden away was a bicycle, albeit old and worn, yet still functional. This was the most pragmatic survival tactic he could conceive as a lowly survivor in these dire times. Ma Ruo had already grabbed a small bag and dashed downstairs. Upon hearing Sumo's words, she hesitated, finally casting a glance in his direction. Her gaze was frigid, filled with disdain and open contempt. "Sumo, don't be naive. This is the apocalypse. Hao Gu has awakened a Class C talent and is a formidable force. What can you, a penniless and powerless wretch, do but await your demise? Everyone knows the choice between laughing in a BMW or crying on a bicycle." She swiftly approached Li Hao, affectionately linking her arm with his. Her ample bosom brushed against him, her voice dripping with sweetness. "Hao Gu, I knew you would come to rescue me." Li Hao cast a smug glance at Sumo, wrapping his arm around Ma Ruo's waist and planting a loud kiss on her cheek. "Good girl, get in the car." His gaze then swept over Sumo's bulging backpack, a glimmer of greed flickering in his eyes. "Oh, you've gathered quite a haul. Ruo, ISNT this all for you. Why not take it?" Without a moment's hesitation, Ma Ruo rushed to Sumo. Reaching out to seize the backpack, he clutched tightly to his chest. "Hand it over. Useless thing, don't waste Hao Gu's time." Her nails dug fiercely into his hand, leaving behind several bloody scratches. "Damn it, Ma Ruo, have you lost your mind? Let go." Sumo's anger ignited completely. This was not merely a matter of supplies. It represented his entire effort and hope for survival. Damn it, you're asking for trouble. Seeing this, Li Hao cursed as he stormed over, delivering a brutal kick to Sumo's abdomen. Sumo was sent flying. The force was beyond that of an ordinary person. The excruciating pain made him curl up like a shrimp, as if his insides had been displaced. The tremendous impact caused him to stagger backward, collapsing to the ground. The backpack slipping from his grasp. Ruo seized the opportunity to snatch the backpack, not even glancing at the fallen Sumo. Like a deer, it felt as if she had finally cast off an immensely embarrassing and burdensome weight pressing upon her. Sumo, I know this may seem harsh to you. Over the years, you have merely invested a bit of money, while I have sacrificed my youth. Farewell. In your next life, remember not to be so impoverished and ineffectual. With a lightness in her words, she swayed her waist and slipped into the warm, comfortable confines of the vehicle. The engine roared once more, the tires kicked up a cloud of dust, and she sped away. Ah, the boundless humiliation, the searing pain of betrayal, and the despair of an apocalyptic world instantaneously shattered all of Sumo's rationality. The agony in his abdomen was utterly engulfed by a tidal wave of hatred. Why? 3 years of genuine devotion could not withstand a mere off-road vehicle in this cataclysm? Why? His desperate guardianship was met with disdain and rejection? By what right? He fought valiantly for survival, only to be trampled so contemptuously into the mud. This surge of hatred surged through his mind, threatening to explode his very skull. A force, born from the depths of his soul, collided violently within him, nearly tearing him apart. Observing the nearby wandering zombies, drawn in by the sound of his voice, he felt exhausted. Let it end. Let it be destroyed swiftly. Before the words could fully escape his lips, a hum resonated through the air. The ominous red sun in the sky seemed to be drawn by some unseen force, suddenly casting down a beam of light that enveloped the frenzied Sumo entirely. A cold, mechanical voice emerged within the brink of his collapsing consciousness, detected extreme will for destruction and overwhelming hatred. Conditions for binding met. SSS level unique talent. Heart of the Fortress, activation successful. Chapter 2. SSS level unique talent. The pain receded like a receding tide, replaced by an inexplicable sense of control. He understood what this voice signified, the awakening of a talent. Is this the essence of talent? Struggling, Sumo propped himself up from the ground. The zombies, drawn by the previous commotion, lurched closer with their decaying bodies, howling with a grotesque urgency. Their movements were stiff, yet their speed was not to be underestimated. One wore a tattered security uniform, with half of its face missing. To awaken a talent meant that I too had become one of the fortunate few. 7 days into the apocalypse, information had not completely ceased. During his escape, he had relied on intermittent signals from his phone and snippets from survivor forums to glean the cruel rules of this world. 80% of the global population had directly transformed into zombies. Of the remaining 20%, nearly half had perished during these hellish 7 days due to disease, hunger, zombie predation, infighting among survivors, and the ever-encroaching terrifying red mist. Only a tenth remained. Among the surviving humans, not all possessed the means to combat the impending doom. Only a select few could awaken their talents by achieving the first kill against a zombie. On his way to university, Sumo had once managed to ambush a solitary zombie using the terrain. That brush with death left him exhausted and terrified, yet he gained nothing. At that moment, he believed it was merely bad luck or perhaps misinformation circulating online. At this moment, he suddenly recalled a speculation he had glimpsed in a corner of the forum. The true awakening of talent may not entirely rely on the initial kill. The utmost despair, the terror of near death, and overwhelming hatred. These intense psychological shocks may indeed be the genuine keys to unlocking potential. The initial kill might merely provide a relatively mild opportunity for awakening. How enlightening. When he had slaughtered the zombies, he had only felt fear and the instinct for survival. Far from the ultimate experience. Yet just moments ago, the betrayal of his girlfriend, the humiliation from the wealthy heir, the loss of resources, and the dire predicament of being surrounded by zombies. When all these negative emotions converged, they triggered the response of the blood moon and awakened his talent. Moreover, it was of the SSS grade. He swiftly searched his mind for the talent rankings he had briefly glanced at. Talents were classified from low to high as F, E, D, C, B, A, and S. Each talent holder would receive corresponding talent skills. In theory, the higher the talent grade, the more skills one would possess, and the stronger their effects. It was commonly believed that the EF grade represented the level of most awakened individuals. The CD grade was already considered the core of a team, while AB grade was sufficient to become a formidable power. As for the S grade, it was estimated that there were no more than 100 individuals across the vast expanse of Huaxia. The F grade was the most common, perhaps merely offering slight enhancements in strength or speed. A C grade talent was regarded as elite. Someone like Li Hao, managing to awaken a C grade talent, was no wonder so arrogant. The A grade was even rarer, each one being a top combat force coveted by major survivor bases. As for the S grade, each individual represented a strategic presence, possessing the ability to alter the dynamics of a battlefield. What of surpassing the S grade? There had never been reliable information confirming its existence, and now he had awakened the unheard of SSS grade talent, Heart of the Fortress. The cold stream of information struck him like a revelation, instantly imprinting itself in the depths of his consciousness. Talent, Heart of the Fortress, SSS grade. Level, LV10100. Fortress points, 0. Bound vehicle, none. Can bind a vehicle. Gaining absolute control and mental manipulation. Metal control, active skill upon physical contact with metal structures. One can instantly comprehend their construction and disassemble them. Disassembling yields fortress points and proficiency for upgrades. Points can be used for vehicle upgrades and modifications. Proficiency enhances talent level. Vehicle upgrade, active skill consumes fortress points, requiring no blueprints or additional materials, allowing upgrades to various components of the bound vehicle. Current upgrade direction, defense, armor enhancement, firepower, weapon installation, mobility, engine enhancement. Survival, ecological circulation system, expansion, spatial folding technology. Enhancing talent level unlocks new functions, strengthens existing abilities, accelerates disassembly speed, and improves upgrade efficiency. The frigid stream of information washed over Sumo's nerves, and he instantly grasped all its contents. SSS, grade talent. A growth-type talent. This was simply a divine instrument for survival in the apocalypse. Especially for someone like him, a mechanical prodigy and a skilled automotive technician, this ability was tailor-made for him. Disassembling vehicles with bare hands. Upgrading with thought. Creating a personalized mobile fortress of war. The crimson mist surrounding the city fluctuated unpredictably. The established survivor base was not as secure as it seemed. In an instant, a vision of an indomitable, heavily armed, self-sufficient mobile fortress materialized in his mind. One of the so-called S-class talents that could conquer 100 foes. Before his SSS-class prowess, they were mere trifles. Li Hao Maruro. Did you think that driving a dilapidated off-road vehicle guaranteed victory? My journey has just begun. First, I must address the immediate challenges. Sumo's gaze sharpened, suppressing the urge to rush out and pursue. The urgent task was to familiarize himself with this newfound power, survive and become stronger. As the approaching zombies drew near, he abruptly pivoted. He unleashed his final reserves of strength, moving with astonishing speed. Within mere strides, he ascended to the 3rd floor, securing the door behind him with a firm lock. Outside, the roars and impacts of the zombies were momentarily silenced. Here, he found temporary safety, along with metal materials. The dormitory was a chaotic mess. Clothes and cosmetics lay scattered across the floor. The air still carried the lingering scent of Maruo's perfume. Now only repulsive to Sumo leaning against the door, he breathed heavily, not from fatigue, but from exhilaration. His eyes swept across the room, finally landing on the familiar steel-framed bed. This shall be my starting point. Sumo strode purposefully to the side of the bed, inhaling deeply. He extended his right hand. Fingers splayed, pressing firmly against the cold steel frame. A peculiar wave of energy surged from his palm into his mind. The chilling metal transformed into a transparent model within his perception. Simultaneously, a notification appeared. Detected decomposable target. Standard dormitory steel frame bed. Primary component. Low carbon steel, common. Structural complexity, low. Decomposition rate, 1 kilogram per second. Proceed with decomposition. Decompose. With a mere thought, Sumo commanded. Centered around his palm, the bed began to silently disintegrate. There was no blinding light or thunderous noise. The disassembled fragments glimmered faintly, flowing into his body through his arm. Within 15 seconds, the entire framework of the bed vanished, leaving only a wooden platform clattering to the ground. Decomposition successful. Obtained fortress points, 15. Proficiency, 15. Current fortress core level LV1, 15, 100. Stamina consumption, minimal. First time use of decomposition. Reward skill, metal manipulation armor. Another notification sounded. Beneath his skin, an invisible metallic layer had formed. Armor? A talent skill? Sumo's spirit surged, prompting him to check. Metal manipulation armor. This skill consumes mental energy to significantly enhance the strength and resilience of the skin, augmenting physical defense. Duration, 1 minute. Cooldown, 5 minutes. He immediately put it to the test. Clenching his right fist, he focused his mind to channel the energy. A matte coating swiftly enveloped his entire right hand and forearm. With a tight fist, he struck the nearby metal cabinet. A muffled thud echoed as the point of impact caved inward, creating a small dent. His fist delivered only a negligible impact. With this newfound skill, confronting 1 or 2 ordinary zombies at close range was not entirely out of the question. Encouraged by his recent success, Sumo's gaze fixated on the remaining metal bed frame. He intended to dismantle every metallic object within the room. Chapter 3. Talent upgrade. With a cold smirk, he turned towards the lower bunk, prepared to deconstruct it, when suddenly, thud, a long, cylindrical silicone object, tinted a pale lavender and speckled with granules, rolled out from beneath the pillow, landing at Sumo's feet and bouncing twice. Nearby lay several torn packaging bags, emblazoned with the words ultra-thin floating point enduring vibration. Sumo fixated on the object, recalling the moment when Marua had nestled in his embrace. Blushing as she whispered, "Sumo, I want to save my most precious first for our wedding night." Disgusting, utterly revolting. Sumo's voice turned icy as he resumed dismantling the iron frame. Acquired fortress points, 15. Proficiency, 15. Current fortress heart level, LV1, 3100. Stamina consumption, minor. Metal wardrobe. Dismantle. Buzz. 8 seconds later, the wardrobe's main structure vanished, leaving behind a heap of clothing. Acquired fortress points, 8. Proficiency, 8. Current fortress heart level, LV1, 38100. Stamina consumption, minor. Aluminum window frame. Dismantle. Buzz. The window frame disappeared, allowing a cold breeze to sweep in. Acquired fortress points, 5. Proficiency, 5. Current fortress heart level, LV1, 43100. Stamina consumption, minor. Door locks. Hinges, iron basin racks. Every metallic item he could find became sustenance for Sumo. As the metal hangers disintegrated beneath his grasp, he finally received the upgrade notification. Acquired fortress points, 0, 5. Proficiency, 0, 5. Stamina consumption, minor. Fortress heart level up, LV1 to LV2, 1000. Metal mastery. Dismantling speed increased by 20. Unlocked new features. Vehicle scanning, active skill. Special modification, passive skill, upgraded. Sumo's spirits soared as he immediately examined the new features. Vehicle scanning, active skill. When you touch a vehicle, car, motorcycle, bicycle, etc., you can automatically obtain its basic information, model, condition, core component status. This ability aids in quickly assessing a vehicle's value and potential. Special modification, passive skill. Enables your fortress heart to recognize information about special materials, applicable for unique vehicle modifications. Excellent. Sumo's eye sparkled. This ability was crucial for him in locating and securing an initial vehicle. It would save substantial time on inspections, particularly in perilous environments. As for special modifications, they appeared to exist independently of upgrades to the 5 principal components. Sumo grew increasingly eager to envision the mobile war fortress he could construct. At that moment, the dormitory held no significant metallic remnants apart from non-metallic debris. Sumo's fortress points remained at 102, with proficiency at LV2, 21,000. He instinctively clutched his abdomen as a low growl emanated from within. Sumo frowned slightly. Am I already this hungry? He felt a twinge of surprise. Just a short while ago, he had replenished his food and water supplies, so logically, his energy reserves should not be depleting so rapidly. It seems that this is the price one must pay for utilizing one's talents. It appears prudent to conserve them, especially until a stable source of sustenance is found. Sumo immediately associated his hunger with the frequent use of his gifted abilities. Outside, the scratching and howling of zombies grew increasingly frantic. Just the opportunity to test my blade and clear the path. He unlocked the door and yanked it open with force. Roar. The tattered security zombie lunged, and due to inertia, its grotesque claws aimed directly at Sumo's face. Anticipating this, Sumo summoned strength from his core. His right arm, clad in metallic armor, swung out like a heavy hammer. Bang! His fist struck the zombie's face with precision, causing its hardened skull to cave in and shatter instantaneously. The creature emitted no sound, akin to a discarded sack, as it was sent sprawling, colliding with the corridor wall before sliding down, twitching briefly before falling still. The entire sequence unfolded in less than 3 seconds. The power was commendable, but the consumption was considerable. Sumo panted slightly, swiftly evaluating the effectiveness of his skills. Engaging in close combat offered significant advantages, yet it was imperative to resolve conflicts rapidly. He needed to secure a vehicle quickly to avoid unnecessary entanglements. The hunger pangs intensified after the skirmish. Without lingering, he hurried downstairs towards the dining hall. Due to the encroaching red mist, the inhabitants had evacuated early, leaving behind only a few zombies. Indeed, as he cautiously approached the dining hall, he was met with a scene of utter chaos. The main door had been violently breached, with tables and chairs strewn about haphazardly. Only a few zombie corpses and some contaminated, inedible provisions remained. Damn it, not a morsel left to eat. Sumo couldn't suppress a curse as his stomach growled louder. Disappointment surged, aggravating his mood further. His only hope lay in the parking lot. He turned his gaze towards the expansive outdoor parking area adjacent to the dining hall. Numerous vehicles were parked there. Perhaps he could uncover some overlooked food within one of them. More importantly, he sought a vehicle. The situation within the parking lot was similarly bleak. Many car windows were shattered, doors ajar, clearly having been violently ransacked. Some vehicles had collided, their bodies twisted and deformed. Vehicle scan. Sumo focused his mind, activating the newly unlocked ability, Buzz, as he approached a relatively intact black SUV. A stream of information flooded his mind. Vehicle, mid-sized urban SUV. Status, severely damaged. Fuel tank, 5 liters out of 80 liters. Overall fuel consumption, 18 liters per 100 kilometers. Maximum speed, 180 kilometers per hour. Seating capacity, 5 persons. Core components, engine, V6 piston ring broken. Cylinder wall scratched. Transmission, minor oil leak. Gear wear. Chassis, left front suspension deformed. Body, front end damage. Structural damage to A and B pillars. Sumo couldn't help but exclaim in frustration, damn, a wreck of a vehicle, and the fuel tank is empty? This is nothing but a moving coffin. He felt an urge to commend the scanning function. If I possessed the ability to discern every flaw with a mere glance while repairing vehicles, I would have long since attained mastery. Why endure such vexation? While I may lament, the harsh realities remain at hand. At this juncture, I am in dire need of a vehicle with a clear objective, sturdy and durable. In a post-apocalyptic environment fraught with peril, it must withstand considerable wear. And should it falter, repairs should be relatively straightforward. Fuel efficiency is paramount, as procuring fuel is increasingly challenging. Thus, range is critical. Ample space is essential as well, allowing for future upgrades and modifications. With patience, I traverse the disheveled parking lot, my hunger intensifying. A sedan catches my eye. Its chassis is damaged, and the fuel tank is leaking. An electric vehicle appears next. Its battery is severely swollen and inoperative. An elderly person's car stands intact. It is fuel efficient but offers limited space, resembling a tin can. A Baodao brand SUV shows promise. It is in good condition with a half-full tank. Yet its fuel consumption is a staggering 25 liters per 100 kilometers. My lips curl in disdain. It is a fuel guzzler I cannot afford. Just as I am on the verge of surrender, my peripheral vision catches sight of a corner of the parking lot, closest to the wall. Amidst the surrounding vehicles, it appears remarkably unremarkable, even somewhat shabby. Its square body, in a design devoid of ostentation, is none other than the beloved national vehicle, the Wuling Hongguang. Oh, I pause in my tracks. This car is so commonplace that it is easily overlooked. Clinging to a flicker of hope, I approach this vehicle. A hum resonates. Information floods my senses, and my eyes gleam with newfound excitement. Chapter 4, The National Vehicle, Ignition. Vehicle, standard multi-purpose automobile. Condition, battery depleted. Fuel tank, 25 liters out of 50 liters. Combined fuel consumption, 7 liters per 100 kilometers. Maximum speed, 140 kilometers per hour. Seating capacity, 7. Seats are foldable and removable. Core components, engine, in good working condition. Slight carbon buildup. Transmission, smooth shifting, no leaks. Chassis, structurally sound, no deformation, normal suspension. Body, bodywork intact, paint aging, no structural damage. My goodness. It truly is the national vehicle. I nearly exclaim. It perfectly aligns with all my requirements. Sturdy and durable. The reputation of this national vehicle resounds in automotive circles for its simple structure and ease of repair. Fuel efficient, a consumption rate of just 7 liters. With 25 liters remaining, the theoretical range approaches 360 kilometers. Spacious enough, capable of hauling and accommodating, with seats that can be removed or folded, offering vast potential for upgrades. As for the vehicle's condition, a depleted battery is a minor issue, The essential components are healthy, and it can be driven. Gazing upon its unassuming, even somewhat rustic exterior, my eyes sparkle with fervent anticipation. This is far more than a mere van. It is the perfect embryo for a future mobile fortress of warfare. Indeed, it is the one. I take a deep breath. My right hand caresses the hood, and the power of the fortress begins to stir. Binding successful. You have gained absolute control over this vehicle, along with the ability to manipulate it through thought. A mere flicker of my mind transmits a command. Unlock. Click. The van's central locking system responds, springing open with a seamlessness that surpasses even keyless entry. As he swung open the car door, a rush of air infused with dust, engine oil, and a faint hint of tobacco enveloped him. He promptly settled into the driver's seat, swiftly assessing the interior condition. The decor was simple, even somewhat austere. Yet it remained relatively clean. The steering wheel, gear lever, and dashboard exuded an industrial charm. The back seats had been folded down, creating a substantial storage space. It was crammed with an assortment of tools, several dirt-streaked shovels, 2 large adjustable wrenches, several bundles of nylon rope, and a bulging canvas bag filled with various screws and nuts. There was even a small gasoline generator and a few empty fuel cans. Tucked away in the corner was a toolbox. A vehicle belonging to a construction team? No wonder it hadn't been looted, Suemo realized. The panicked students and survivors were all after food, medicine, and weapons. Who would bother to haul away such cumbersome tools? This inadvertently worked to his advantage. In this apocalyptic world, these tools held immense value, particularly for Suemo. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of something beside the generator. There lay a box, unopened, containing 24 bottles of mineral water. Next to it was a large plastic bag, bulging and emblazoned with a supermarket logo. Suemo nearly lunged forward, tearing open the plastic bag. Inside were over 20 packets of braised beef instant noodles, a few bags of pickled vegetables, and 2 packets of ham sausages. There was even a compact portable induction cooker and a kettle. Fortune favored him. It was truly a timely boon. Evidently, the construction crew often worked overtime, and the workers routinely prepared their meals in the vehicle. He quickly unscrewed 2 bottles of mineral water and gulped them down in one go. Then, tearing open a packet of noodles, he crushed the noodle block and stuffed the dry pieces into his mouth. After chewing through the noodles, he downed 2 ham sausages. Only then did the gnawing hunger begin to abate, and he felt revitalized. Leaning back in the driver's seat, Suemo exhaled in satisfaction. With water and food at hand, his basic survival needs were momentarily secured. The national vehicle, start up. From his pocket, he retrieved the cell phone, which had run out of power but remained operational. Finding the car's charging port, he plugged in the data cable, and the screen soon lit up with the charging symbol. With his body replenished, his spirits lifted considerably. Finally, Suemo had the opportunity to steady his mind and access the vehicle modification panel. Current fortress points, 102. Upgrade options. Defense, armor enhancement LV1 consumes 100 points. Applies a layer of high-strength composite armor to the vehicle's exterior, slightly increasing physical defense. Mobility, engine strengthening LV1 consumes 300 points, slightly increases engine power and torque. Firepower, weapon mounting LV1 consumes 500 points. Unlocks a basic weapon mounting point. Survival, circulation system LV1 consumes 800 points. Integrates a small air and water filtration system. Expansion, space folding LV1 consumes 1000 points. Optimizes internal spatial structure, enhancing space utilization. After surveying these options, Suemo swiftly made his decision. Other options are either prohibitively expensive or offer insufficient value for the time being. Only the armor enhancement, basic, proves to be the most practical and urgent. Scoring 102 points is precisely adequate for one enhancement, with some funds left for initiation. Confirm the consumption of 100 bastion points to proceed with the armor enhancement, basic, upgrade. Side effects, increased vehicle weight, fuel consumption rising by approximately 3L per 100 m. Upgrade duration, 10 minutes, countdown commences. The increase in fuel consumption was unexpected for Suemo, however, it is somewhat reasonable. It seems a trip to the gas station is in order. Confirmed. Buzz. A layer of dark golden luminescence enveloped the entire van in an instant. It appeared as though countless tiny metal particles were flowing and rearranging themselves. A virtual countdown of 10 minutes hovered in the corner of Suemo's vision, 9:59:58. With the upgrade requiring time, Suemo could do nothing but wait. Bored, he picked up his charging phone, the screen illuminating to show a battery level of 5. He casually tapped it open to check for new messages or map updates. A week had passed since the apocalypse began, and the majority of areas were already without water and electricity. Logically, The satellites used for communication should have ceased functioning. Yet, the mobile signal remained intact, even stronger than before. Additionally, an app called the Survivor Forum had bypassed the Fraud Detection Center and automatically downloaded to every phone. It contained a plethora of strategy posts and map information. The content was unregulated, though the accuracy varied, requiring personal discernment. Now, Sumo could ascertain that it was likely maintained by someone with awakened abilities, who used their skills to sustain the Blue Stars network. Sumo switched the forum to the Star City channel. Star City latest bulletin. The red mist is spreading eastward at a daily rate of 12 kilometers. All survivors are advised to evacuate immediately towards the eastern suburbs. The Barbaric Brotherhood is recruiting combat power. Departure at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Coordinates: south gate of the old steel plant. Seeking E-class or higher combat type abilities. Priority for fire and electricity enhancement. A harmonious team atmosphere, with all supplies allocated based on contributions. B-class abilities stationed at the west suburb air defense cave. Now recruiting females aged 18 to 30 who have not given birth. Males may also apply. Daily rations include 300 grams of bread. Applicants must submit unedited photos for verification. Unattractive individuals, please refrain from applying. Are there any convoys heading to the Eastern District? My sister, 12 years old, and I have both awakened. I am an Agile D class, and she can communicate with small animals. We only have half a bag of rice and seek a kind soul to assist us. Bounty for Chunyu. Male. 28 years old, former representative of a pharmaceutical company. Provide coordinates for a reward of 1 bag of compressed biscuits and 1 bottle of mineral water. Capture him alive and deliver him to the Wolf Tooth Camp for double rewards. Sumo understood that in this world, an individual's strength is ultimately limited. Thus, he published a recruitment post on the forum. Mobile War Bastion recruitment. Abilities and technical personnel preferred. Proof of value required. Compensation based on labor. No support for idlers. And please refrain from unnecessary chatter. After clicking send, the post quickly sank to the bottom of the forum, as such calls for recruitment appeared in abundance daily. At that moment, Sumo's phone vibrated unexpectedly. Startled, he realized it had been a week since the apocalypse began, and this was the first time he had received a message from someone else. Upon opening the green bubble, he saw a beautiful woman's profile picture flashing. Master Su. Are you there? Chapter 5. The beautiful Dr. Lin Yao. The person on the other end of the line was named Lin Yao, a peer of Sumo. Coming from a prestigious medical family, her parents were renowned professors. Raised in a rigorous academic environment, she developed an independent and strong-willed character. Through sheer determination, she gained admission to a top medical school, completing her bachelor's, master's, and doctoral studies in succession. At a young age, she had already become a key focus of the Central Hospital in Star City. Her beauty was striking yet unpretentious. She possessed an innate grace without any overt embellishments. Usually wearing light makeup, her fair and delicate skin radiated a scholarly aura beneath her glasses. She had a slender and proportionate figure, a result of frequently standing at the operating table, which lent her an upright posture. 6 months prior, her vehicle had undergone maintenance at the place where Sumo worked. His meticulous craftsmanship and clear explanations left a profound impression on her, prompting her to add him on WeChat for convenience in consultation regarding her vehicle. Their chat history was as pristine as a medical record. Master Su, the warning light is on, with a yellow label featuring a gear icon. What is the issue? An abnormal transmission system. We need to read the codes for confirmation. Received, thank you. Their exchanges were limited to this. As the blood moon descended, she had just completed a surgery and was resting in her apartment nearby the hospital. As a doctor, she had stocked some food and bottled water at home. Like most, she believed that they would only need to endure for a few days before an official rescue team would arrive to take them away. A week later, supplies were exhausted, and the situation showed no signs of improvement. It was only when she learned from a survivor forum that the entire world order had collapsed that Lin Yao realized she was trapped in a dire predicament. Even more terrifying was the faint glimpse of the encroaching murderous red mist visible through her window. During this time, she had attempted to venture outside in search of supplies. Just as she stepped out, she witnessed a neighbor on her floor being devoured by a horde of zombies, which terrified her back into her room, extinguishing any further thoughts of leaving. Desperate, she tried to contact various survivor teams through the forum. The response was direct. They asked her to send unfiltered photos. It was easy to discern their true intentions. Lacking any extraordinary abilities, she understood that even if she were to join them, her medical skills would be of little use in unfamiliar groups. The likelihood of being exploited as a mere commodity or resource was high. In this brutal world where survival was paramount, her beauty had become a burden rather than an asset. In her despair, with only 2 battery remaining on her phone, she stumbled upon Sumo's post. The familiar words evoked a sense of comfort. She remembered the young man who had left a solid impression on her through their WeChat interactions. Thus, with a sense of trepidation, she decided to send a message to Sumo. Just as Lin Yao began to doubt whether her call would ever connect, she heard a hesitant voice reply, "Hello?" Sumo, after a moment's hesitation, pressed the answer button. Lin Yao heard the low, rumbling hum of a vehicle's engine in the background as Sumo spoke. She forced herself to remain calm, quickly contemplating the leverage she could use to persuade him. From the post, it was evident that Sumo sought value, while Lin Yao needed to prove her worth, transcending mere pity. "Master Su, is that you? The team called Fortress of the Heart is mine. Dr. Lin?" Sumo's voice carried a hint of confirmation, yet it revealed little emotion. Lin Yao hurriedly replied, "It's me, Lin Yao. I saw your recruitment information. I want to join." A few seconds of silence lingered on the other end of the line. Sumo's calm voice returned. "Since you've seen the post, let me ask you, have you awakened your abilities?" It was blunt, harsh, devoid of any pleasantries. Lin Yao's heart plummeted. "Not yet. I don't dare to confront those monsters." She discerned the underlying message in Sumo's words. In this apocalypse, where strength reigned supreme, what value did a doctor without supernatural powers possess? She recalled the recruitment messages on the forum, where women deemed without worth were less valuable than a box of supplies. "Actually, I look quite decent." The humiliating words escaped her dry throat before she could comprehend them. Lin Yao herself was baffled at how she could utter such a statement. Sumo coldly interrupted her, his tone unyielding. "You misunderstand my intention. I only accept useful individuals, not mere ornaments. As for appearance, it can only serve as a supplementary advantage." Sumo was aware that Lin Yao hailed from a well-off family, driving a luxury car. However, she was too young and likely relied on familial connections rather than true competence, much like a certain Miss Dong, especially since she had openly offered herself. It further solidified his perception. "Understood." Lin Yao's voice was dry and low, resigned to reality. "Goodbye, Dr. Lin." Sumo's voice indicated that the conversation was nearing its conclusion. Throughout her life, she had faced countless rejections. People claimed her beauty was due to cosmetic surgery, her academic success was a result of cheating, and her direct doctoral admission was secured through the principal's bed. She knew that if she hung up, death awaited her. Thus, she unleashed over 2 decades of pent-up anger. "Sumo, wait. They all say I'm just a pretty face relying on connections, a good-for-nothing? I am a direct doctoral student in clinical medicine at the Central Hospital of Star City. My exam scores have ranked first for 3 consecutive years. It's not due to connections. It's not due to cheating. It's because I only sleep 4 hours a night. Because I immerse myself in the library and the operating room to earn those high scores. I am familiar with every muscle, every blood vessel, every skeletal connection in the human body. My value lies on the operating table." She gasped for breath, her chest heaving violently. Yet the flames of anger sustained her, turning Sumo into a sounding board for her emotions. "I Haven T undergone breast enhancement. I Haven T had plastic surgery. I Haven T slept with the principal. For heaven's sake, I'm still a virgin. Are you satisfied now?" After unleashing this outburst, she felt as if all her strength had been drained, her back crashing heavily against the cold wall. All that remained in the receiver was her fragmented sobs. It was a disgraceful moment. Lin Yao had never felt so humiliated in her life. What of being the campus belle? What of being a medical prodigy? At this moment, everything has become a joke. This marks the first time in her 20-plus years of life that Lin Yao has uttered a curse. Suddenly, she speaks, her voice tinged with fatigue and a hint of absurd gratitude. "Thank you. At least you are a good person for not hanging up and letting me rant." She forces a smile, but it is more grotesque than tears. She lacks the courage to face the potential mockery or pity from Sumo. Her fingers tremble as she prepares to press the red hang-up button. "It's time to end this. Everything is over. Send me your address." Sumo's voice resonates once more. A simple phrase, cold, clear, and unexpectedly piercing through the receiver. Lin Yao's finger hovers just a centimeter from the screen. Her mind blank as if the pause button had been pressed. Did he just say what she thought he did? Send me your address? Did he actually agree? Lin Yao trembles, nearly unable to hold her phone. Almost instinctively, she hastens to activate location sharing, her eyes fixated on the small circle on the screen that signifies sending. The circle begins to spin, sending. Yet, just as it nears completion, the screen abruptly darkens. The glaring red battery icon vanishes, replaced by an ominous void of darkness. It's shut down. Chapter 6. Armor upgrade complete. Lin Yao stands frozen, maintaining her grip on the phone as if petrified. The only source of light in the apartment has vanished. Did he receive it? Panic swiftly envelopes her heart. The progress bar seems to lack just a fraction. Without the address, how could Suemo possibly find her? Would he think she was toying with him? Would he abandon her for not receiving it? The suffocating silence of the apartment engulfs her. Without her phone, without food, she is left alone in this desolate room. The soul connection has been utterly severed before her eyes. Suddenly, Lin Yao rises from the ground, her voice imbued with an almost obsessive determination. He must have received it. He must. Half a year ago, he had delivered a car to me. He has been to this neighborhood. He must remember the location. This thought becomes her final pillar of support. No longer does she dwell on whether her phone is turned off, nor does she succumb to despair. The instinct to survive overwhelms all. She rushes to the desk, using the faint light from outside to frantically search. Heavy medical tomes, practical trauma surgery, emergency medicine manual, essentials of clinical pharmacology, along with a small first aid kit she had tucked away in the nightstand. Inside are several vials of adrenaline, potent antibiotics, a sterile suturing kit, and a tourniquet. Lin Yao must organize these. They are her proof of worth. As long as Suemo arrives, as long as he can find this place, she can barter her knowledge for a chance to survive. She packs the books and first aid kit tightly in her arms, closes the curtains, and slides down against the cold wall, seeking solace in the darkness. In the darkness, she widened her eyes, fixated intently on the door that separated her from the outside world. Her ears perked up, straining to catch any hint of unusual movement from the street beyond the window. She needed to hear the sound of an engine. That was her sole glimmer of hope. Gazing at the notification indicating that the call had ended, Suemo furrowed his brow. He dialed the number once more, yet received no response. Was it merely a coincidence that her phone had run out of battery? Or was it a meticulously orchestrated trap? Leaning back against the driver's seat, he habitually analyzed the various possibilities. In this apocalyptic world, human nature was unpredictable. The frailty and desperation of women could be exploited to ensnare those with benevolent intentions or ulterior motives. Such scenarios were not uncommon on the forums. Suemo was no savior, especially after having been wounded by Maruo once. His plans could accommodate no unnecessary risks or burdens. Yet, the words Lin Yao had expressed in her moment of distress resonated with a startling authenticity, precisely striking at his most urgent need, a competent, even exceptional doctor. His SSS-grade talent, the heart of the fortress, granted him infinite possibilities for constructing a mobile stronghold. However, the essence of this talent lay in the enhancement and modification of vehicles. It was an external tool. He himself remained merely human, vulnerable to the bites of zombies, the treachery of his fellow beings, and the ravages of the environment. A single unforeseen injury leading to infection could abruptly end his nascent journey. Thus, a physician skilled in trauma care, well-versed in pharmacology, capable of saving lives in critical moments, held value that rivaled that of a powerful combat talent wielder. Lin Yao likely had not awakened her own talent due to not having achieved her first kill. This indicated that she remained untainted and exceptionally malleable. Building 7, Block B. Biyunyaju, Suemo murmured softly, repeating the fragments of the address Lin Yao had provided. His fingers glided across the phone screen to retrieve the chat history on WeChat. 6 months prior, Lin Yao's car had undergone extensive maintenance, requiring home delivery. The chat records preserved the precise location of that delivery. The entrance to the underground garage of Building 7, Block B, Biyunyaju. It was indeed there. The memories aligned. The address was accurate. It appeared Lin Yao had not lied, at least not regarding this crucial piece of information. Suemo accessed the map on his phone. The apartment was situated in the southern district of Xingqing, not too far from his current location in a straight line. However, a glance outside at the desolate streets revealed a grim reality. Abandoned vehicles, toppled billboards, and scattered debris obstructed most of the roads. The navigation suggested a half-hour journey? Suemo chuckled wryly. In this world of chaos, the roads were paved with peril. He estimated it would take at least an hour, if not longer. Outside the window, the crimson sun sank toward the horizon, casting the world into deepening shadows. The pinned warning on the Survivor forum echoed ominously in every mind. Warning. The darkness of the apocalypse is the time when zombies and mutated creatures are most active. While the killer's red fog has paused its advance, the threats lurking in the urban shadows far exceed those in daylight. Unless absolutely necessary, do not travel at night. Nightfall was the true hunting ground. The ordinary zombies, sluggish during the daylight, become extraordinarily ferocious and agile under the stimulation of the blood moon. Even more terrifying are certain unknown mutated creatures that emerge solely in the darkness. Their movements enigmatic and their abilities unfathomable. Setting forth now to traverse a significant portion of the chaotic urban landscape is akin to plunging oneself into a colossal meat grinder. At this moment, the countdown for the visual upgrade reaches its conclusion. Armored enhancement, basic, upgrade complete. External vehicle defense increased. Vehicle weight raised by 15. Overall fuel consumption elevated to 10 L per 100 kilometers. The dark golden glow enveloping the van dissipates, revealing the upgraded vehicle. What was once a plain and somewhat unremarkable national vehicle now dons a matte dark gray exterior. This finish covers the engine hood, doors, windows, roof, and even extends to the tire chassis. Although the overall silhouette remains unchanged, its demeanor appears even more rustic. Suemo lowers the car window and taps on the door. The sense of heft is undeniable. He refocuses his attention on the vehicle before him, with a subtle thought. A semi-transparent information panel manifests in his view. Vehicle, standard multi-purpose vehicle, heart of the fortress binding. Status, good, battery depleted. Fuel tank, 25 liters out of 50 liters. Overall fuel consumption, 10 liters per 100 kilometers. Core components, engine, good. Transmission, good. Chassis, good. Upgrade status, armored enhancement, basic. Fortress points, 2. He casts a glance at the upgrade panel in the corner of his vision, noting the addition of a modification panel. Note, adding special type materials, e.g., mutated biological cores, high-purity energy crystals, alien metals, etc., for vehicle modifications can enhance vehicle performance or unlock special attributes. It appears this is the special modification unlocked upon upgrading the heart of the fortress to level 2. As for the special type materials, indeed, there were posts in the Survivor Forum's strategy section mentioning that certain abnormal elite zombies or mutated creatures, upon being defeated, have a chance to yield special type materials. Now it seems there was truth in those claims. The zombies he had previously slain were far too ordinary. They did not drop any special items. It appears that to acquire these materials, one must actively seek out those perilous entities. The fuel consumption of 10 liters per 100 kilometers leaves Suemo contemplative. The increase in vehicle weight will inevitably accompany a rise in consumption, although there are still 25 liters of fuel in the tank. The quest for additional fuel has become paramount. He recalls a relatively sizable gas station not far off, conveniently located along the route to the Baiyunyazhu. Due to its somewhat remote position, adjacent to a side road, it may not have been thoroughly looted yet. Observing the time, there are at most 10 minutes until nightfall, perfectly timed. Suemo makes an immediate decision. Supplies for the fortress are essential, and shelter from the encroaching darkness is necessary. Stopping there seems to be the most prudent course of action. After the modifications were completed, it was time for the first real-world test. Let's put it to the test. Suemo engaged the gear, released the handbrake, and the national treasure of a vehicle slowly rolled out of the parking lot. Virum. Chapter 7. The fortress reveals its edge. Suemo gripped the steering wheel, his palms damp with perspiration. He was exhilarated, eager to discover the true prowess of the reinforced armor of the fortress heart. The road to the gas station served as the perfect proving ground. As he exited the school gates, two figures abruptly appeared in his line of sight. They were two wandering zombies, clad in tattered work attire. Their skin was pallid and decayed. At the sound of the engine, their putrid heads jerked abruptly towards the van. In their murky eyes, a glimmer of insatiable hunger for fresh flesh ignited. Roar! Without the slightest hesitation, they flailed their stiff limbs, exhibiting a speed far surpassing that of ordinary zombies. Lunging towards the van with fervor, Sumo's heart raced, his pupils dilated. In these recent days of escape, he had witnessed countless encounters of vehicles colliding with zombies. Except for the specially reinforced construction vehicles, or those renowned for their sturdiness, ordinary cars often face dire outcomes when meeting these bone-like monsters. While it was commonplace for zombies to be flung aside, they invariably left deep dents on the vehicle, shattered windshields, or even caused ruptured radiators and crumpled hoods. In the apocalypse, such damage could be fatal. Bring it on. Suemo felt his heart leap into his throat. With a steely gaze, he did not decelerate. Instead, he pressed the accelerator to the floor. He opted for the most direct and brutal approach, an unwavering confrontation. There would be no evasion, no finesse, only the raw collision of speed and strength. Bang, bang. Two muffled thuds echoed, followed by the unmistakable sound of bones shattering. At the moment of impact, Suemo felt a tremendous force surge through the steering wheel. The vehicle jolted violently, and his vision suddenly went dark. This was not the dizzying effect of a crash, but rather his view was completely obscured. Suemo slammed the brakes. A copious amount of dark red flesh, grayish brain matter, and an unidentifiable yellow-green viscous substance splattered across the windshield, akin to overripe tomatoes being crushed. On the wipers hung a bloodshot zombie eyeball. Swaying with the onslaught of ordinary zombies, in the presence of this composite armor, is akin to an egg striking a stone. With a mere enhancement of 100 points, the situation is already formidable. Should the fortification continue, the potential for firepower, mobility, survival, and space would be astounding. Sumo's heart raced as visions of the future danced before him. This unassuming national vehicle, under the upgrades and transformations of the heart of the fortress, was gradually evolving into a true steel behemoth, poised to traverse the post-apocalyptic world without restraint. No longer hesitating, he gripped the steering wheel decisively. The van's relatively compact body now showcased its advantages to the fullest, maneuvering like a dragon as it forced its way through the narrow gap created by two overturned cars. It crushed shards of glass and debris beneath its wheels, steering towards the gas station. Yet, the road leading to the gas station was tenfold worse than anticipated. Certain sections were completely blocked by collapsed billboards, utility poles, and construction debris. Sumo was compelled to frequently reroute, reverse, and seek out new paths. Drawing upon his familiarity with the city's layout, he navigated through the steel jungle with great difficulty. As he progressed, 7 oblivious zombies attempted to impede his journey. But the vehicle remained as sturdy as ever, showing no signs of even the slightest dent. With each successful collision, Sumo's confidence surged. When the familiar red and white canopy came into view, the last vestige of crimson in the sky vanished completely. A colossal, eerie blood moon emerged quietly. The gas station lay in utter silence, the darkness serving as the true hunting ground of the apocalypse. Sumo slowly parked the vehicle in the shadows near the entrance of the gas station, extinguishing the engine. The interior fell into a profound stillness. Save for the rhythmic blinking of the anti-theft red light on the dashboard, the number of wandering zombies along the route had markedly increased, staggering out from various dark corners and abandoned shops, aimlessly roaming the streets. Faint, inhuman howls echoed in the night, adding to the chilling atmosphere. Yet, around the gas station, only the sound of the wind seemed to linger. Sumo's taut nerves relaxed slightly. The safest course of action would be to remain inside the vehicle until dawn. After all, with the heart of the fortress's protection, this van had become a miniature safe haven. However, he understood the adage, fortune favors the bold. Having just awakened his abilities, he lagged far behind the formidable figures discussed in online forums. Moreover, both his talents and skills demanded substantial resources. Fortune favors the brave. The bold thrive while the timid perish. Sumo resolved to disembark shortly to assess the situation. A deafening, terrifying roar suddenly erupted from several kilometers away, emanating from the direction of Star City University. Sumo turned sharply towards the university. Illuminated by the dim light of the blood moon, he witnessed an unforgettable scene. A colossal silhouette, unfathomably large, began to rise from the ground of Star City University. This figure towered at least 30 stories high, reminiscent of a titan from myth. The terrifying apparition slowly raised a palm that resembled a small hill. Thunderous sounds echoed forth. Beneath a colossal hand, a dormitory building crumbled into ruins in an instant. Debris erupted, and clouds of dust ascended into the sky, resembling a miniature mushroom cloud. With just one blow, a sturdy dormitory was reduced to mere rubble. Was this the terror of the apocalyptic night? He murmured to himself, his voice trembling with a hint of excitement that even he was unaware of. He forced himself to avert his gaze and redirect his attention to the gas station before him. Though it remained relatively tranquil for the moment, it was by no means a place to linger. The fuel pumps, convenience store, and overturned fuel truck all captured his focus. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto the glass door of the convenience store. Bathed in the faint light of the blood moon, he noticed the shelves had collapsed, littered with discarded packaging. A scene of utter chaos. This was the norm. However, what piqued his interest was a flicker of an extremely faint orange glow near the cash register. It resembled the special energy crystals that elite mutated beings were said to drop, as mentioned in survivor forums. Special materials. Sumo's heart raced. The modification of vehicles required such materials, and here they were before him. Yet, almost the instant he spotted the blue light, a pair of eerie green eyes fixated on his direction, emitting a sharp, piercing shriek that was anything but human. It had discovered him. Should he retreat or flee? Chapter 8. Special modification materials. At that moment, under the emergency lighting, a grotesque silhouette emerged, a gas station uniform barely clinging to its swollen, deformed body. Its left arm was entirely missing, replaced by a nearly 1-meter-long fuel nozzle. Its entire form was encrusted with thick layers of grease. The dangerous aura emanating from this creature far surpassed that of the ordinary zombies that merely lunged and bit. Could it be an elite-level zombie? According to the forums, ordinary zombies often retain their humanoid shape, while the more evolved elite zombies specialize certain body parts, thereby possessing greater strength. Just then, the fuel nozzle zombie sprang into action. Rather than lunging directly at him, it abruptly raised its fuel nozzle arm. With a whoosh, a viscous black-red liquid shot forth like a high-pressure water gun, striking the car door on Sumo's side with precision. The pungent scent of gasoline instantly permeated the air. Sumo's pupils dilated. It was the smell of gasoline. He barely had time to think before a blue electric spark flickered at the nozzle's end. The gasoline-soaked area of the door ignited into a fiery, orange blaze. The intense heat radiated through the door, causing the temperature inside the driver's seat to soar. Damn it! Sumo cursed under his breath, his heart racing. Although the armor offered decent physical protection, this was a direct assault of flames. He had no idea how the armor's fireproof and heat-insulating properties would hold up. Moreover, the confined space of the vehicle posed a significant risk. If the fire spread inside or ignited the interior, Sumo would become a roasted prisoner within a metal coffin. He could not remain in the vehicle. He had to get out. Sumashin's thoughts raced, leading him to make a swift decision. With a flicker of intent, he ignited the vehicle. Engaging the gear and releasing the handbrake, he executed the maneuver flawlessly. He rapidly reversed, escaping the Inferno's reach. Following this, he slammed on the brakes while simultaneously flooring the accelerator. The tires screeched against the asphalt, producing a cloud of acrid smoke, propelling himself towards the fire-spewing zombie. He caught it off guard. The creature had not anticipated such a sudden counterattack, momentarily halting its actions. However, being an elite foe, it reacted swiftly. The zombie's fuel nozzle arm twisted abruptly, aiming the blazing nozzle at the windshield. Sumashin could almost feel the searing heat wave crashing against him. The scorching gust enveloped the entire vehicle, obscuring his vision. Meanwhile, the fuel nozzle zombie seemed exceedingly pleased with the effectiveness of its assault. A cruel smirk emerging on its decayed, contorted face. Fortress Heart, open! Sumashin commanded fiercely within his consciousness. Click, click. The locks on both doors sprang open instantaneously. Without a trace of hesitation, he rolled out of the driver's seat as the doors swung wide. The intense heat wave grazed his back, leaving a burning sensation in its wake. Almost simultaneously, the national pride of a vehicle, propelled by inertia, breached the fiery onslaught. The reinforced front of the upgraded vehicle collided solidly with the zombie's waist. The sound of this impact was anything but ordinary, far surpassing that of a typical zombie. The fuel nozzle zombie's physical fortitude was markedly superior to its counterparts. The tremendous force did not obliterate it. Rather, it slammed the creature, along with a row of metallic shelves, forcefully into the convenience store. The zombie's form was pinned firmly against the support column, rendering it immobile, save for its fuel nozzle arm, which continued to flail wildly. However, the nozzle was distorted under pressure, drastically diminishing its spraying capacity. A golden opportunity. Sumashin, gritting his teeth against the pain, rolled to his feet. The commotion was too great. Swift resolution was imperative. He extended his right hand, seizing the fuel nozzle. The cold metallic sensation sparked a notion within him. Metal manipulation. Decompose. Sumashin silently intoned. The power of Fortress Heart surged through his arm. His focus locked onto the fuel nozzle. The thick, twisted arm began to disintegrate at a visible rate, starting from the nozzle. As if it were melting under an unseen high temperature, it broke down into minuscule particles, absorbed by Sumashin. The nozzle and the zombie's arm were utterly obliterated, leaving behind a charred, mangled stump. Target engaged. Fuel nozzle, mutated metal. Decomposition successful. Acquired Fortress points, 120. Proficiency, 120. Current Fortress Heart level, LV2, 122-1000. Stamina consumption, moderate. Acquired special material, fire iron shavings, elite level. Sumashin sensed that the current decomposition speed was significantly faster than before. The fuel nozzle zombie emitted a pained and furious shriek, its body futilely thrashing amidst the wreckage, with its only moving part, the head, continuously lunging forward. Sumashin's gaze was cold, devoid of any compassion. A layer of heavy, matte metallic sheen instantaneously enveloped Sumo's right arm, extending from shoulder to fist. The upgraded metallic armament allowed for a broader range of protection. Care to bite me? Give this a try? With an impeccable fusion of mind and body, Sumo channeled his entire strength into his right fist, which struck fiercely into the contorted and deformed head of his adversary, twisted by rage. The blow, though simple and unadorned, resonated with a dull thud akin to a ripe watermelon bursting. The struggles of the oil gun zombie ceased entirely, leaving only a half-body ensnared within the ruins, twitching faintly. The battle was concluded. Breathless, Su-Mo deactivated the metallic armament. The consecutive maneuvers had drained him significantly of both stamina and mental acuity. Forcing himself to regain composure, he approached the repulsive remains beside him. Battling a wave of nausea, he kicked aside the shattered skull and decayed flesh. Indeed, nestled deep within the cranial cavity, he discovered a crystal, roughly the size of a peanut. It radiated warmth and pulsated with a distinct energy fluctuation, an elite-grade crystal core, the most coveted of the fire element. Su-Mo recognized this as a form of hard currency among survivors in the forums. Only by vanquishing elite-level zombies could such treasures be obtained, serving as essential energy for crafting energy weapons, fortifying potions, and even powering certain devices. It was said that some exceptionally powerful gifted individuals could directly absorb energy from the crystal cores to enhance their own abilities. He would delve into this further when time permitted. His gaze then fell upon a dark red metallic shard in his hand, thin as a willow leaf. Its edges irregular and adorned with fiery patterns. It was the fiery iron shavings procured during the disassembly of the oil gun arm. The metal felt warm to the touch and was considerably denser than ordinary steel. Sensing the unique energy within, the heart of the fortress relayed more detailed information. Fiery iron shavings. Elite grade contains trace amounts of specialized fire energy, exhibiting exceptional heat resistance and an affinity for flames. Suitable for special modifications. Integrating into armor can enhance flame resistance. Integrating into engines can slightly improve combustion efficiency. What a find! A wave of joy surged through Su-Mo. The peril of this endeavor had proven worthwhile. Both the zombie crystal core and the fiery iron shavings were invaluable materials, particularly the latter, which held significant implications whether integrated into armor or used to upgrade engines. He carefully stowed the crystal core and iron shavings into his close-fitting backpack. As he completed these tasks, an overwhelming sense of fatigue washed over him. Coupled with the smoke he had inhaled earlier, he felt lightheaded, his vision dimming. Su-Mo hastily returned to the vehicle, mentally locking the doors. The exterior armor of the driver's side door bore the marks of scorching. Though the main armor had not been penetrated, the surface coating was evidently severely damaged, with signs of melting in certain areas. Fortunately, the fire had been extinguished. Su-Mo managed to park the car in a nearby clearing before collapsing into the driver's seat, utterly spent. The thought of resting flickered through his mind as his head drooped. In an instant, he succumbed to a profound slumber. Time trickled by, though he remained unaware of how long he had slept, until a faint knocking sound echoed beside Su-Mo's ear. Chapter 9. The Gentle Trap of the Apocalypse. The incessant knocking jolted Su-Mo awake. Someone was rapping on the window of the driver's side. He abruptly awakened to find the dawn light filtering through the windshield. The blood moon had vanished, replaced by the rising sun. Slightly tilting his head, he peered through the gap in the window. A strange woman's face was pressed against the glass. Her complexion was alarmingly pale, and her eyes, which should have been relatively attractive, were now swollen like peaches. The flimsy t-shirt she wore was violently torn, exposing large areas of her snow-white skin and delicate collarbones, even revealing the straps of her underwear. Her voice trembled with a sob, faintly penetrating through the window. "Help me. Please take me away from here. I will do anything." Her gaze frantically scanned the interior of the car. Upon seeing Su-Mo's youthful yet remarkably calm face, she seemed momentarily taken aback. Then, she began to pound on the window more forcefully, tears streaming down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string. "Big brother, I beg you. My boyfriend is injured. We are trapped. Only you can save us." As she cried, she instinctively tried to pull together the torn neckline of her shirt. This action not only failed to conceal her vulnerability, but accentuated her exposed skin, creating a striking impact on any ordinary man. Su-Mo's brow furrowed ever so slightly. In this apocalyptic world, a solitary woman, so disheveled yet alluring, sought help from a stranger by knocking on the door of an unfamiliar vehicle. It felt too deliberate, too familiar. It was a trap set by exploiting human weaknesses, repeatedly mentioned in forums. The betrayal by Maruo was still fresh in his mind. He would not easily trust any sudden act of kindness again. He did not immediately open the door, but merely cracked the window open enough to hear her. "What is going on?" Su-Mo's voice was calm and devoid of emotion. The woman seemed to clutch at a lifeline, urgently pointing towards the convenience store. "In the restroom of the convenience store, we encountered a monster. Its arms are like gas pumps. It breathes fire. Our car was instantly incinerated." My boyfriend was injured while trying to protect me. We barely managed to hide in the restroom. Please, take us with you. We have gasoline. We have food. We'll give you everything. Just take us away. Her gaze swept over Sumo's inconspicuous yet exceptionally sturdy van. She and her companions had observed the battle from the shadows last night. This vehicle had withstood the onslaught, crashing into the fire-breathing monster, sustaining only superficial damage compared to their vehicle, which had been reduced to a skeleton in an instant. Sumo caught onto the key words, maintaining his indifferent tone. Gasoline? Supplies? How much? Where? In the restroom of the convenience store. There are 2 barrels of gasoline, half a case of bottled water, and a backpack full of food. The woman quickly said, leaning forward slightly, trying to make Sumo see her exposed skin more clearly. Please save us quickly. We will give you everything. Sumo's gaze was in the direction she pointed, towards the bathroom door deep inside the convenience store. He pushed open the car door and acted decisively, leading the way. The woman didn't seem to expect him to agree so decisively and was stunned for a moment. Immediately, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face, and he quickly turned around, running unsteadily towards the direction of the bathroom. Hurry up, eldest brother. Over here. My boyfriend is seriously injured. At the entrance of the bathroom, the woman suddenly pushed open the door and shouted with a crying tone, Brother Chong, we are saved. Just as Sumo stepped into the bathroom, a cold touch suddenly hit his right temple. Don't move. If you dare to move, I will break you. A sinister voice sounded in his ear, with an uncontrollable sense of pride. At the same time, there was a pitiful woman with pear blossoms and rain just now. The fear and pleading on his face disappeared without a trace in an instant. She quickly stepped aside and blocked the door. At some point in his hand, he also acquired a sharp dagger and stared fiercely at Sumo. Sumo's gaze calmly swept over the interior of the bathroom. The space is narrow, filled with a strong smell of urine and a faint smell of blood. The man holding the gun is exactly what women call Chongo. He was indeed injured, with a torn cloth strip soaked in blood wrapped around his left arm. He held a police handgun firmly in his right hand, with the dark muzzle firmly pressed against Sumo's head. His eyes were filled with greed and a sense of pleasure in controlling the life and death of others. Zhang Chong grinned, revealing a fierce smile with blood stains on his teeth. Haha, idiot. What a fucking lie. Is this intelligence enough to teach people how to survive in the apocalypse? Can't you walk anymore when you see a girl bearing her flesh? Last night when I saw you kill that monster, I thought you were a tough character, but that's all. Your car is pretty good. Isn't the armor quite thick? Didn't the monster's fire burn through last night? I was worried about running away without a car, so you came to my door? I'm so sleepy. Give me a pillow. The woman next to her, named Lu Qian, also echoed in a sharp voice. Ha! Boy, you didn't expect it, did you? Did you play well last night? Did you even kill that monster? Unfortunately, my brain is not very sharp. In this apocalypse, the least valuable thing is sympathy. Chong, grab his car keys. Judging from his appearance, there must be something to eat. Zhang Chong chuckled and forcefully pressed the muzzle against Sumo's temple. Do you hear me? Kid, be sensible. Hand over the car keys, as well as all the valuable things on your body, including food and drink. I'm in a good mood. Maybe I can leave you with a whole body. Sumo didn't seem to hear their threat. His gaze fell calmly on the corner of the bathroom, piled up with several blue oil barrels, half a box of mineral water, and a bulging hiking bag. Is that all the supplies? Sumo's voice was as plain as asking about today's weather. Zhang Chong and Lu Qian were both stunned for a moment. Zhang Chong was angered by Sumo's indifferent attitude and felt insulted. Damn it. Who the fuck do you look down on? It's none of your business. It's not yours. Stop talking nonsense. Kneel down to me. Hand over the car keys. As soon as the words fell, the fingers suddenly pulled towards the trigger, right between these electric sparks. Sumo's right hand hanging beside her instantly covered with a layer of matte metal. Metal-controlled armament. No evasion, no blocking. But instead, lift your right arm and place it horizontally in front of your temple. Bang. However, the expected image of the brain bursting did not appear. Next, there was a crisp metallic collision sound. Sparks splattered in all directions. A deformed bullet fell weakly onto the dirt-covered ground. The sinister smile on Zhang Chong's face instantly froze and turned into extreme fear. He widened his eyes as if he had seen a ghost. What kind of monster are you? The Daily Giver? Lu Qian screamed in fear, almost dropping the dagger in her hand to the ground. Sumo's eyes completely cooled down at this moment. It seems that your choice is a dead end. Chapter 10 lies outside the door when Zhang Chong tried to pull the trigger again. Sumo's right hand was covered with metal weapons. It's like grabbing his wrist with a gun. Click. The sound of fractures rang out. Zhang Chong let out a scream and his wrist twisted 180 degrees. The pistol slipped out of hand and flew out. Without hesitation, the The next second, he accurately grabbed Zhang Chong's throat. Ho the next second. Both feet lifted off the ground, and Su Mo lifted them with one hand. Zhang Chong struggled frantically due to suffocation, his face filled with fear and pleading. But Su Mo's eyes were indifferent, watching the man twist in vain in his hands. A few seconds later, with a slight crisp sound, the man's cervical spine was forcefully crushed. The struggle abruptly came to an end. The man's head weakly tilted to one side, his pupils dilated, and he completely lost his vitality. Su Mo threw the man's body on the ground like garbage. His cold gaze swept over Lu Qian, who was lying limp on the ground. A fishy smell instantly permeated her, causing her to lose control. No, don't kill me. Beg you. I was forced by him. It's all because he forced me. Lu Qian was scared out of her wits, and the dagger in her hand fell to the ground with a clang. She knelt down on the ground, tears streaming down her face, and frantically kowtowed and begged for mercy. Big brother, eldest brother, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please spare me. I am willing to do anything. I can serve you. She cried out while frantically tearing at her already tattered clothes, attempting to use the body as the final bargaining chip. There was no fluctuation in Su Mo's eyes. In the apocalypse, he had heard too much about people who could sell everything to survive. Betrayal, deception, and exploitation of the woman in front of him are essentially no different from the Maro who abandoned him for the off-road vehicle last night. They are all venomous snakes that rely on the strong and can counterattack at any time. Pity? That will only kill oneself. Without any hesitation, he swung his right fist towards Lu Qian's head. The plea for mercy abruptly ceased. Lu Qian's body fell softly to the ground, with a clear fist mark on her forehead. In the bathroom, only a strong smell of blood and a deathly silence remained. Su Mo shook the blood stains on her arm. The metallic armor gradually receded, revealing unscathed skin. He approached the corner and inspected two 25-liter barrels of gasoline, half a case of bottled water, and a bulging backpack. Inside were some compressed biscuits, canned meat, and a few packs of cigarettes. It appeared these were the spoils from their scavenging, sparing Su Mo from further trouble. He picked up a handgun, which had 4 bullets remaining, along with a seemingly well-crafted dagger. The findings were satisfactory. Emotionless, Su Mo organized the supplies. He cast one last glance at the 2 still warm corpses on the ground before turning towards his van. However, the recent skirmish had drawn the attention of numerous zombies. This was not a place to linger. In B Building, Unit 7 of by Yunya Zhu, the beautiful Dr. Lin Yao huddled in a corner, clutching her neatly packed backpack. She had not closed her eyes all night, straining to catch any hint of engine sounds. But apart from the distant, faint moans of zombies, there was nothing. Her eyelids felt heavy as if weighted with lead, and her brain throbbed from extreme fatigue. Suddenly, a clear and measured knocking resounded sharply at the door. She held her breath, frozen in place. Was it him? Su Mo? A deliberately subdued, anxious male voice came through the door. Yao Yao? It's me, Chinyu. Open the door quickly. The zombies in this building have just been cleared. We need to leave immediately. Time is short. Chinyu? Her nominal fiancé? The only son of a pharmaceutical magnate, 8 years her senior. The perfect match in her parents' eyes, slick and pretentious, always boasting about his father's company. 7 days since the apocalypse began, and he had vanished without a trace. Lin Yao had long since accepted that he had likely perished amidst the chaos or was hiding in some safe place, too preoccupied to care for her, his fiancée. How had he found her? How did he know she was alive? Countless questions exploded in her mind, but her body responded before her thoughts could catch up. The instinct for survival compelled her to stagger towards the door. Peering through the peephole, she recognized that familiar yet strange face. It was indeed Chinyu. His hair was meticulously styled, though somewhat disheveled, and his expensive tailored suit was dusted with grime, yet the collar remained impeccably arranged. His brow was furrowed, and his gaze anxiously scanned the corridor, as if he were evading something. For a fleeting moment, Lin Yao nearly turned the lock. A familiar face in this hellish world represented a semblance of safety. Just as her fingertips brushed the doorknob, a slight, almost imperceptible sense of dissonance caught her attention. Chinyu had a deeply ingrained habit of involuntarily blinking his left eye when anxious or agitated. But the man outside displayed no extraneous expressions whatsoever. Could he truly be Chinyu? Cold sweat instantly drenched her back. She had heard on the forums that those who awakened their talents possessed abilities far beyond human comprehension. Perhaps the man before her was one of those awakened individuals. Yao Yao, open the door now. There is no time. Outside the door, Chinyu, upon hearing Lin Yao's voice, grew increasingly urgent in his insistence. The knocking intensified, imbued with an undeniable firmness. She forced herself to remain calm, taking a deep breath, and with as steady a voice as she could muster, asked through the door, Chinyu? How did you know I was in this building? His tone was filled with sincerity. I've been searching for you. I utilized all my connections and finally managed to ascertain that you might still be here. Hurry. Open the door, we can talk on the way. Utilizing all connections? In a world where order has collapsed and zombies roam freely? Lin Yao's doubts deepened. She resolved to test him once more. Qin Yu, by the way, the epinephrine injection my father developed is still at your company, isn't it? That medication would be incredibly useful now. What she referred to was not merely epinephrine, but rather a targeted drug for gastric cancer that Qin Yu's company had launched just 6 months prior. He had once proudly flaunted the immense profits this project had garnered. A mere second of silence felt interminable, as if it spanned a century. Lin Yao's heart raced, nearly bursting from her chest. The silhouette outside hesitated, momentarily caught in a web of suppressed uncertainty. Of course it's here. Yao Yao, rest assured. How could I misplace something so vital? Open the door quickly. Forget about the medicine for now. We need to leave this place. We can find a way to retrieve it later. This was utterly wrong. This statement was akin to the final straw that broke the camel's back. The entity before her, bearing Qin Yu's visage, was not her fiancé at all. It was some kind of creature capable of disguising itself or an individual with awakened special abilities. How had it so precisely located her? How could it know the nature of her relationship with Qin Yu? What was its intention? To capture her? Or something far more sinister? Lin Yao's voice trembled uncontrollably. An overwhelming terror nearly suffocated her, yet she forced out the words. All right, I will gather my things. Right away. My credentials and crucial research materials. They cannot be lost. Please wait for me outside. Just a moment. She could not open the door, absolutely not. Qin Yu outside seemed taken aback by her reaction. After a brief silence, the knocking grew even more frantic and heavy. Bang, bang. Yao Yao, what are you doing? Is it really worth it to worry about those things at a time like this? Is your life more important or mere papers? Open the door. Don't dawdle. If we delay any longer, the monsters will be upon us. The threat in his voice was almost unmasked. Trembling, Lin Yao felt for the fruit knife she always carried. The cold metallic touch offered no solace. The pounding on the door intensified. Lin Yao bit her lip fiercely until she tasted the metallic tang of blood. She closed her eyes, internally screaming. Su Mo, where are you? Please come quickly. Chapter 11. Getting used to it early will benefit you. Yao Yao. Open the door. If you don't, I will break it down. It's truly unsafe outside. Qin Yu's voice outside had shed all pretense of urgency. Stop pretending. Who are you really? Lin Yao's voice rose in terror. The sounds of banging from outside ceased abruptly. A few seconds later, an entirely unfamiliar laughter pierced through the door. Hee, Dr. Lin. You are quite clever, just as that coward Qin Yu described you, meticulously perceptive. Immediately following, the lock emitted a mournful creak under duress. With a loud crash, the door swung inward. Standing at the threshold was a stocky, grotesque man, his face adorned with a sickly grin. His slanted eyes glimmered with unabashed greed, shamelessly crawling over Lin Yao's figure, as if he could strip her bare with his gaze alone. Do you know Qin Yu? What has become of him? The lecherous man sneered, as though he had heard the most ludicrous joke. That coward? He's currently indulging with his little mistress in the car, living lavishly. TSK. Your location was divulged to me by him, all for the sake of a couple of packs of cigarettes and a bottle of water. Impossible. Lin Yao felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her complexion draining to a ghostly pallor. No, it cannot be, she cried out, her voice trembling in disbelief. The man she had regarded with no affection, yet who had always been courteous before her parents, had actually sold her as if she were mere merchandise to appease another? Yet, the remnants of her reason insisted that if it were not true, how could this man have located her so precisely? What is impossible? The lecherous man advanced a step closer. In this world, women are nothing but commodities, especially a beautiful asset like you. Dr. Lin, quite the catch. Oh, by the way, allow me to introduce myself. Everyone on the streets calls me Brother Long. Would you believe it? We are quite old acquaintances. Brother Long lewdly licked his thick lips, his eyes gleaming with a grotesque fervor. 6 months ago, in the emergency department, acute appendicitis, you were the one who performed the surgery, personally pulling me back from the brink of death. That scalpel in your hand was simply exquisite. Ever since that day, I have been unable to forget you. From the moment you operated on me, I fell in love with you. The way you looked behind that mask, your focused gaze, those calm yet powerful hands wielding the scalpel, perfection. You are my lifesaver, my goddess. Brother Long stretched out his arms, his face reflecting a pathological excitement. Do you see? My talent is multifaceted. I can transform into any visage I desire. In the next moment, his features morphed into those of a popular young star. A wicked smile gracing his lips. Darling, do you fancy this face? Before Lin Yao could react, his face shifted again, this time to that of a muscular fitness influencer. His gaze flirtatious. Or do you prefer this rugged hunk? Then he transformed into a renowned actor known for his tough guy persona, his voice deep and magnetic. Perhaps something more mature and composed? Finally, he astonishingly reverted to Chun Yu's duplicitous face, though his eyes were now lecherous and vile. How about we use your fiancée's likeness? It would certainly feel more authentic, wouldn't it? Lin Yao's stomach churned violently, a wave of nausea threatening to overwhelm her. She had never imagined that a seemingly routine surgery would summon such a demon into her life. Stay away, or I will take us both down, Lin Yao shrieked, trembling as she aimed a fruit knife at Brother Long. Take us both down? Brother Long's expression darkened. Not only did it not retreat, but it also took a big step forward. Good. You do it. What if you die? I like to take advantage of the heat. Fresh. It's really not possible. I know a friend who has awakened the talent of a puppeteer, and he can turn people into eternal dolls. So you can be with me forever. How perfect. Your body and face will always be mine. Lin Yao trembled violently. An irresolute idea was born in despair. She suddenly reversed the tip of the knife and pressed it tightly against her cheek. Do you like my face? Do you like this pair of leather bags? I will destroy it now. Let you go into heat with an ugly monster. No, stop. The smug and lewd smile on Long Ji's face instantly froze. He let out a scream and instinctively rushed towards Lin Yao. That is an artwork he treasures. How could it be destroyed? Puff. A dull and short abnormal sound abruptly interrupted Long Ji's roar. Lin Yao felt a flower in front of her, a warm liquid splashing all over her face. Her pupils suddenly dilated, and she could clearly see the lewd man's forehead. A deep blood hole is bleeding, and red and white things are slowly flowing out from inside. The shocked and angry expression on his face froze, and his body lost support. He fell straight to the ground and made a muffled sound. Pluck! Dust is flying. The place where he fell revealed the figure standing outside the doorframe, dressed in blood-stained work clothes, with a tall and straight figure and a cold and stern face. He was pulling a dagger covered in brain matter back from the back of Long Ji's head. It's Suemo. He's here, he's really here. She looked at Suemo and calmly shook off the filth on the dagger, her movements so skillful that they were frightening. Lin Yao opened her mouth wide, but couldn't make any sound. Dr. Lin, have you packed everything? There was no ripple in Sumo's voice as she looked at Lin Yao beside her. At this moment, she is no longer the medical elite who drove a luxury car and dressed delicately 6 months ago. For the convenience of movement, she cut her long hair short and simply tied it into a low ponytail with a rubber band, wearing the most ordinary dark sportswear and pants, with pockets all over them. On the feet are a pair of thick sports shoes, with practicality and convenience as the highest standards. Although somewhat haggard, it still cannot conceal Lin Yao's aloof image. It actually saved Suemo a lot of trouble. Lin Yao's gaze involuntarily glanced towards the body on the ground, which was still convulsing slightly. Master Su, is he dead? Although she is a doctor, she has faced death directly in the hospital and has also seen many cold gross anatomy teachers. But her surgical knife has always been used to save people. This is her first time watching a living person. At close range, life was so decisively ended. Don't have any burden. This kind of thing will happen frequently in the future. Getting used to it in advance is beneficial for you. Habit? Accustomed to killing? Or are you used to watching others get killed? Lin Yao's heart sank suddenly, and Sumo's words made her feel a chill. But last night on the phone, he sent me his last address. At this moment, reality bestowed upon her an immense sense of security. In this world, the fabric of rules and morals had long since unraveled. Survival was the only truth. Suemo paid no heed to Lin Yao's confusion. She crouched down and deftly rummaged through Long Ji's clothing. From his pockets, she extracted several pieces of chocolate, a small bag of compressed biscuits, and a lighter. Beyond this, there was naught else. He had not carried much, likely due to the proximity of others. Suemo furrowed her brow and muttered softly to herself. There must be a survivor's stronghold nearby. Just then, a sound echoed. A phone slipped from the pocket of the lecherous man's corpse. The screen illuminated, revealing a new WeChat message that popped up conspicuously. The sender's alias was glaringly obvious, Coward Chinyu. Upon opening the chat window, several unread messages flickered on the screen. Longu, have you found my wife Lin Yao? I'm just curious about one thing. Is that woman really a virgin? Longu, we're waiting by the back gate of the community. Let us make this swift. Once it's done, let our brothers have a taste too. Chapter 12. Your body belongs to me. The voice struck Lin Yao like a thunderbolt. Even through the phone, she instantly recognized its owner, Chinyu, her nominal fiancé. The words dripped with filth, lewdness, and a blatant objectification of women. Suemo glanced at Lin Yao, who was trembling beside her. Is he your man? Sumo's voice betrayed no emotion. He is my fiancé. Lin Yao practically spat out the words through clenched teeth. She felt like an enormous joke. Sumo's gaze swept over her. I am clean. Lin Yao straightened her back abruptly, her eyes filled with an unwavering determination. She did not seek pity, nor sympathy. She aimed to barter her worth for the right to survive. In that moment, Lin Yao finally grasped the essence of Sumo's recruitment message. We only accept those who are useful. Feelings? Let us discuss that after surviving. In this apocalypse, what sentiment could there be? Strength and utility were the sole passports. Oh, Sumo responded, her tone remaining unremarkable, seemingly unfazed by this revelation. She casually tucked the broken phone into her pocket. Subsequently, she turned her attention to the backpack behind Lin Yao, a bulging suitcase that appeared heavy. Is everything in here? Su Shifu, let us go. Lin Yao inhaled deeply, striving to make her voice sound dependable, determined not to be a burden. She quickly bent down, hoisting the backpack filled with medications and a few changes of clothing. Struggling, she began to drag the enormous suitcase, evidently laden with substantial items. Observing her somewhat clumsy yet earnest efforts, Sumo's brow furrowed imperceptibly. A woman, at such a time, still carrying so many encumbrances? It reminded her of every time she had ventured out with Maruo, who always brought along a hodgepodge of items. Sumo had busied herself, only to find them useless. Space in the vehicle was a precious resource for survival. It is not intended for mere embellishment, those superfluous items. He stepped forward, his strong hand grasping the handle of the suitcase with ease. Just as Lin Yao was about to assert her capability, she felt a sudden lightness in her hand. The suitcase had already been effortlessly lifted by Sumo. The weight of the suitcase surprised him. It was not filled with clothing or cosmetics. Lin Yao quickly explained, her tone tinged with anxiety, fearing that Sumo might reconsider and deem her a burden. I apologize, Master Su. This contains my medical textbooks and notes, along with several important anatomical atlases. In our current circumstances, this knowledge will undoubtedly prove invaluable. I won't occupy space unnecessarily. Sumo weighed the heavy suitcase, then glanced at Lin Yao's eyes, which were filled with exhaustion yet radiated a stubborn resolve. For the first time, he reassessed this seemingly delicate female doctor. At the very least, she was not the type to rely solely on others, a mere decorative vase devoid of substance. Having come to terms with reality, she appeared to be striving to find her own position and value. Stay close to me, Sumo finally spoke, his tone still icy, yet devoid of skepticism. With one hand gripping the hefty suitcase and the other clutching a dagger, he turned and strode towards the exit. Understood. Lin Yao felt a surge of energy. She swiftly adjusted the straps of her backpack and briskly followed Sumo's retreating figure. Her instinct told her that choosing Sumo was the most prudent decision. Now, obeying his commands had become her instinctive choice. The corridor was permeated with a heavy scent of blood. After just a few steps, Lin Yao's gaze was drawn to a body that had been grotesquely devoured. The sight made her pale, her stomach churned. Yet, she clenched her teeth, forcing herself to avert her gaze and focus intently on Sumo's back. There are many corpses outside. Brace yourself, Sumo stated without turning his head. Understood. Lin Yao followed closely, the sound of her footsteps echoing in the eerie silence of the corridor. She realized that this was not the end, but merely the beginning. The gruesome and bloody scenes before her would become the norm for survival in the future. This way, Sumo's voice was low and succinct, his eyes scanning the surroundings. The two soon arrived at a corner, where a square-shaped van stood quietly. Lin Yao's steps halted abruptly, her eyes widening in astonishment. She gazed at the unremarkable, even somewhat clumsy-looking van. Then she looked back at Sumo, whose face exuded coldness and strength. Is this the mobile fortress of war mentioned in the post? It seems rather abstract, doesn't it? Instinctively, Lin Yao glanced back at the nearby parking lot, where her white city SUV resided. Although it was not a luxury vehicle, it was reliable and comfortable, serving as her commuting tool. After a moment of hesitation, she could not resist voicing her thoughts. Master Su, why not take my vehicle? Mine is four-wheel drive, with a higher chassis. It might be more suitable for these road conditions. She pointed to her white SUV, retrieving the car keys from her pocket in an attempt to make her suggestion sound more reasonable. Sumo did not pause his steps, nor did he cast a glance in her direction. He simply approached the driver's side of the van. With a soft click, the car door unlocked. Get in, he commanded, not looking back. Meanwhile, he grasped the suitcase with his left hand and walked to the rear of the vehicle. With a subtle shift of his mind, the rear door of the van lifted silently. Lin Yao stared at the automatically opening door, momentarily taken aback. When did this old van acquire such sophisticated features? Suppressing her curiosity, she hurried over, eager to assist in lifting the suitcase. However, Sumo effortlessly hoisted the heavy bag as if it weighed nothing, securing it neatly in the spacious area formed by the reclined seats. His movements were casual and graceful. Lin Yao found herself momentarily entranced by the muscular lines of his arms. Sit in front, Sumo instructed as he secured the rear door and opened the passenger side. Lin Yao noticed that the passenger seat was relatively clean, the clutter evidently cleared away in advance. She bit her lip, choosing silence, and obediently took her seat. The van seats were far less comfortable than the leather ones in her off-road vehicle. Prolonged sitting might lead to muscle strain, so she thought she might learn some massage techniques later on. Sumo settled into the driver's seat and closed the door. With another thought, the locking mechanism engaged with a soft click, sealing them in a relatively secure space. At that moment, the tension in Sumo's body began to ease. The engine rumbled to life, accompanied by a gentle vibration. From the compartment beside the driver's seat, he retrieved a sealed bottle of mineral water and a pack of braised beef instant noodles, handing them to Lin Yao. His tone remained flat. Make do for now. Your vehicle is subpar. Have something to eat. Lin Yao's lips twitched at his remark about her car being subpar. Her top-of-the-line city SUV was worth hundreds of thousands. To him, it seemed inadequate. No matter how one looked at it, it surpassed this utilitarian van in comfort, handling, and aesthetics. Yet, she refrained from retorting, silently tearing open the packaging of the instant noodles. She twisted off the cap of the water bottle and took small bites of the dry, hard noodle cake, washing it down with the cold water that sent a shiver through her. As she chewed, tears unexpectedly streamed down her cheeks, landing on the noodle cake in her hands. It was not out of grievance or fear, but rather a release after an extended period of tension. While silently weeping, she mechanically continued to shove food into her mouth. Sumo glanced at her, but said nothing. Instead, he offered her a charging cable. Charge your phone. Lin Yao sniffled, took the cable, and plugged it into her phone, which had long since shut down. The screen brightened quickly, indicating it was charging. Dr. Lin, Sumo's voice broke the silence. Lin Yao looked up, swiftly wiping away her tears. Since you have seen my post, you have agreed to join. From this moment on, you shall be a member of my team. This vehicle serves as our mobile stronghold and is the very foundation of our survival. Here, there exists but one rule. Trust me and obey me, and you shall live. Question me, betray me, or allow my demise, and you will undoubtedly perish by dawn. Lin Yao nodded emphatically, her voice remarkably resolute. Understood, Master Su. I will follow your lead. Sumo inclined his head slightly, seemingly satisfied with her response. Earlier, you sensed the reality of this world. Those endowed with gifts have surpassed your imagination. While zombies may instill fear, the true terror lies within the human heart. Indeed. Lin Yao nodded vigorously, deeply resonating with this truth. Chun Yu's treachery and Long Ji's depravity had imparted a brutal lesson upon her. Her family had long since vanished from her life. In this fractured world, the man before her was her sole reliance. Sumo paused, each word striking Lin Yao's heart with crystal clarity. There is one more matter. I am a normal man, and you are a beautiful woman. I have no interest in platonic ideals, so prepare yourself mentally. I save you not only for your medical skills, but also for your body. There were no inquiries, no tests, nor a trace of ambiguity. Lin Yao comprehended Sumo's implications without question. She understood that in this brutal survival of the fittest apocalypse, aligning oneself with the powerful was the law of existence. She simply had not anticipated Sumo's directness and his assertive declaration of ownership. Panic was fleeting, for what Sumo articulated was indeed the stark truth. She inhaled deeply, forcing herself to regain composure. Compared to being betrayed by Chun Yu to the likes of Long Gu, this man, though cold, was at least strong, handsome, and seemingly reasonable, making him the preferable choice. Her medical expertise held value, as did her body. This was harsh, yet undeniably realistic. She nodded gently, her voice a mere whisper yet clear enough for Sumo to hear. Yes, I understand. Chapter 13. Lin Yao's mission. The roar of the car engine attracted a number of zombies. At least 10 of them converged towards the van. These ordinary zombies had poor vision and only mediocre olfactory senses, but their hearing was surprisingly acute. Instinctively, Lin Yao tightened her grip on the seatbelt across her chest and inadvertently brushed against her pocket. The unlock button of the SUV keys was accidentally pressed. The crisp electronic beep resonated abruptly within the community. Immediately following, the headlights of Lin Yao's white SUV flickered twice. The horde of zombies, previously drawn by the van's engine noise, was instantly incited into a frenzy by this clear signal. From every direction, a cacophony of spine-chilling howls erupted. In the dim corners of the apartment building, behind the shattered windows of street-side shops, and through the crevices of abandoned vehicles, grotesque, distorted figures suddenly sprang forth. They lunged at the white SUV, violently battering the doors and windows. The sturdy glass of the vehicle, under the relentless assault of several zombies, shattered as if it were mere paper. In less than 10 seconds, the once invaluable off-road vehicle had been reduced to a mere heap of scrap metal. Lin Yao clamped her hand firmly over her mouth, stifling a scream. This was the apocalypse. Hold on tight. I'm taking the wheel. His gaze sharpened as he pressed the accelerator to the floor. The engine roared to life. Lin Yao gasped in alarm, fearing that Su Mo would crash into the horde of zombies. However, just 6 meters from the throng, Su Mo deftly swerved the steering wheel. The vehicle executed a graceful drift, its rear sweeping through the air. The matte gray armored back of the van struck the outermost zombies with a resounding thud. Bang, 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 bang. Those unfortunate creatures were sent flying, their bodies flung aside with force. Remarkably, the vehicle itself bore no discernible scratch. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Mo straightened the wheel and maintained his speed, the national treasure of a vehicle brazenly bulldozing through the obstructing zombies, crushing the remnants of limbs beneath its wheels. Inside, Lin Yao was violently thrown against the back of her seat. Gripping the seatbelt tightly, she watched as the zombies were effortlessly knocked aside and ground to pieces. It finally dawned on her the meaning behind Su Mo's words about her car being inadequate. She comprehended why this seemingly unremarkable van could be referred to as a mobile fortress of war. Observing Su Mo maneuver the vehicle skillfully through the ruins and obstacles, her expression transformed entirely, filled with unprecedented trust and a hint of reliance. He had a clear destination in mind, the auto repair shop in the west of the city, where he had previously worked. Su Mo briefly explained, his vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings. The auto repair shop in the west was relatively safe. When the transformation occurred, only I and Old Wong were on duty. After that, I managed to escape, so there should be no other living beings inside. Lin Yao nodded silently, gripping the handrail tighter. Her heightened senses began to relax in this temporarily safe environment. Coupled with a night of sleeplessness, her eyelids grew heavier, and her vision began to blur. Eventually, she leaned against the cold window, succumbing to a deep slumber. She was utterly exhausted. Su Mo glanced at her weary face, choosing not to disturb her. Just as he had feared, the vehicle's power was indeed somewhat strained. The added weight from the reinforced armor and increased fuel consumption rendered the once economical and practical national treasure somewhat lacking in response during complex driving conditions. On several occasions, Su Mo's precise control was the only reason they managed to forge ahead over slightly steeper inclines or deeper potholes. It seemed he had recognized this shortcoming. Muttering softly to himself, insufficient power. It appears the engine needs to be prioritized for an upgrade. When Lin Yao was gently roused by Su Mo's touch, she blinked in confusion, realizing that dusk was approaching. Have we arrived? She rubbed her eyes, quickly shaking off the remnants of sleep. Yes, Su Mo replied, unbuckling his seatbelt as his gaze swept over the auto repair shop's entrance. This location was secluded, with few zombies in sight. Moreover, the structure of the building was robust, and the doors were firmly shut, making it a relatively safe temporary stronghold. More importantly, it housed a substantial amount of metal, which Su Mo urgently needed. The skeletal remains of discarded vehicles, mountains of obsolete parts, and an array of repair tools. These serve as the finest sustenance for the heart of the fortress. Remain inside the vehicle, secure the doors. Regardless of what you see or hear, irrespective of who calls your name, do not open the door. As long as you refrain from opening it, you shall be safe. Lin Yao nodded vigorously, having witnessed the vehicle's formidable defenses, and she held Su Mo's words in unwavering belief. I understand. What about you? She instinctively inquired. I can manage on my own, Su Mo replied succinctly, exuding confidence. Lin Yao recalled the moment he had unlocked the car door with mere thought, and comprehended his capabilities. She did not wish to appear ineffectual and prompted. Is there anything I can do? Should I just stay here? Su Mo hesitated momentarily as he opened the car door, glancing back at her. Yes. I have a task for you. From now on, you will be responsible for documenting the trending posts on the Survivor Forum each day, particularly those concerning the Star City region. Track the movements of the red mist, the locations of major survivor strongholds, newly emerged formidable monsters or gifted individuals, as well as vital resource points or hazardous areas. Record any information you deem potentially useful. It is of utmost importance. He handed Lin Yao a fully charged power bank. Use this and conserve your phone's battery. Lin Yao felt a surge of excitement. This was her area of expertise, analysis, synthesis, documentation. She promptly retrieved her sturdy notebook and a pen from her pocket, nodding earnestly. Rest assured, Master Su. I will execute this task diligently. Good, Suemo said, offering no further words. He pushed the car door open, his figure swiftly darting out, gently closing the door behind him. A soft click resonated as it locked. She took out her phone and began meticulously recording information from the Survivor Forum. This was the first task entrusted to her, and she was determined to excel. Urgent. The red mist is receding at an accelerated pace. The latest monitoring indicates that in the western and northern sectors of Star City, the advance of the red mist has increased to 15 kilometers per day. The eastern and southern directions are relatively slow, at approximately 12 kilometers per day. All survivors must evacuate towards the southeast. Repeat, evacuate towards the southeast. Warning, a new type of mutated zombie has appeared in the eastern district. Codenamed Stalker, it is extremely swift, adept at climbing, and operates at night. 3 squads have already been annihilated. Location, the site of the old chemical plant in the eastern city. Danger. Do not approach unless you are a powerful team. The Black Scorpion squad has cleared the resource point at the South District department store, but was ambushed by another team. Total annihilation. The opposing team is suspected to possess a psychic control ability. High price offered for anti-inflammatory drugs and antibiotics. Food, weapons, and women can be exchanged. Whatever quantity you have is welcome. Location, entrance of the air raid shelter in the old city, only waiting for 1 hour. Bounty, hunt down the lone wolf. Li Hao, provide exact location information. Reward, 1 pistol with 10 bullets. Life or death is inconsequential. Lin Yao read with a racing heart, her pen swiftly recording the chilling words. These stark texts unveiled the disintegration of the world. She forced herself to remain calm and analyze, categorizing crucial locations, monster characteristics, and faction information meticulously. Suemo was right. This information was vital and could be a matter of life and death. As she was deeply engrossed in organizing information about a nearby small survivor market, a new WeChat message notification suddenly appeared at the top of her phone screen. The sender's avatar depicted a man clad in a suit, his smile insincere. The message contained only a few simple words. Chinyu. Yao Yao, are you there? Chapter 14. The shadow of the auto repair shop. Lin Yao's gaze was fixed on the phone screen, transfixed by the glaring message. Chinyu. Yao Yao, are you there? Those few simple words sent a chill through her. Could it be that Chinyu was aware of her survival? Was this a test, or merely a new trap? Disgusted, Lin Yao spat softly and swiftly swiped across the screen. In this apocalyptic world, the malice of humanity far exceeded the fangs of the undead. Suemo was right. Skepticism and betrayal were the norm, and one must become accustomed to it in advance. She then redirected her focus back to filtering through the information. Meanwhile, within the auto repair shop, Suemo felt an unsettling familiarity. As if he had returned to his own home. His steps were light, and his eyes scanned every corner. The repair shop lay in disarray. Tools scattered haphazardly across the floor. Several vehicles awaited repair, parked at odd angles with shattered windows. His objective was clear, to ensure the environment was secure and to gather any usable resources, especially metal. As he navigated around an overturned lift, he spotted his target, Old Wong. Or rather, the zombie that Old Wong had become. Clutching a massive adjustable wrench, it maintained the posture of bending over to inspect the chassis, a remnant of its former life. Beneath the pallid skin and sparse white hair was a decaying visage. Old Wong, Suemo murmured under his breath. His eyes filled with complexity. This taciturn master craftsman had once provided him with invaluable guidance. Alas, the apocalypse was merciless. Without hesitation, Suemo moved swiftly, closing the distance before Old Wong's zombie form could sluggishly turn around. His right fist, glistening with metallic sheen, struck like a hammer. The sound of a skull shattering echoed clearly. The zombie's body swayed momentarily before collapsing, and the wrench it held fell into Suemo's grasp. He flicked his wrist, discarding the metallic weapon. Weighing the wrench in his hand, he secured it in his tool belt. In this harsh world, a reliable blunt instrument could prove more practical than a knife. Next came a thorough search. Suemo meticulously examined the office, break room, tool room, and parts warehouse. He even climbed up to the maintenance platform on the workshop ceiling. Aside from a few low-level zombies trapped in corners, which he effortlessly dispatched, no living creatures remained in the auto repair shop. With safety confirmed, Suemo commenced his scavenging. His primary target was the batteries. As he recalled, the van's battery was in a depleted state. He navigated easily to the parts warehouse, where he indeed found several unopened car batteries. Selecting 3, he planned to carry them back to the vehicle shortly. Then came the tools, sets of wrenches, sockets, screwdrivers, pliers, and hammers. He chose the most commonly used models and filled a sturdy canvas tool bag to the brim. A few rolls of wire, several boxes of fuses, cans of lubricant, and bundles of zip ties. These seemingly trivial items may prove to be a lifeline when faced with vehicle malfunctions. Essential spare parts were also gathered. He unearthed several commonly used spark plugs, high-voltage wires, bottles of engine oil, and antifreeze. Additionally, there were air filters and oil filters, all crammed into another large plastic container. Finally, food and water were addressed. Old Wong was a frugal man, often keeping some provisions on hand during overtime. In the corner of his usual break area, he indeed discovered half a case of mineral water, several packets of biscuits, 2 bags of beef jerky, and a half-finished pack of inexpensive cigarettes. Though meager, it was better than nothing, and he packed it all away. Having completed this task, Sumo's gaze fell upon the center of the workshop, where a rugged off-road vehicle was undergoing repairs. This was a modified Wrangler, elevated with wide tires, equipped with a bull bar and searchlights, exuding an aura of strength. Before the apocalypse, this vehicle was undoubtedly the dream ride of countless men. With a fleeting thought, Sumo activated Vehicle Scan. Vehicle, heavily modified off-road vehicle. Status, severely damaged, engine misfiring. Transfer case making noise. Fuel tank, 15 liters of 80 liters. Average fuel consumption, 22 liters per 100 kilometers. Passenger capacity. For persons, Sumo frowned slightly. The vehicle appeared formidable, yet in reality, it was a mere shadow of its potential. He attempted to communicate with the heart of the fortress, change the bound vehicle to this target. A cold notification echoed immediately. Notification, changing bound vehicle requires 1,000 fortress points, and the target vehicle must be in a drivable condition. Current conditions not met. Tisk, change vehicles? I have no need for that. Sumo pouted, feeling somewhat disappointed. 1,000 points. He currently possessed only 122 points, a significant gap. Moreover, this vehicle was immobile and an absolute fuel guzzler. Given the current difficulty in acquiring fuel, driving this beast would be tantamount to courting disaster. Sticking to the original plan, he resolved to dismantle it for points. Sumo's gaze was resolute. The Wrangler was constructed with robust materials, high in steel content, making it an excellent source for disassembly. He extended his right hand and pressed it against the cold engine hood. Focusing his mind, he activated metal-controlled disassembly. Buzz, disassembling target. Heavily modified off-road vehicle, primary components. High-strength steel, aluminum alloy, certain special alloys. Structural complexity, high. Disassembly speed, approximately 0.5 kilograms per second. Estimated time, approximately 66 minutes and 40 seconds. Warning, disassembling large, complex metal structures consumes significant energy. Please ensure sufficient stamina. Unlike the previous disassembly of the fuel nozzle, this time the speed was noticeably slower. Logically, having upgraded the heart of the fortress to level 2 should have significantly increased disassembly efficiency. Yet now, it was slower than disassembling a tin bed. It seemed that the complexity of the structure also dictated the disassembly pace. Sumo could distinctly feel his mental and physical energy depleting rapidly. Soon, a strong wave of hunger surged within him. Having anticipated this, he immediately tore open a packet of biscuits and began to gulp them down with the mineral water. He maintained the disassembly process while vigilantly observing his surroundings. Though the blood moon was obscured, the city by day was equally fraught with peril. Time ticked away, second by second. The massive vehicle gradually vanished into the air. After approximately 40 minutes of disassembly, Sumo had nearly consumed all the food he had scavenged. A profound sense of fatigue washed over him. Yet he gritted his teeth and pressed on. At last, when the final crossbeam of the vehicle's frame transformed into a stream of light, and the success notification rang out. Disassembly successful. Gained 600 fortress points. Proficiency 600. Current fortress heart level LV2, 722-1000. Stamina depletion, severe. He felt that it was all worth it. With 600 points, combined with the previous 122 points, he now possessed a total of 722 fortress points. This was sufficient for his next critical upgrade or modification. Should he reinforce the armor? Upgrade the engine for enhanced power? Or perhaps attempt a special modification? Thoughts raced through his mind. After catching his breath for a moment, Sumo prepared to gather his belongings and leave. His gaze instinctively swept across the entire workshop, ensuring nothing had been overlooked. However, as his eyes passed over the maintenance trench at Workstation 3, his pupils suddenly constricted. The trench was empty. The corpse of Old Wong, which he had personally dispatched, was nowhere to be found. A chill shot up Sumo's spine. Though most of his focus had been on disassembly, his senses remained acutely alert. There had been no other living creature in the workshop. Sumo's eyes fixated on the edges of the bloodstains on the ground. The blood exhibited an irregular dragging pattern, extending deep into the workshop, towards the shadowy corner piled with discarded tires. Old Wang's body could not have vanished into thin air. Something lurked in that darkness. Chapter 15. The Scavenger Leader City Scavengers and the Tire Firewall. It seemed that the creature's ability to conceal itself far exceeded that of an ordinary zombie. From the shadows came a nauseating crunching sound. In an instant, Sumo realized it was not a zombie, but rather a form of mutated creature. His right hand swiftly reached for the wrench at his waist, while his left tightened around the bloody dagger. Greatly fatigued, Sumo cautiously retreated towards the door. He even decided to leave behind the organized supplies for the moment. After stepping back just 2 paces, moonlight streamed in through the shattered window. Sumo finally discerned the scene in the darkness. A gigantic creature was hunched over Old Wang's corpse. It measured roughly 2.5 meters long, resembling a skinned gecko. There were no signs of eyes, only a massive maw that nearly occupied half its head. Its entire body was covered in a layer of brownish-gray skin, seemingly able to blend into its surroundings. Could it be a scavenger? A fleeting thought crossed Sumo's mind, recalling an inconspicuous post on a forum. The post mentioned that in large piles of corpses, there occasionally appeared a mutated creature that fed on decaying flesh. Due to its habit of cleaning up corpses, it was referred to as a scavenger. They typically operate in groups, displaying a timid nature that prompts them to flee when confronted by a multitude. Yet, before me stands but a solitary creature. Has it wandered astray? According to the post's description, a typical scavenger measures merely half a meter in length. However, this specimen is considerably larger. It is evident that this is at least the leader of its kind. At that moment, the scavenger abruptly halted its movements, its gaping maw aimed directly at Sumo. Without hesitation, it launched a swift assault, moving with such velocity that it left behind only a fleeting shadow. Sumo instinctively raised his right hand, wielding a wrench to shield his chest. A tremendous force collided with the wrench, sending a jolt through his arm, causing his palm to throb painfully. He staggered back 2 steps before regaining his balance. In that fleeting moment of contact, Sumo deftly sidestepped, leveraging the momentum to plunge his dagger into the creature's back. A resounding clang echoed as the dagger penetrated half an inch into the scavenger leader's hide before it surprisingly met resistance. Sumo's heart sank. He was in a dire state, his mental and physical reserves depleted from continuous exertion. Furthermore, the metallic weaponry required mental fortitude to operate. Using it forcefully now would only hasten his downfall. As for his firearm, he had merely 4 bullets remaining. He could not afford to fire unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, in the face of the creature's terrifying speed, the accuracy of a gun was highly questionable. The night would surely amplify the chaos that ensued from a gunshot. At this moment, Sumo's only reliance lay in his familiarity with the terrain. He gritted his teeth against the agony in his arm and the disorientation that threatened to overwhelm him, swiftly scanning his surroundings. A plan took shape in his mind. The scavenger leader, having missed its initial strike, lunged once more with even greater ferocity. Sumo, having anticipated this, refrained from a direct confrontation and instead darted towards a nearby car. As the scavenger leader lunged at him, he crouched and slid to the side, narrowly evading the creature's toothy maw. Simultaneously, he delivered a powerful kick to a half-filled discarded oil drum nearby. The rolling drum fortuitously obstructed the path of the scavenger. The black oil spilled forth, catching the creature off guard. Now was the moment. As the scavenger leader slid beneath the car, Sumo hurled the wrench with all his might. The support arm of the makeshift jack buckled under the wrench's impact, instantly relinquishing its hold. Without its sole point of support, the car plummeted downward with force, landing squarely upon the scavenger leader's robust tail. However, the resilience of this mutated creature was astonishingly formidable. Though its lower half had been nearly crushed, the excruciating pain drove it into a frenzied thrash. Yet, its gaping maw, lined with sharp teeth, continued to snap menacingly in Sumo's direction. It struggled desperately. Sumo understood that the creature was attempting to sever its own tail to escape. This time, the scavenger leader was intent on tearing apart the human that had dared to injure it. At this juncture, Sumo had retreated to a distance of 3 meters. The earlier burst of energy had nearly exhausted his last reserves. He could not afford to grant it an opportunity. As he evaded, Sumo's gaze fell upon the car battery at his feet. With his left hand, he seized a lead-acid battery, while his right hand simultaneously extracted a thick copper wire from his tool pouch at his waist. The positive and negative terminals were directly bound together. At the point of connection, A plume of smoke immediately issued forth, and the battery's temperature rose incessantly, just as the scavenger chief, in a desperate bid for survival, opened its gaping maw to strike. The desperate cry of the beast echoed. Here, indulge in a grand treasure. Sumo, summoning the last vestiges of his strength, forcefully shoved the smoking battery into the chief's mouth. The scavenger chief's throat was obstructed by the foreign object, emitting a furious roar. Brilliant blue electric sparks erupted within its oral cavity, while the heavy battery emitted a dull hum. Under the onslaught of the electric current, the chief's muscles convulsed violently. The air became saturated with the acrid stench of charred flesh. In a mere 2 or 3 seconds, the chief's frenzied struggles rapidly diminished, ultimately collapsing to the ground. Utterly motionless, a piece of leather, shimmering with iridescent hues, fell from the chief's body. Sumo collapsed, gasping for breath, his body overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of fatigue. The explosive surge of energy moments ago had drained every last ounce of his potential. Darkness swirled before his eyes, and each breath drew forth pain throughout his body. Yet, before he could regain his composure, a chilling sound filled the air, a cacophony of skittering noises. Like a tidal wave, a multitude of ordinary scavengers poured forth from the shadowy recesses of the repair shop. There were, astonishingly, hundreds of them, evidently drawn by the chief's agonized cries in its final moments. Countless eyeless heads fixated on the fallen Sumo and the still smoking corpse of their leader. Sumo's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. He found it nearly impossible to move even a finger, utterly devoid of any means of resistance. Just as the thought of hopelessness began to rise, an uncanny scene unfolded. Upon nearing a 10-meter radius of Sumo and the chief's corpse, the swarm of scavengers abruptly halted. They fidgeted restlessly, emitting a series of hissing murmurs, yet dared not advance another step. Could it be that the gruesome sight of their leader's demise had instilled fear in them? Thus, despite their overwhelming numbers, they hesitated to attack Sumo, who lay helplessly before them. However, he remained unaware of how long this standoff would endure. He had to return to the vehicle. Inside the van, Lin Yao suddenly lifted her head, her heart racing. The wails emanating from the direction of the repair shop sent shivers down her spine. Could Sumo be in trouble? Master Su, she exclaimed, peering anxiously outside. The repair shop's heavy doors were firmly shut, obscuring her view of the situation within, and her heart swelled with unease. Just then, she noticed the heavy rolling door of the repair shop being laboriously pushed open from the inside, revealing a staggering figure, bloodied and disoriented, stumbling forth. It was Sumo. Chapter 16. Lin Yao's battlefield. Inside the vehicle, Lin Yao's complexion turned ashen. Through the window, she clearly saw Sumo, unsteadily emerging from the repair shop. Sumo appeared utterly frail, as if he might collapse at any moment. The sleeve of his right arm was torn, revealing a patch of dark bruising beneath. Behind him loomed a burning workshop, thick smoke billowing into the air. A few bolder scavengers crawled out from the gap in the door, followed by an increasing number of them pouring forth. Although they did not attack immediately, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Lin Yao had recently come across information about these scavengers on a forum. Instinctively, she reached for the button to open the car door. Should she burst out, lend him a hand, or at least attract some of the creatures? Just as her fingertip was about to press down, she recalled the conversation she had with Sumo before he exited the vehicle. Stay inside, lock the doors. No matter what you see or hear, regardless of who calls you, do not open the door. As long as you keep the door shut, you will be safe. If it were you, I can open it myself. This was Sumo's command. Open the door? His order was as solid as a rock. Not opening it. Could she merely watch as she watched Sumo, his steps faltering? The nearest scavengers were now less than 5 meters away. Just as the first scavenger's claw was about to graze Sumo's ankle, Lin Yao pressed the horn of the van. Sounding the horn couldn't be considered defying orders. Could it? The scavengers were momentarily drawn to the sudden noise, their movements halting. Fortress of the heart. Open the door. Sumo thought fervently. Click. The lock on the driver's side door sprang open in response. Sumo summoned the last of his strength, practically tumbling into the driver's seat. His back slammed heavily against the chair, the pain rendering him momentarily blind. Watching as the scavengers quickened their advance towards him, Lin Yao clutched tightly to Sumo's shoulders and collar, exerting every ounce of strength to drag him into the vehicle. Her slender frame unleashed an astonishing power. Veins bulging on her forehead, gritting her teeth, she firmly planted her feet against the passenger seat. 1 inch at a time, she pulled Sumo's heavy body into the driver's compartment. Bang! Just as Sumo's feet completely left the ground, Lin Yao expended her final reserves of strength to slam the door shut. Lock it. Sumo's thoughts raced. The door slammed shut with a force. All locks engaging instantly. Bang, bang, bang. Several scavengers slammed into the doors and windows, producing muffled thuds. The entire vehicle shuddered slightly. Inside, they were safe. This thought flickered through Sumo's mind in the final second before he succumbed to darkness. Then, his head drooped, and he lost consciousness entirely, collapsing in the driver's seat, oblivious to everything. Master Sumo. Lin Yao, witnessing his unconscious state, immediately unfastened her seatbelt. She almost lunged towards the driver's seat, her trembling fingers probing for his carotid artery. A faint yet steady pulse met her fingertips. He was still alive. Lin Yao's heart eased slightly, but it was soon replaced by overwhelming fear. High fever, severe exhaustion, possibly mild poisoning. Lin Yao forced herself to regain her composure. Her instincts as a doctor overpowering her panic. She is a doctor, and now, this is her battlefield. Lin Yao swiftly reclined the driver's seat, her movements somewhat awkward in the confined space. She turned around to rummage through her bulging backpack in the back seat. With haste, she extracted a first aid kit, a modest hardshell box. Inside lay the basic medical supplies she had prepared prior to the apocalypse. Alcohol swabs, iodine, gauze, bandages, scissors, a few antibiotics and painkillers, along with a small roll of suturing needles and thread. Though limited in quantity, these items had become invaluable in the post-apocalyptic world. Lin Yao murmured softly, as if to bolster her own courage. Sumo has suffered. Carefully, she unfastened Sumo's work jacket, revealing swollen, purplish skin marred by abrasions and bruises. Near the inner elbow, a deep open wound was visible. There were no signs of fractures, but the soft tissue contusions were severe. Lin Yao could hardly fathom what Sumo had endured in the auto repair shop within the span of 2 short hours. Holding her breath, she grasped an iodine-soaked cotton ball with tweezers and gently cleansed the dirt and blood around the wound. After tidying up the injury, she retrieved the suturing needle and thread. Gazing at the gash, she hesitated momentarily. The conditions were too rudimentary. Without anesthesia, she would have to stitch it up forcibly. Just bear with it. It will be over soon, Lin Yao whispered, uncertain whether she was comforting Sumo or herself. 30 minutes later, observing Sumo's right arm neatly bandaged, her heart felt slightly more at ease. Yet, the high fever remained a significant concern. Antipyretics required water for ingestion. Sumo was currently unconscious, and forcing him to take the medicine could result in choking. Lin Yao's gaze fell upon a bottle of mineral water. She picked it up, twisted off the cap, and took a small sip to moisten her parched throat, then held a large mouthful. Leaning down, she drew closer to Sumo. The distance between them vanished in an instant, causing her heart to race uncontrollably, her cheeks warming slightly. Calm down, Lin Yao. You are a doctor, she admonished herself, forcing her focus. With one hand, she gently pried open Sumo's jaw, while the other steadied his head, carefully transferring the water from her mouth to his. After administering the medication, Lin Yao exhaled a long sigh of relief. Though Sumo remained unconscious, his breathing appeared to have steadied somewhat. The car fell silent once more, interrupted only by the distant scratching sounds of scavengers outside. She then retrieved a towel and dampened it with mineral water. Carefully, she wiped his feverish chest, abdomen, and back. The wet cloth absorbed the sweat, bringing a hint of coolness. In his unconscious state, Sumo seemed to find some comfort. His tightly furrowed brow relaxed completely, and his breathing began to even out. His body temperature appeared to have dropped slightly, leaning back against the seat. Lin Yao turned her head to gaze at Sumo's sleeping profile, her heart a tumult of emotions. This man was powerful, cold, and decisive in his actions. He had saved her, but had also domineeringly claimed ownership of her body. Yet just moments ago, she had performed such an embarrassing act to save him. She had never been so intimately close to a man before, not even with her nominal fiancé, Chinyu. Lin Yao, she murmured softly to herself, her voice tinged with a hint of bewilderment and self-deprecation. Uncertain of what the future held, she gazed at Sumo, who lay there, breathing steadily. An inexplicable sense of tranquility quietly supplanted her earlier fear. At least they were alive. As long as she watched over him, she felt secure. Deep within Lin Yao's heart, something seemed to have been gently stirred. Trust? Dependence? Or perhaps something else? She could not articulate it. Lin Yao steeled her resolve and checked Sumo's temperature and pulse once more. Confirming that he was temporarily stable, she curled up in the passenger seat, hugging her knees and vigilantly listening to the sounds outside the vehicle. A distant explosion reverberated, and the scavengers outside finally shifted their focus. Gripping the towel, Lin Yao found solace as exhaustion ultimately triumphed over her will. Her eyelids grew heavier, her head nodded, and she eventually succumbed to a profound slumber. Chapter 17. Special Modification. As Lin Yao administered medicine to Su Mo, his consciousness had already begun to awaken. He lay still, observing Lin Yao's weary visage. Fleeting, indistinct fragments flitted through his mind. A soft touch, the cool liquid gently entering his mouth, tender ministrations. These images felt dreamlike, somewhat elusive. Su Mo's gaze fell upon his neatly bandaged right arm, then swept to the first aid kit organized beneath the passenger seat and the half-empty bottle of mineral water. A barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. This woman was remarkably obedient, far more capable than he had anticipated. He attempted to sit up, but the movement strained his right arm's muscles, sending a jolt of agonizing pain through him. Su Mo stifled a groan, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Forcing himself to endure. He could not wake her. She needed her rest. His gaze shifted to the car window. The night was deep, a blood moon loomed high, casting an eerie crimson hue over the earth. Yet danger was not far off. He needed to keep watch and grow stronger. By the latter half of the night, Su Mo had regained some mobility. He glanced at the fortress points. Now at 722, this was the capital he had earned at the cost of half his life. He understood that he could no longer dismantle large metal structures recklessly as before. That sense of overextension had nearly cost him everything. From his close-fitting pocket, he retrieved a piece of leather that had fallen from the scavenger leader. In the dim light, it shimmered with an unusual iridescence. It felt cool to the touch, with a slick texture that subtly altered its hue with the changing light. The heart of the fortress conveyed more detailed information. Mimetic leather, elite-level special leather from the scavenger leader, imbued with energy for environmental adaptation. When integrated into vehicle armor, it grants the passive skill of environmental mimicry, effectively reducing the likelihood of detection by zombies and certain mutated creatures. Special modifications can be made for integration into vehicle armor, requiring 100 fortress points. What a remarkable find! A spark of excitement flashed in Su Mo's eyes. Reducing the likelihood of detection often holds greater significance than the armor itself, particularly during nocturnal operations or when stealth is imperative. With the heart of the fortress, a specialized modification was initiated, integrating adaptive leather into the vehicle's armor. Su Mo summoned the modification panel, silently reciting within himself. Success. 100 fortress points consumed. Special modification in progress. Modification time. 10 minutes. Countdown initiated. An invisible wave of energy enveloped the entire van in an instant. The matte gray armor seemed to come alive, rippling like the surface of water, with iridescent glimmers dancing across its surface. Su Mo sensed a subtle resonance between the vehicle and its surroundings. Although the exterior underwent no dramatic transformation, its presence diminished significantly. 10 minutes swiftly passed in the stillness of the watch. Special modification complete. Vehicle gains passive ability. Environmental mimicry, basic. Effect. Vehicle's presence diminishes while stationary or moving at low speeds. Probability of detection by zombies and mutated creatures reduced by 50. Current remaining fortress points. 622. Success. Su Mo felt a sense of satisfaction as he perceived the changes in the vehicle. Though merely a basic effect, a 50 reduction in this zombie-infested world was invaluable. Next came the power. The slightly underwhelming performance had always been a concern for Su Mo, especially after the added weight of the armor. The remaining 622 fortress points were perfectly suited for an engine upgrade and a special modification of the engine. He retrieved the spoils acquired from the oil gun zombie, a piece of dark red metal flecked with fiery patterns. Confirm consumption of 300 fortress points for engine enhancement, basic, upgrade. Slightly increases engine power and torque, resulting in higher fuel consumption. Confirm consumption of 300 fortress points, utilizing fiery metal fragments for special engine modification. Slightly enhances combustion efficiency, boosting power while reducing fuel consumption. Heart of the fortress, upgrade the vehicle's engine, infusing it with fiery metal fragments. Success. 600 fortress points consumed, commencing engine upgrade and special modification. Time required. 60 minutes. Countdown initiated. This time, the commotion was far more pronounced than the armor modification. The entire vehicle vibrated slightly. Beneath the hood, a deep humming resonated. Through the heart of the fortress, Su Mo could sense the cylinders, pistons, and crankshaft transforming from 4 to 6. Within the engine, dark red luminescence flickered, an indication of the fiery metal's energy integrating into every critical component of the engine. Heat resistance was enhanced, and the combustion chamber's efficiency was forcibly elevated. The 60 minutes felt exceptionally prolonged under Su Mo's vigilant focus. When the notification indicating the completion of the engine upgrade and special modification sounded, The eastern horizon was already tinged with a hint of dawn. Mobility core upgrade and special modification complete. Engine model, V6, formerly V4, power enhancement, torque 50. Horsepower 50, comprehensive fuel consumption, 10 L per 100 M, unchanged due to power enhancement, new passive ability, flame affinity, basic effect, slight improvement in engine combustion efficiency. Enhanced adaptability to various fuels. Current remaining bastion points, 22. Suemo let out a long sigh of relief. Have you ever seen a V6 national marvel? In the entire Star City, it stands out as a singularity. When faced with intricate terrains and the necessity for swift escape, a 50% boost in power and torque could mean the difference between life and death. Most crucially, with the special modification of flame shavings, fuel consumption remains unchanged. The even better news is that pure fuel is considered a scarce resource. This characteristic implies that even when using inferior fuel, the engine can exhibit superior resilience, thereby reducing the risk of malfunction. It is indeed worthwhile. Eager to test the might of the new engine, Suemo glanced at the still sleeping Lin Yao. Ensuring not to disturb her, he gently rolled down the car window, allowing the cool morning air to fill his lungs. Circling the van, he noted how seamlessly it seemed to blend into the surroundings, its presence remarkably subdued. The environmental camouflage was commendable, and Suemo nodded in satisfaction. Turning, he bore the pain in his right arm and made his way back to the repair shop. Last night's frantic escape had left behind the hard-earned supplies, batteries, tools, and components still inside. The workshop was still permeated with the acrid stench of char and blood, a chaotic scene. Fortunately, the pile of supplies in the corner remained undisturbed by scavengers. As he dragged the final plastic crate to the side of the van, the passenger window slid down. Lin Yao, just awakening, poked her head out, concern etched on her face. Suemo, are you all right? Do you need help? Suemo paused, meeting her gaze, and nodded slightly. Yes, lend a hand. Chapter 18. A catastrophic practical exercise. Lin Yao swung open the car door and jumped out. Suemo, I'm here. She quickly approached him, reaching for the heavy plastic crate filled with scavenged batteries and tools. Suemo did not relinquish his grip, but shifted slightly to provide some room. It's too heavy. Take the smaller one. He indicated toward another box containing components. Lin Yao hesitated for a moment, observing Suemo, who, although still pale, held the crate with steady resolve, the bandage on his arm remaining unblemished by blood. She bit her lip, refraining from insisting further. Together, they soon managed to stow the supplies into the spacious rear of the van. At that moment, Suemo's gaze fell upon a pristine car battery in the corner. He approached the front of the vehicle and swiftly lifted the hood, efficiently replacing the battery. The entire process was fluid, leaving Lin Yao momentarily entranced. Returning to the interior of the vehicle, Suemo turned the ignition. The deep, resonant roar of the engine immediately replaced the previous hum. He gently pressed the accelerator. The vehicle jolted slightly, and an exhilarating surge of acceleration washed over them. The power had significantly increased. Lin Yao, seated in the passenger seat, instinctively grasped the doorframe's handle, fearful of being thrown from her seat. Though she was no automotive expert, the contrast in performance was unmistakable. Suemo deftly maneuvered the car, executing a series of simple accelerations, abrupt stops, and turns in this relatively open area. Despite the enhanced power, the vehicle's stability and handling remained impeccable. The engine has been upgraded, Suemo succinctly explained to Lin Yao. A glance revealed her gaze fixed on the bandage wrapped around his arm, concern etched in her eyes. Suemo, is your arm truly all right? You lost so much blood last night. Shouldn't you rest a bit more? Vigorous activity might aggravate the wound. Compared to the vehicle's enhancement, Lin Yao seemed far more preoccupied with Suemo's well-being. Unbeknownst to her, her address had subtly shifted from Master Su to simply Suemo. I want to die, he interjected, his tone unruffled. He rummaged through the food box, retrieving a pack of instant noodles and a bottle of water, tossing them to Lin Yao. Eat something. She accepted the meager meal, reflecting on its simplicity. The taste was still far from delightful, yet with food in her stomach, warmth began to envelop her. Did you not sleep at all last night? Lin Yao hesitated before posing the question. She recalled that, even as she drifted into a hazy slumber, Suemo appeared to remain awake. He offered no reply, his gaze drifting to the brightening sky outside the window. There's no time for sleep. He picked up the hard-shell notebook Lin Yao had placed on the dashboard, flipping it open to reveal her neat, elegant handwriting. She had meticulously categorized vital information extracted from the Survivor Forum the previous night. Red mist is receding rapidly. In the northwest of Star City, advancing 15 kilometers daily. 12 kilometers to the east and south. Evacuate southeast immediately. New types of mutated zombie stalkers spotted at the old chemical plant in the Eastern District. Extremely fast. Active at night. Dangerous. The South District Department Store resource point was cleared by the Black Scorpion team, ambushed by another group suspected of possessing mind control abilities, leading to total annihilation. The information was concise and clear, with key points highlighted. Suemo quickly skimmed through it, pausing at several locations. Well done, he remarked, closing the notebook, rare praise slipping from his lips. Lin Yao's eyes sparkled with delight at the acknowledgement, and she hastily swallowed her food, pointing to the 3 locations circled in red ink in her notebook. Suemo, I believe these 3 places could be our next targets. 1. The Western Darun FA supermarket. The forum mentioned it has abundant supplies, but is infested with zombies, potentially housing elite creatures. 2. The Star City Central Hospital, my workplace, where the pharmacy and equipment store should contain a significant stock of medications and medical supplies. 3. The Southern District Sports Hall Shelter. It is said that individuals with military backgrounds are organizing there. It is the largest and relatively safe, but entry may require screening or the payment of supplies. She paused, meeting Suemo's gaze with the seriousness of a physician. Suemo, I recommend we head to the hospital. Although your arm is bandaged, it still requires better anti-inflammatory medication to prevent infection. Moreover, the existing emergency medical supplies in the vehicle are exceedingly scarce. What if Suemo does not respond immediately? He leaned back against the seat, his fingers unconsciously drumming against the steering wheel. A large supermarket, a major hospital, and a sanctuary. Indeed, this is what most people contemplate. Such places have either been thoroughly pillaged by survivor teams or are occupied by formidable monsters or survivor factions, transforming them into traps for unwary prey. The information on the forum is a melange of truth and falsehood. Claims of abundant supplies may be mere bait to lure the unwary to their doom, while warnings of danger could be aimed at deterring competitors, allowing others to monopolize the resources. His gaze swept across the map, ultimately resting on an inconspicuous marker. Here, Sumo's finger tapped the location on the mobile map. Sunshine Community Clinic? Lin Yao leaned in for a closer look. It was a modest community clinic situated on the outskirts of the city, rather remote. Indeed, it was a mere 2 kilometers away in a straight line. I had lodged there for a night after the apocalypse struck. Although its scale is diminutive and unremarkable, the medical supplies, while not comparable to those of a large hospital, should encompass basic anti-inflammatory, hemostatic, and bandaging materials. Most importantly, the likelihood of such a place being looted is relatively low, rendering it significantly less hazardous. After some contemplation, Lin Yao nodded. Yes, replenishing basic medical supplies is indeed the more prudent course of action. Shall we set off now? She inquired. Then, as if she had made a monumental resolution, she took a deep breath and turned to Suemo. Suemo, you didn't rest last night, and your arm is injured. Let me drive instead. You should take a break. She straightened her back, striving to appear dependable, although I have only driven automatic cars before. I researched manual driving tutorials last night. I understand the principles. Suemo observed the eager glimmer in her eyes, pausing in silence for 2 seconds. Having multiple drivers is certainly not a disadvantage. Are you certain? Absolutely. Lin Yao affirmed with a vigorous nod. Very well. Suemo unfastened his seatbelt, opened the car door, and switched positions. The 2 swiftly exchanged seats. Lin Yao settled into the driver's seat, adjusted the chair and rearview mirror, and inhaled deeply. Recalling the key points of manual driving she had hastily learned from the forum the previous night. Clutch in, rev up, release steadily, engage smoothly. And don't stall on start. She muttered to herself, pressing down on the clutch with her left foot and grasping the gear stick with her right hand. Attempting to shift into first gear, she slowly lifted her left foot from the clutch. The vehicle jolted abruptly, the engine emitted a stuttering sound, and then it stalled. Lin Yao's face turned crimson. You raised the clutch too quickly, Sumo's voice interjected as he restarted the engine. This time, she cautiously elevated the clutch. As she felt the car begin to shudder slightly, she gently pressed the accelerator. Vroom. The vehicle finally lurched forward, albeit unsteadily. Success. Lin Yao felt a surge of joy within her. However, the next challenge emerged. As she pressed the clutch to shift into second gear, the gear stick seemed stuck, emitting a shrill grinding noise. Gentle now, Suemo advised, don't force it. Lin Yao, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, finally managed to push the gear stick into the second gear position. Releasing the clutch, the vehicle lurched forward with sudden ferocity. The engine's RPM soared instantaneously, producing a cacophony without any real progress. The throttle had been applied too generously. Suemo furrowed his brow. Lin Yao, startled, promptly eased off the accelerator. The car ambled over the uneven terrain, awkwardly inching forward in a reluctant second gear. Each time they encountered a deeper pothole or an incline, Lin Yao became flustered. The vehicle oscillated between stalling and roaring. Although this woman was well-versed in theoretical knowledge, her practical skills were a calamity. Chapter 19. Sunshine Community Clinic. Finally, Su Mo spoke. His voice tinged with a hint of resignation. Let us just keep it in second gear and treat it like an automatic. Slow is fine. It won't attract any zombies. Oh, thank goodness. Lin Yao exclaimed, her tense nerves beginning to relax, gripping the steering wheel tightly. Her eyes widened in concentration as she fixated on the road ahead. The van crawled at a speed not exceeding 15 kilometers per hour, laboriously maneuvering through the ruins and obstacles. As Suemo had predicted, the zombies encountered along the way completely ignored them. Even when they brushed past, there was no reaction whatsoever. However, the short journey of merely a few kilometers took over an hour, allowing Suemo a much-needed respite. When the low building bearing the sign of the Sunshine Community Clinic finally came into view, Lin Yao let out a long sigh, feeling drenched in cold sweat. She felt more exhausted than after standing through 3 consecutive surgeries. Suemo, feeling the fatigue in her voice, stretched lazily. His gaze swept over the eerily quiet structure. The clinic was modest, with a row of shuttered gates facing the street, most of which were shattered, rendering the interior dark and indistinct. Beside the clinic was a narrow alley leading to the backyard, which had originally served as a parking area for the clinic staff. This secluded spot was enclosed on 3 sides by walls, with only one entrance and exit. Park in the backyard. It's more concealed, Suemo instructed, pointing towards the alley entrance. Understood, Lin Yao replied, carefully maneuvering the steering wheel. The van slowly turned into the alley, finally coming to a steady halt in the shadows of the backyard's corner. Turn off the engine and engage the handbrake. Suemo surveyed the surroundings. The backyard appeared relatively clean, with only a few abandoned bicycles and no signs of zombie activity. He approached the passenger window and instructed Lin Yao. I will go in and check for safety. If there are any issues, I will call you. There may be zombies or other entities inside. You are responsible for watching the entrance to the backyard. Contact me immediately if anything arises. Understood. Lin Yao nodded vigorously, her expression serious as she clutched her phone tightly. Suemo nodded in satisfaction, refraining from further words. He swiftly retrieved the bloody dagger from behind his waist and quietly slipped through the slightly ajar back door, disappearing inside. The vehicle fell into an immediate silence, save for Lin Yao's own breath. She remained alert, scanning her surroundings for any unusual sounds. Time ticked by, and the backyard remained eerily still. Lin Yao relaxed slightly, taking out her phone to organize the forum information once more. At that moment, a thunderous roar of an engine echoed from afar, rapidly approaching the entrance of the alley. A black Land Rover, caked in mud, screeched to a halt, almost completely obstructing the exit. The doors burst open, and 5 men disembarked in succession. At the forefront was a nearly 6-foot-tall bald man, his muscular physique accentuated by a leather jacket, adorned with tattoos. In his hand, he wielded a gleaming machete, still dripping with fresh blood. Following him was a tall, thin man wearing glasses, exuding an air of cunning, likely the strategist of the group. The remaining 3 comprised a sycophantic short driver and 2 stout men clad in security uniforms, brandishing steel pipes. In a swift display of prowess, they dispatched the zombies trailing behind the vehicle with ease. It was evident that this group possessed considerable strength. Brother Biao, this is it. The Sunshine Clinic. Li Xiao's coordinates are correct. The sycophant exclaimed, eagerly pointing to the clinic's sign. Li Xiao had mentioned that this place was remote, yet untouched by larger forces, ensuring the presence of medicine. The bald man, known as Zhang Biao, was the formidable leader of the Black Tiger Gang, having awakened a D-grade talent, muscle hardening, granting him strength beyond the ordinary. He was somewhat notorious in the vicinity. Zhang Biao acknowledged the assertion, casting his gaze over the clinic's shuttered gate, preparing to force it open. A monkey, take 2 brothers inside to have a look. Glasses, you stay outside to guard. Understood. Brother Biao, the sycophant replied, beckoning the 2 security thugs to enter. Just then, the shifty-eyed sycophant's gaze inadvertently drifted to a narrow alley beside the clinic, leading to the backyard. His steps abruptly halted, and his eyes widened in astonishment. Oh my God, Brother Biao, look, the backyard. There's a vehicle. A vehicle? What good could possibly be in this rundown place? Zhang Biao frowned in annoyance, but followed the direction indicated by the sycophant. Through the crevice of the narrow alley, he vaguely spotted a boxy van parked in the corner of the backyard. TCH, a broken wooling? Monkey, have you never seen the world? Zhang Biao scoffed, his disdain evident. The sycophant, frantic, jumped up and down, pointing at the passenger window of the van. No, Brother Biao. Look inside. There's someone in the car. It's a girl. Oh my God, this is too perfect. His awakened F-grade talent enhanced his vision, allowing him to see clearly from 30 meters away. He was nearly drooling, fixated on the gap in the window. Upon catching a glimpse of Lin Yao's delicate profile, his heart raced. A girl? Zhang Biao and the strategist beside him were momentarily taken aback. They held a degree of trust in the sycophant's talent. Despite his questionable taste, he could mistake a sow for a beauty. Yet in this precarious world, every human being was a resource. Moreover, a woman of considerable beauty is indeed a rare treasure. How captivating could she be? In this desolate place, Zhang Biao spoke with bravado. Yet his feet involuntarily led him toward the narrow alley. The bespectacled strategist adjusted his glasses, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes as he followed suit. The three of them crowded at the mouth of the alley, finally discerning the figure within the van. Her cropped hair was simply tied back, revealing a smooth forehead and elegant neckline. Her exquisite and ethereal visage bore hints of fatigue and tension, enhancing her already enchanting allure. Even clad in oversized athletic wear, her slender and proportionate figure remained unmistakable. Particularly striking were her eyes, clear yet imbued with a hint of defiance and vigilance. In an instant, the most primal desires of these outlaws were ignited. Zhang Biao inhaled sharply, his gaze becoming fixed, and he involuntarily swallowed hard. Even the usually sullen strategist exhibited a flicker of astonishment. The lean monkey, in a fervor, stammered, "I wasn't mistaken, was I, Biao Ge? This girl is extraordinary. Even more so than Li Xiao's campus belle. Just look at her fair skin and slender waist." "Silence," Zhang Biao snapped. Though the greed and possessiveness in his eyes were unmistakable, he licked his thick lips, mustering what he believed to be a genial smile as he approached the van. Chapter 20. Your vehicle is inferior. Knock, knock, knock. Zhang Biao struck the van's hood forcefully with the handle of his machete. "Hey, you inside. Come out." Lin Yao trembled in fear, instinctively shrinking back. Seeing her unresponsive, Zhang Biao pounded the roof again. "Don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person. We are the Black Tiger Gang. I am the leader, Zhang Biao, a D-grade talent. Do you see? I possess strength-based abilities. Stick with us, and you'll enjoy a life of luxury. Do you see my top-of-the-line Range Rover over there? It far surpasses your shabby van." Zhang Biao pointed to the black Range Rover parked at the clinic's entrance, his tone dripping with superiority. "As long as you obey, you'll ride in that vehicle. I promise you'll have the time of your life." The lean monkey chimed in, leering. "That's right, right. Come on out, pretty lady. Following our Biao Ge is far better than waiting to die in that dilapidated van. Our crew is armed. It's perfectly safe." Lin Yao gazed at the faces outside, all etched with desire, her stomach churning. She forced herself to regain composure, taking a deep breath. A surge of inexplicable courage, mingled with trust in Su Mo, prompted her to declare, "No, thank you. Your vehicle is inferior." This phrase echoed Su Mo's initial assessment of her off-road vehicle. Though her voice was soft, it reached the ears of Zhang Biao and his companions with startling clarity. The air thickened instantaneously. Zhang Biao's smile froze before transforming into a shade reminiscent of liver. Inferior? The lean monkey, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, was the first to react. "Are you blind? Look closely. This is a Range Rover. V8 top tier. A true man's vehicle. What do you have? A Wuling Hongwang. A cargo van. Rubbish." He stumbled over his words, incensed that his beloved toy was publicly belittled. "Damn it. How dare you show such disrespect?" Zhang Biao was thoroughly enraged, feeling an unprecedented insult. How could a woman driving a dilapidated van dare to look down upon his luxurious Land Rover? With a sinister grin and a glint of cruelty in his eyes, he exclaimed, "Get the vehicle over here. I shall show you what constitutes a fine automobile." "What a disparity." "Understood, Brother Biao." The slender monkey scurried towards the Land Rover parked at the clinic's entrance. Soon, the deep growl of the V8 engine roared to life once more. The slender monkey, behind the wheel, adjusted the steering to aim the vehicle directly at the van. "You insolent woman. I shall demonstrate the might of a steel beast." With a firm press of the accelerator, the Land Rover surged forth with unyielding force, barreling towards the van. To their astonishment, the men, seized by the moment, gripped the armrests tightly. Lin Yao, confident in the van's sturdiness, harbored uncertainties about whether this 3-ton behemoth would inflict internal damage like a human. A deafening crash echoed as the van was violently propelled against the brick wall of the courtyard. The vehicle shook violently, clouds of dust enveloped the scene. "Ha ha ha. Stunned, are we? Letting you act all high and mighty." Brother Biao and his companions gathered around, awaiting the spectacle. Have you learned your lesson, woman? A mere van daring to challenge a Land Rover? Get down and beg for forgiveness. However, as the dust settled and the scene became clear, Brother Biao's mocking grin froze in disbelief. The anticipated sight of the van utterly wrecked did not materialize, though it had been pushed against the wall. The unassuming van remained largely unscathed, aside from a minor scratch in the paint. Even the windows were intact. In stark contrast, the valuable Land Rover was a wreck. The front end was severely deformed, the hood twisted upwards, and the front bumper shattered. The headlights were obliterated, and coolant mixed with oil flowed freely on the ground. Even more astonishing, the airbags had deployed, leaving the slender monkey's face covered in debris. How is this possible? Zhang Biao and his bespectacled strategist widened their eyes in disbelief. The slender monkey, clumsily crawling out from the driver's seat with a swollen face, pointed at the van, his voice quivering. Brother Biao, this is bizarre. That vehicle must be solid, right? Lin Yao, gripped tightly by the seatbelt during the violent impact, was shaken but sustained no serious injuries aside from the fright. Her trembling fingers swiftly typed a message on her phone. The message was sent successfully. Almost instantaneously, Zhang Biao snapped back to reality, roaring as he charged towards the van. Raising a machete, he brought it down forcefully on the driver's side window, shouting, "You wretched woman! Are you deceiving me?" A crisp metallic clang resonated. Yet the window remained unyielding, not even a scratch left behind. Zhang Biao felt a jolt in his hands, nearly losing grip of the machete. Damn it, he cursed, delivering a fierce kick to the door, which stood resolute, forcing him to stagger back a step. Lin Yao's reverence for Su Mo surged to an unprecedented height. Su Mo's words rang true. His vehicle was indeed woeful. Get out here, you wretched woman. Don't think hiding inside will spare you. I have ample means to obliterate you. The bespectacled strategist's eyes flickered as he observed Lin Yao's earlier actions. He swiftly leaned into Zhang Biao's ear and whispered, "Brother Biao, it appears this woman was just sending a message. She may have accomplices inside." Zhang Biao's gaze sharpened, and he instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation. With a menacing grin, he bellowed at the lean monkey and the two security thugs. Damn it. So there are accomplices. Monkey, you three go in and drag the people out. I want him skinned alive. Understood, Brother Biao. Though the lean monkey was disoriented from the impact, he dared not defy Zhang Biao's command. Rubbing his swollen face, a glint of ferocity flickered in his eyes. From the trunk of the Land Rover, he retrieved an old-fashioned shotgun with a shortened barrel and called to his two companions wielding steel pipes. Achong, Ayong, follow me inside. Damn it, we must eliminate them today. Achong and Ayong responded affirmatively, tightening their grips on their steel pipes. The three of them, exuding a fierce aura, quickly vanished into the darkness of the doorway. Meanwhile, Zhang Biao and the bespectacled strategist remained behind, fixated on Lin Yao inside the vehicle. You'd better pray your lover has some backbone. Once my men drag him out, I will kill him right before your eyes. If you know what's good for you, get out of the car now. If I'm in a good mood, I might spare you some suffering. In this apocalypse, I've yet to encounter such a stunning woman. In the dimly lit corridor of the clinic, Su Mo utilized metal disassembly to unlock a room stocked with medicines. After dispatching two wandering zombies within, a thunderous crash echoed from the backyard. Subsequently, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He retrieved it to find a message from Lin Yao on the screen. Su Mo, 5 people have arrived outside. They're in a Land Rover and attempted to ram me, but their vehicle broke down. Their leader is called Brother Biao, claiming to be a D-class talent and boasting of firearms. Please exercise caution. He stowed his phone away, remaining silent as he stealthily advanced towards the rear door of the clinic. At the end of the corridor, the cacophony of the lean monkey and his companions' curses grew faintly audible. Damn it, this decrepit clinic is eerie. Hurry up and search. The boss is waiting. Once we find that kid, we'll flay him alive. Su Mo slightly tilted his head, his icy gaze fixating on the shadow swaying at the entrance. 3 oblivious prey were unwittingly presenting themselves. Chapter 21. Talent upgraded again, damn it. Where has that kid hidden? The lean monkey brandished the shortened shotgun, his eyes glimmering with an unusual light in the dim illumination. His F-class talent, enhanced vision, granted him clarity akin to wearing night vision goggles. He could see the cluttered debris and the stains on the walls in the depths of the corridor with vivid detail. This advantage emboldened him to lead the way. Be cautious, monkey. If that kid was able to damage our vehicle, he must possess some skills, Achong warned. Gripping his steel pipe tightly and scanning the tightly shut doors on either side with vigilance, the thin monkey sneered and lifted the earth gun in his hand, afraid of birds. With just one spray of this precious thing, even the metal can bloom. Can he shoot faster than a gun? Besides, with my eyes, it's useless for him to hide anywhere. He confidently scanned ahead. Within sight, there was indeed no one except for dust and ruins. This made him relax his vigilance even more. What they don't know is the corner of the corridor 5 meters away. Suemo leaned against the cold wall, and her breathing rate dropped to its lowest. The night vision ability of thin monkeys is indeed a problem. It must be resolved first. When the three of them turned the corner without any defense. At the moment when the gun barrel in the thin monkey's hand just popped out of the corner, Suemo moved. The right hand, covered in metallic luster, grasped the earth gun with unparalleled precision. The skinny monkey never expected that someone would directly grasp his gun barrel. Seek death. Subconsciously, the thin monkey pulled the trigger. Bang bang. A dull sound exploded in the narrow corridor. The expected shotgun spray did not occur. The metal-armed palm tightly blocked the muzzle of the gun. Gunpowder had nowhere to vent, instantly creating a terrifying high pressure inside the gun barrel. The homemade gun barrel couldn't withstand this pressure and exploded directly. The thin monkey let out a mournful scream. The hands holding the gun were the first to bear the brunt, being blown to pieces of blood and flesh. Fingerbone fracture, skin split, and flesh torn. Countless hot metal fragments shot into his face and chest. The thin monkey stumbled backwards and hit the wall, with blood gushing out. The body convulsed violently a few times before completely stopping moving. This sudden and terrifying change. Ah Chong and Ah Yong, who were following behind, were completely stunned. They only saw a flash of darkness, and then Monkey Brother's gun exploded. Monkey Brother. Ah Yong screamed in terror, his mind blank. Damn it, kill him. Ah Chong reacts slightly faster. He roared and lifted the steel pipe, smashing it fiercely towards Sumo's head. Sumo's metallized right hand directly grasped the steel pipe. The dagger held in reverse with the left hand flashed towards Ah Chong's wrist, holding the steel pipe. Ah Chong didn't even have time to make any effective blocks and felt a chill in his wrist, followed by intense pain. He watched in horror as his right hand weakly loosened and the heavy steel pipe slammed to the ground with a loud bang. The wrist artery was precisely severed, and blood gushed out instantly. Ah Chong wants to call. The next second, Sumo's right hand had already grabbed his throat. Click! A slight crisp sound shattered the throat bone. Ah Chong's body softened, and he collapsed to the ground. When Ah Yong finally snapped out of extreme shock, what I saw was the collapsed body of Ah Chong, and Sumo's calm eyes. I fuck you. Ah Yong was ignited by fear and anger, igniting his ferocity. He swung the heavy steel pipe in his hand and used all his strength to smash it towards Sumo's head. Suemo didn't retreat, but instead advanced. Her body slightly shorter. The metal weapon covered by the right hand once again faced the steel pipe that was being smashed. When the crisp sound of metal collision echoed in the corridor, Ah Yong felt a tremendous force emanating from the steel pipe. The impact tore through his hands, leaving his arms numb. Yet the steel pipe seemed as if it were welded to his opponent's arm, remaining utterly immovable. Is this even human? Pure terror finally consumed Ah Yong's gaze. He attempted to withdraw the steel pipe, but Sumo's metallic arm remained steadfast. An even more bewildering scene unfolded before him, before Ah Yong's very eyes. The stout solid rebar swiftly began to dissolve in Sumo's grasp. In a mere 4 or 5 seconds, the hefty rebar vanished into thin air. A monstrous being, Ah Yong was utterly shattered. The man before him possessed a physique akin to steel and iron. Such physical prowess could only belong to a gifted individual. Regaining his senses, Ah Yong turned to flee. Yet it was too late. Suemo stepped forward, his metal-clad right fist piercing directly through Ah Yong's back. He shook off the blood and soot that clung to his metallic arm. The cold sheen of metal faded, revealing unblemished skin. The entire confrontation, from Sumo's explosive reaction to silencing 3 men, transpired in less than 10 seconds. Emotionless, he surveyed the 3 lifeless bodies on the ground, confirming there was no threat. He promptly commenced his next move. Time was of the essence. Zhang Biao and the bespectacled man outside could burst in at any moment. Moreover, as Lin Yao had mentioned, they too were endowed with special abilities. These past few days of combat, solely relying on his metallic arm, had left him somewhat overwhelmed. He was still short of 300 proficiency points to elevate the Fortress Heart to level 3. The metallic items here were simple in structure and decomposed rapidly. Suemo resolved to upgrade his ability level first, unlocking new skills to bolster his combat potential. He crouched down, pressing his hands against the remnants of the makeshift shotgun and the steel pipe beside the thin monkey's corpse, channeling his thoughts with all his might. Decomposing target, remnants of a homemade shotgun, main component, low-quality steel, rebar, main component, ordinary carbon steel, complexity, low. Decomposition speed, approximately 15 kilograms per second. Estimated time, 10 seconds, Fortress Heart, Decompose. Decomposition successful. Acquired 15 fortress points. Proficiency, 15. Current fortress heart level LV2, 751-1000. Stamina consumption, moderate, 751 points. Only 249 proficiency points remain for the upgrade. Suemo hesitated no longer, directly activating his special ability. Decomposed discarded metal, acquiring 5 fortress points. Decomposed a discarded steel bed frame, acquiring 15 fortress points. Decomposed a discarded filing cabinet, acquiring 8 fortress points. The notification sounds echoed continuously in his mind. Suemo operated like an efficient metal recycling station, swiftly clearing the scene. Time slipped away, minute by minute. Approximately 15 minutes later, the entire clinic was nearly devoid of any decomposable metal items. Standing in the somewhat vacant corridor, the fatigue from decomposing weighed heavily upon him. At last, he received the chilling notification. Acquired 1 fortress point. Current fortress points, 300. Proficiency, 1. Proficiency is now full. Fortress heart level upgraded. LV2 LV30100000. Metal mastery. Decomposition speed increased by 20. Metal manipulation armament. Expanded range of armament. New function unlocked. Metal manipulation. Bone cutter, active skill. Metal resonance, passive skill, upgraded. Sumo's spirit soared as he immediately examined the new features. Metal manipulation, bone cutter, active skill. Consumes a certain amount of mental energy to condense a bone-cutting knife, which can be thrown forward after charging. Metal resonance, passive skill. Automatically scans surrounding metallic objects, providing feedback on their locations in the form of energy waves. If rare metals are detected, they will be marked as high-priority targets. At that moment, outside the clinic, Zhang Biao's roar echoed. Thin monkey, what the hell are you dawdling about in there? Have you found them? A cold smile graced Sumo's lips. The upgrade was complete, the new skills unlocked. Soon, he would step out to deal with the remaining 2 insignificant foes. Chapter 22. The chance of 3 moves in the clinic's backyard. Zhang Biao's patience had worn thin. That useless thin monkey. 3 people have been inside for so long, and not even a sound has escaped. He cursed, casting furtive glances towards the clinic's dark back door, then towards Lin Yao, who sat pale in the car. This vehicle was like an iron box. He could do nothing to Lin Yao. The bespectacled strategist adjusted his glasses. Brother Biao, something feels off. It's too quiet. Even if they haven't found anyone, there should be some commotion unless... Zhang Biao abruptly turned. Unless what? The strategist lowered his voice. Unless all 3 of them have fallen. That kid might be more formidable than he seems. His vehicle is remarkably sturdy. Thin Monkey's car crashed into it and was rendered useless. Now inside, Zhang Biao interrupted with a growl. Nonsense. Thin Monkey has a gun. A Chong and a Yong are not pushovers either. 3 living people could be silently taken down by a mere kid? Do you think this is a movie? He spoke with bravado, yet unease began to gnaw at him. The silence within the clinic was indeed unsettling compared to the chaos outside caused by the zombies. At that moment, the creaky old wooden door at the back of the clinic, which had been slightly ajar, was pushed open from the inside. A figure slowly emerged, none other than Suemo. His face bore the weariness of battle as he calmly scanned the 2 individuals in the yard, ultimately fixing his gaze on Zhang Biao. Zhang Biao's pupils constricted, and he pointed his machete at Suemo. Where are Thin Monkey and the others? What have you done to them? Suemo remained silent, his eyes sweeping over Zhang Biao and the strategist. As his gaze met theirs, an invisible ripple quietly spread from him. The passive skill, Metal Resonance. Unlocked at LV3 Heart of the Fortress, activated silently. A peculiar sensation surged into Sumo's mind. Within a 10-meter radius, all metallic objects were vividly present in his awareness. The metallic head of Zhang Biao's belt buckle, the shape of the keys in his pocket, and even the position of the screws inside the handle of the machete were unmistakably clear. The strategist was even more conspicuous, his wrist adorned with a metallic watch, while a compact pistol was discreetly concealed within the inner pocket of his suit, easily discernible. The sensation was akin to having activated a form of clairvoyance. A surge of confidence filled Suemo as he realized that the effects of his newfound ability far exceeded his expectations. It was nothing short of a divine technique for close combat and early warning. Are you mute, or what? Zhang Biao, noticing Sumo's silence, felt his anger swell. He stepped forward, his muscles taut and ready, the D-grade talent of muscle hardening primed for action. The bespectacled strategist cautiously retreated a step, his right hand subtly reaching towards his inner pocket, his gaze fixed intently on Suemo as he whispered, Biaogo, be careful. This kid could easily take down Skinny Monkey and the others. There must be something peculiar about him. That vehicle of his is strange. He might very well be a talent user. In response, Zhang Biao not only stood his ground, but adopted a condescending demeanor. A talent user? Kid, are you an awakener too? What level? F or E? Skinny Monkey's misfortune was falling into your hands. He puffed out his chest and patted his robust muscles with his cleaver, boasting, I am Zhang Biao, with a D-grade talent in muscle hardening. See this? I am impervious to blades and bullets. Even the claws of elite zombies cannot pierce my skin. He gestured towards the derelict Land Rover stuck at the alley's entrance, and then pointed at Sumo's van, his tone dripping with provocation. Kid, I see you have some skill, and your vehicle isn't bad either. How about this? I'll give you a chance. Let us make a bet. I'll let you have 3 moves. You can slash with your knife, smash with a club, or shoot with a gun. If you manage to injure even a single hair on my body within those 3 moves, I'll let you go without a word. He then shifted his tone, a lascivious glint in his eyes. But if you can't harm me, then you'll have to kneel and call me Big Brother. You'll follow me from now on. And that girl in your vehicle? She'll naturally belong to me. What do you say? Do you dare to gamble? Inside the van, Lin Yao felt her heart leap to her throat. Sumo eyed Zhang Biao's self-assured smirk, a cold curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Perfect. It was the ideal opportunity to test his new skill. 3 moves? Let us see. Sumo slowly drew the dagger from his waist, the very one he had used to pierce the leader of the Reapers. Before his words could fully dissipate, Sumo lunged forward with sudden intensity. His speed was not particularly rapid, yet his movements were clean and decisive. The dagger glinted ominously as it aimed directly for Zhang Biao's chest. What a great move. Zhang Biao cackled, unflinching as he stood his ground, confident in his defense. The dagger's tip struck Zhang Biao's chest with considerable force, yet the anticipated penetration did not materialize. Instead, the dagger's tip bent sharply upwards. In the next moment, it snapped, leaving behind only a shallow white mark on Zhang Biao's skin, unbroken. Zhang Biao erupted in laughter, filled with disdain. Haha, is that all? You couldn't even give me a tickle. Kid, that was your first move. You've got 2 left. So hurry up. He cast a triumphant glance at Lin Yao, who was pale with fear, as if he could already envision her despair. For the second move, Sumo remained expressionless, seemingly unfazed by the destruction of his dagger. He discarded the broken weapon and clenched his right fist. A sudden sheen of matte metallic luster enveloped his entire right arm and part of his shoulder in an instant. Metal armor. After the Bastion of the Heart ascended to level 3, the range of the metallic armament expanded significantly. The bespectacled strategist observed keenly, his expression sharpening as he promptly warned. Biao, his arm has changed color. His talent. It is body enhancement. Zhang Biao also noticed the transformation in Sumo's arm and dared not be reckless. His muscles tensed instantaneously, the veins beneath his skin bulging prominently. His already swollen muscles expanded further, resembling a thick layer of armor. Come on. Let me see how hard your iron arm truly is. Sumo's metallic fist crashed heavily against Zhang Biao's crossed arms, which were defensively positioned before his chest. The impact resonated like 2 speeding trucks colliding head-on. The solid concrete beneath Zhang Biao's feet cracked instantly, debris scattering. His massive form staggered back 3 steps before barely regaining his footing. A clear imprint of a fist appeared where their arms intersected. The maniacal grin on Zhang Biao's face froze in an instant. What the hell kind of power is this? If I hadn't fully activated my talent just now, that punch might have shattered my bones. Zhang Biao suppressed the turbulent blood and the excruciating pain in his arms, declaring, second move. You're still far from it. You haven't even broken my skin. Kid, you've lost. That girl is mine. His greedy gaze shifted once more to Lin Yao in the van. As if victory were already assured, Lin Yao's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. The defensive prowess of this D-level talent was truly monstrous. She looked towards Sumo, her eyes filled with concern and hopelessness. Sumo slowly retracted his metallic right arm and shook his hand lightly. That turtle shell does possess some hardness. Zhang Biao, infuriated by the nonchalant derision, roared, damn you. Third move. Sumo interrupted his bellowing, his voice calm and unperturbed. He did not charge forward, nor did he assume any attacking posture. He merely stood still, raising his right hand. A hum resonated as an invisible force field emanated from him. The air seemed to echo with the sound of countless metallic shards scraping against each other. Above the palm of Sumo's right hand, a blinding silver glimmer ignited. A metal throwing knife, approximately 10 centimeters long, thin as a cicada's wing, with edges gleaming coldly, hovered above his palm. Metal control, cleaver, powering up. Sumo's mental energy surged rapidly toward his palm. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The silver cleaver's brilliance intensified, causing the surrounding space to begin distorting. What on earth is that? The manic grin on Zhang Biao's face vanished entirely. In its place arose an unprecedented fear. The energy contained within this small throwing knife was 10 times more terrifying than that of an elite zombie. Biao Ge, get away. The bespectacled strategist's face paled as he instinctively reached for the handgun at his waist. Dodge. I am impervious to blades and bullets. What is there to fear? Zhang Biao, clouded by terror and anger, dismissed caution. He summoned his muscle-hardening talent to its fullest, his skin turning as hard as black iron. Instead of retreating, he advanced, wielding his mountain-splitting blade like a mad bull, charging towards Su Mo playing tricks. Die. Just as Zhang Biao closed in on Su Mo, the mountain-splitting blade poised to strike down. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Su Mo's eyes. Go. The bone-piercing dagger, charged for over 5 seconds, transformed into a streak of silver lightning. It was swift, too swift for Zhang Biao to even raise his mountain-splitting blade in defense. In that moment, he had no choice but to rely on the extreme hardening of his muscles to withstand the blow directly. A soft tearing sound echoed, and Zhang Biao's massive body abruptly stiffened as he rushed forward. In disbelief, he lowered his gaze to his chest, where a blood hole, as thick as a thumb and completely perforating, had appeared, piercing straight through his heart. Following that, a muffled thud resonated from behind him. The dagger that had pierced Zhang Biao did not lose momentum. It drove straight through the wall behind him, through the gaping hole the size of a basin. The dagger was deeply embedded into the concrete pavement beyond, leaving behind a small hole that seemed bottomless. Zhang Biao's mouth gaped open, and he stammered out his final words. Impossible. His D-grade talent of muscle hardening seemed as fragile as paper before that silver light. His enormous body swayed as if all its bones had been extracted and collapsed thunderously to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The entire backyard fell into an oppressive silence. The bespectacled strategist stood frozen, his body icy. His hand, which had reached for the pistol at his waist, halted in midair. Trembling slightly, he gazed at the lifeless body of Zhang Biao, whose eyes were wide open in death, then shifted his gaze to Su Mo's palm, where the silver glow was gradually dissipating. A chill surged through him, reaching his very soul. What manner of monster is this? To annihilate a D-grade defensive talent with such ease in its most formidable form? This was something even a C-grade attacker could not achieve. Could it be that the opponent's talent had reached B-grade, or even A-grade? Inside the van, Lin Yao's wide eyes were filled with shock. What had Su Mo just done? That silver flying knife, which appeared out of thin air, had instantly slain the invulnerable giant, and even penetrated the wall. Su Mo slowly lowered his right hand, his complexion paler than before. The expenditure from disassembling metal, coupled with the consecutive use of metal armor and the final charge of over 5 seconds for the dagger, had drained his mental energy far beyond expectation. He did not even glance at Zhang Biao's corpse. Instead, he cast a cold glance at the astonished bespectacled strategist, as if observing a mere object by the roadside. The moment the bespectacled man met Su Mo's gaze, his legs buckled, and he sank to the ground. Wang Ming. Everyone calls me Glasses. Desperate for survival. Wang Ming's eyes darted quickly, searching for an escape. Yes. Yes. I want to live. I dream of it. Su Mo regarded Wang Ming and spoke. 1 minute. Prove your worth. Wang Ming lifted his head, a cunning glint flashing behind his glasses. Brother, I am truly useful. That fool Zhang Biao is all brawn and no brains. The Black Tiger Gang is just a rabble. You are different. You possess strength. In this world, it's too difficult to go solo. But even with your might, you can only face 2 opponents. He pointed toward the distant, dilapidated high-rise, hastily promoting himself. I know the locations of several major survivor strongholds in Star City. In the Northern Industrial Park, the Brotherhood. At the Southern Logistics Center, the Blazing Fire Gang. And in the Western Granary, the Iron Shield. Their personnel configuration, material reserves, and weaponry. You require intelligence. You need someone to manage logistics for you, analyze the situation, and even assist in overseeing potential future members. I am pursuing an MBA. My expertise lies in resource integration and network operations. Retain me, and I can help your team grow stronger and more formidable. He straightened his back, striving to present himself as more valuable. With my assistance, can you not establish your order in this apocalyptic world more swiftly? Su Mo interrupted him, his voice devoid of any emotion, flat and calm. Wang Ming was taken aback, then nodded vigorously. Yes. Order. Strength coupled with wisdom is the true path. I, Wang Ming, have squandered half my life, lamenting the lack of a wise leader. If you do not find me unworthy, I am willing to call you my adoptive father. Su Mo took a slow step closer, halting 2 paces away. I have no need for self-important individuals. This statement pierced through Wang Ming's flicker of hope like a dagger. The flattery and excitement that had adorned his face froze. Nor do I require a sycophant. Su Mo's voice was chillingly calm. In this apocalypse, trust between individuals is the rarest commodity. You may lack significant utility, but harboring thoughts of betrayal is utterly unacceptable. This is a grave taboo. To betray once is to invite a second time. No, brother. Please allow me to explain. I am merely being pragmatic. Wang Ming attempted to plead his case. Su Mo's voice, though not loud, interrupted Wang Ming's incessant babbling. I shall ask you but once. All the intelligence you just mentioned, whether you choose to divulge it or not, leads to but one conclusion: death. Wang Ming gazed at Su Mo, the last vestige of his fantasy shattering. He understood that this young man before him was utterly indifferent to his so-called value and would never accept his allegiance. Ha. Very well. I shall speak. Wang Ming suddenly laughed nervously, while his right hand discreetly slipped into his pocket, reaching for the handgun. However, this subtle maneuver did not escape Su Mo's extraordinary ability to resonate with metal. Buzz. In an instant, Su Mo's right foot gleamed with a matte metallic sheen. Metal control armed. Without a moment's hesitation, his foot lashed out like an iron whip. Wang Ming's wrist was shattered into pieces by the weight of Su Mo's kick, sending him flying 10 meters away. Clutching his broken hand, he collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. He looked at the man before him, his gaze filled with venomous resentment. Ha, you ruthless bastard. Let me tell you. Do you know who stands behind us? The Black Tiger Gang is nothing. We are merely a small squad under the Falcon Alliance. Li Hao, have you heard of him? The eldest son of the Li family in Star City. It is he, Li Hao, the one who drove the modified BMW SUV, snatched all the supplies before my very eyes, kicked me to the ground, and humiliated me with the most vicious words, calling me a worthless lowlife. A second-generation rich kid deserving only to await death. Wang Ming sensed the murderous intent lurking in Su Mo's eyes. Believing he had successfully provoked his opponent, he revealed a twisted satisfaction on his face. Yes, it is that boastful Li who has awakened a C-class talent. We, the Black Tiger Gang, are merely the executors of his commands. Our primary responsibility is to eliminate small outposts and gather resources and women. Do you believe that by killing a few of us, you have brought this to an end? I have long since relayed your information, your vehicle, and that beautiful girl to young Master Li. Ha. His men will arrive here in no time. Your fate is sealed. No matter how resilient your vehicle is, it cannot withstand the firepower of the Alliance. That woman will inevitably become someone else's plaything. His words were abruptly cut off by a flash of cold light. Su Mo decisively kicked in Wang Ming's skull. There was no hesitation, no superfluous words. Upon hearing the name Li Hao and confirming the lead to his nemesis, Su Mo had already resolved the man's fate. Chapter 24. I used the big one. Having accomplished this, Su Mo turned towards the van. Click. The door unlocked. Lin Yao immediately pushed it open and stepped out. Her face somewhat pale, yet her gaze was considerably clearer than before. She glanced at Wang Ming's lifeless body on the ground, then quickly averted her eyes, forcing herself not to dwell on the gruesome scene. Su Mo, she called softly. Su Mo responded, raising a hand to indicate the back door of the clinic. It's safe inside now. The zombies and debris have been cleared. Go to the pharmacy inside, gather all the usable items, and pack them into boxes. I will return in an hour. Understood. Lin Yao nodded without a trace of hesitation. There was no doubt in her mind regarding Su Mo's words. Having experienced Su Mo's ruthless methods and the peculiar defenses of this vehicle, obedience had become her safest choice. Taking a deep breath, she tightened the straps of her backpack and briskly headed towards the dark back door of the clinic, her figure quickly vanishing within. Su Mo observed Lin Yao's disappearing silhouette, then cast his gaze upon the surrounding corpses. Li Hao and the Falcon Alliance. His eyes hardened as he turned back to the driver's seat. Boom. The van adjusted its angle, maneuvering out from under the front of the Land Rover. Ultimately, it positioned itself at an oblique angle, aligning its rear side door snugly against the back door of the clinic. With this vehicle blocking the entrance, as long as Lin Yao remained calm, she should be safe for the next hour. Su Mo leaned back against the seat, closing his eyes. The continuous battles, disassemblies, and the immense energy expenditure from using skills necessitated a brief respite. At the same time, he needed to contemplate his revenge plan. In the eastern part of the city, within a fortified and remodeled standalone villa, a man clad in a tactical vest was irritably sifting through a mountain of reports piled on the table and several satellite phones that were incessantly flashing notifications. He was one of Li Hao's trusted aides, tasked with intelligence screening, nicknamed Black Bear. Damn it, more of this useless information. Black Bear cursed, crumpling one report and tossing it into the corner trash can. The report originated from a peripheral team known as the Black Tiger Gang, claiming to have encountered an unidentified attack at the clinic in the Sunshine community in the western part of the city, with all 5 team members suspected to be annihilated. The attackers possessed an extraordinarily resilient Wuling Hongguang van, which even managed to wreck their Range Rover. A Wuling Hongguang wrecked a Range Rover? Zhang Biao, that fool. Has he lost his mind to drugs? The Black Bear scoffed, his face a mask of disdain. Such worthless information dares to be reported? What a waste of my time. He casually tossed the report into the trash bin, which was already filled with bizarre and exaggerated, unverifiable eyewitness accounts. A van with perverse defenses? In the vulture's eyes, this was either Zhang Biao's mad ramblings before his demise or an excuse concocted by some squad to hoard supplies. This information didn't even qualify to be presented to young Master Li Hao. What truly concerned him were the intelligence reports regarding the struggle for the granary in the southern part of the city or the emergence of elite mutated beings in the northern district. As for that remote little clinic in the west of the city and that unheard of Wuling Hongguang, who cares? In the backyard of the Sunshine Community Clinic, Su Mo leaned against the driver's seat, replenishing his food supply while regaining his strength. The passive resonance of metal enveloped his surroundings like a radar, detecting any movement of metallic objects within a 10-meter radius. Suddenly, a brief gasp emanated from deep within the clinic. It was Lin Yao's voice. Su Mo's eyes shot open, and his right hand instinctively rested on his pistol. Yet, within the feedback of the metal resonance, aside from Lin Yao and a slowly moving cart, there was no other activity within the clinic. A few seconds later, Lin Yao returned to the vehicle. Upon noticing Su Mo's vigilant gaze, she quickly waved her hands in reassurance. It's nothing, Su Mo. I just startled myself. Inside, there are 3 corpses, and their conditions are rather horrifying. I didn't expect it to be so. She trailed off, but Su Mo understood. It was the 3 of the thin monkeys, each meeting a gruesome end. One shot in the head by a misfired earth gun, another with a throat slashed by a dagger, and the last pierced through the back. Naturally, their demise was not pretty. As a doctor, Lin Yao had witnessed her fair share of bloody scenes. But confronting the aftermath of such violent killings up close was still a staggering impact. Well, one must become accustomed. We need to hurry, Su Mo replied, leaning back against the chair once more. Understood. Lin Yao nodded vigorously before turning and diving back into the clinic. She forced herself to concentrate on the shelves of the pharmacy. Just as Su Mo had anticipated, although the clinic was small, it had been ransacked only a few times. The remaining supplies in the pharmacy were limited, but better than nothing. With her professional expertise, Lin Yao meticulously searched through the stock. 2 boxes of amoxicillin. Though they were a few months past their expiration, they were better than nothing. Iodine. 3 unopened bottles. Fantastic. There were only 2 rolls of gauze left. But several rolls of bandages were still available, along with a full 10 bags of saline solution. A treasure. As for syringes and needles, there were quite a few basic instruments still on hand. She swiftly categorized the medicines and instruments she found, placing them into a hard plastic box she had discovered in the pharmacy. When she reached the family planning shelf, her steps halted. In the corner, a few boxes of unopened condoms lay scattered. Lin Yao's cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment. She recalled Su Mo's words when he rescued her. Your body belongs to me. As a doctor, she understood better than anyone what it meant to become pregnant in a post-apocalyptic world. To the mother, to the child, and to the entire team. It was a burden. Without hesitation, she placed several boxes of condoms into the transport box. Within an hour, Lin Yao was dragging the heavy transport box, somewhat straining as she walked towards Su Mo. Inside the box, alongside medical supplies, were a few bottles of medical glucose and nutrient solution. These items could serve not only as medical resources, but also as emergency food. Su Mo opened the door and stepped out of the vehicle. Lin Yao, not wanting to trouble him, quickly said, Su Mo, I've organized everything. Just put it in the car. I can carry it. Su Mo remained silent, simply reaching out to take the box. I can manage, Lin Yao began, but suddenly her grip slipped. The box fell sharply downward. Ah, Lin Yao exclaimed. Su Mo reacted swiftly, extending his arm to securely catch the bottom of the box. However, at that moment of tilt, several colorful small boxes tumbled out, landing right at Su Mo's feet. Lin Yao's face instantly flushed crimson, resembling a ripe tomato. Flustered, she attempted to pick them up, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Stuck in place, she stammered, I need these as protective measures. Given the current environment, the risk of unintended pregnancy is too high, which would affect our mobility and survival chances. As a doctor, I have a responsibility. Her voice dwindled, and her head lowered further. Suemo bent down and picked up a box of condoms. He glanced at the size indicated on the packaging, then looked back at Lin Yao, who seemed as if she wished to vanish into a crevice. The corners of his lips twitched slightly as he casually tossed the box back into the transport box, saying, "This size is too small. I use the large ones." Lin Yao. Sumo's statement was utterly mundane, yet to Lin Yao's ears, it sounded like a declaration of beasts. Suddenly, she recalled the earlier battle, where Suemo had armored his arms and calves in metal. Could it be that he could fortify any part of his body? Lost in thought, Lin Yao felt her entire face flush with blood, her ears burning. Unbeknownst to Suemo, Lin Yao's thoughts were racing. He effortlessly lifted the transport box and placed it into the spacious rear of the van. Chapter 25. Lin Yao. Get in. We need to go. He returned to the passenger seat and started the engine. The V6 engine rumbled with a deep, powerful growl. With her face still flushed, Lin Yao scrambled into the driver's seat, her mind buzzing. It was only when Sumo's gaze swept over her that she snapped back to reality. The van began to roll away, leaving the clinic behind. The effects of environmental camouflage remained remarkable. Most zombies paid no heed to the vehicle that was mere feet away. Suemo. Lin Yao cleared her throat and handed him the notebook. At the next intersection, turn left. About 2 kilometers ahead, there's a Lele discount supermarket. It's somewhat secluded, nestled within an old residential area, and might not have been raided extensively yet. Suemo acknowledged with a grunt and closed his eyes. Outside the window, the dilapidated streets rushed past in a blur, but her thoughts were far from the road conditions. The size is too small. I use the large ones. The words echoed in her mind like an incantation. This man had an uncanny ability to express the most heart-racing sentiments in the most mundane tone. Focus on driving. Came the voice of Suemo from the passenger seat, tinged with a barely perceptible weariness. Lin Yao snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushing hotter as she hastily replied, "Oh right. Okay." She forced herself to concentrate on the uneven road ahead, yet her peripheral vision betrayed her, continuously drawn to the man beside her. He had his eyes closed, seemingly resting, with strands of hair cascading over his handsome features. The usually sharp contours of his face appeared softened in repose. However, Lin Yao noticed his right hand curling involuntarily, the wound on the back of it, a mark from the mutated creature, faintly revealing an abnormal bluish-black hue at its edges. "Suemo. Your hand." Lin Yao could not help but voice her concern. "It's nothing," he replied tersely, keeping his eyes shut, though his breathing sounded heavier than before. Suddenly, with a jolt, the steering wheel veered off course as Lin Yao momentarily lost focus, nearly colliding with the wall. What happened? Sumo's eyes flew open, his gaze landing on Lin Yao. "I am sorry. I lost my concentration." Lin Yao's face paled. Suemo furrowed his brow, but said nothing further. Yet, his breaths were clearly more labored, beads of cold sweat forming at his temples. He raised his hand to rub his forehead. But as soon as his right hand lifted halfway, it spasmed violently. The bluish-black wound on his forearm seemed to writhe, creeping upwards. Lin Yao, witnessing this alarming transformation, quickly pulled the car over to the side. She unbuckled her seatbelt and leaned forward urgently. "Suemo, your hand. Let me see." He did not refuse. Or perhaps his current state left him no choice but to acquiesce. His jaw clenched tightly, veins bulging on his forehead as he appeared to endure immense pain. The skin surrounding the wound felt unnaturally hot, and the bluish-black color was visibly spreading along the veins of his arm towards his shoulder. "This is bad. It's toxins. The zombie poison is taking effect." Lin Yao's heart plummeted. She frantically recalled fragmented information from forums, where someone had mentioned that wounds inflicted by certain special zombies displayed unusual colors, and the infected would suffer from high fevers and excruciating pain, ultimately leading to either death or a loss of humanity, devolving in the once profound and tranquil gaze now brimmed solely with primal possessiveness. He forcefully pinned Lin Yao's body against the confines of the narrow back seat. The adjacent seat creaked under the weight of the moment. "No, Suemo. It's me, Lin Yao," she exclaimed, terror coursing through her as she struggled. Her hands attempted to push him away, but the effort proved utterly futile. Despair washed over Lin Yao. In that instant, she recalled his words during her rescue. "Your body belongs to me." Would he transform into such a monster? Would she become his final offering before losing all reason? Perhaps dying at his hands would be preferable to succumbing to those beasts who would toy with her until death. After all, he was the man who had offered her a glimmer of hope in her darkest hour. At least his current torment stemmed not from malice. Could it be that this was her fate? To be at his service, whether as a healer or in this moment? As this absurd thought surfaced in her mind, It brought an almost tragic sense of serenity and liberation. Lin Yao's taut body gradually relaxed. She gazed at Su Mo, ceasing her struggles, silent tears cascading down her cheeks. Closing her eyes, she softly uttered, "Su Mo, if this can ease your suffering." With those words, she tilted her head slightly, exposing her vulnerable neck. A low groan escaped Su Mo's lips, his eyes flickering with a hint of agonizing struggle. It seemed he was battling the ravaging toxins within him with the last vestiges of clarity. Lin Yao's heart ached intensely. Suddenly, her fear dissipated. A powerful conviction seized her entire being. She could not allow him to die. She could not let him become a monster. Time lost meaning as Lin Yao's consciousness soared. Suddenly, a beam of light pierced through the crimson sky. Lin Yao's eyes flew open, enveloped by a gentle force. In the next moment, she clearly perceived the dark green toxins, writhing and spreading within Su Mo like a living entity. They were ravenously devouring his flesh and nerves, seeking to invade his brain. To her astonishment, she realized she had awakened her gift in such a manner. Lin Yao raised her trembling hand, cradling his face. Her voice steadied, imbued with resolve. "I will not let you die. I am your doctor and your own." With that declaration, she disregarded all else. Channeling a torrent of vibrant life energy into Su Mo's body through their intimate connection. A milky white radiance enveloped him instantly, wherever the light touched. The dark green toxins were swiftly eradicated. The festering flesh at his wounds disintegrated at a visible rate, fresh muscle and skin frantically regenerating. A pained yet liberated howl erupted from Su Mo as his body arched, only for his eyes to roll back as he succumbed to unconsciousness. His heavy form slumped against Lin Yao. Subsequently, the milky light gradually receded, ultimately vanishing completely within her. Chapter 26. The compassionate healer with exceptional talent. The air within the carriage was thick with an unmistakable ambience of intimacy. Mingled with the scent of sweat and a faint metallic tang of blood, Lin Yao lay languidly on the rear seat, devoid of the strength even to twitch a finger. Su Mo's heavy form still loomed over her. She turned her head, gazing at the man's slightly pallid profile as he slept. A profound weariness washed over her, a sensation akin to surviving a calamity. Yet, alongside this fatigue, a flicker of solace and exhilaration surged within her. She had succeeded. The corners of Lin Yao's mouth involuntarily curled into a smile. She had truly pulled Su Mo back from the brink of death. He was alive. He remained Su Mo. However, shortly thereafter came the deep-seated ache that coursed through her body. She could not help but draw a soft breath, her cheeks instantly aflame. This man was nothing short of a monster. Even in such a state, he had managed to evoke the tempestuous intensity of their earlier encounter, and her instinctive acquiescence to it. How could she withstand the onslaught of such thoughts in the future, thoughts that surged uncontrollably? As a physician, she was certainly aware of the intricacies of intimate relations. Yet, the difference between theoretical knowledge and personal experience was stark. This man, his strength and endurance were simply inhuman. Lin Yao steeled herself, attempting to remain attuned to the sounds beyond the vehicle. Yet, her exhausted body could not withstand the weight of fatigue. As her consciousness began to wane, she succumbed to slumber. Time passed, though she could not discern how long. Suddenly, Su Mo's eyes snapped open. His awareness surged forth as though breaking the surface of a deep sea, momentarily disoriented. Memories of his prior state crashed over him, the searing pain in his arm, the feverish heat, the wildness of his primal instincts, alongside the tender, delicate touch and suppressed sobs. He became instantly alert. The carriage was suffused with an indescribable tension. Lowering his gaze, he beheld Lin Yao, her eyes tightly shut, long eyelashes adorned with unshed tears. Her sportswear lay in tatters, and a small patch of dark crimson stained the seat. The interior was a chaotic mess, strewn with discarded clothing, fallen medicine vials, and a potent aroma. Su Mo's brow furrowed slightly. He propped himself up and carefully distanced himself from Lin Yao. His body bore no signs of discomfort. On the contrary, it was invigoratingly revitalized. The wounds on his arm had vanished without a trace, the scars barely perceptible. Even the violent toxins and searing sensations within him had dissipated entirely. This was not a speed achievable through natural recovery. He recalled the frenzy of his uncontrollable state and vaguely remembered a moment when a warm force surged into him, suppressing the toxins. In an instant, the pieces of the puzzle fell into place. She had saved him. At that moment, Lin Yao's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. Initially dazed, her gaze sharpened upon seeing Su Mo so close. A blush crept onto her pale face, rendering her unable to meet his eyes. The carriage fell into silence, punctuated only by their slightly hurried breaths. It was Su Mo who first broke the stillness. Lin Yao's body trembled slightly, her head bowing even lower. I'm fine. She then took a deep breath. Su Mo, I think I have awakened my talent. Talent? Su Mo's pupils constricted slightly. Yes. A-grade talent. The benevolence of a healer, Lin Yao nodded. What is the ability? An A-grade talent is undoubtedly a top-tier combat strength within the entire Star City. Lin Yao organized her thoughts and explained, I can perceive the internal ailments, toxins, or abnormal energy flows within others. For instance, I can see the shape and intensity of the toxins that were spreading in your arm, within the blood vessels and muscles. Is it a passive skill? Su Mo immediately grasped the crux. An A-grade talent could not possibly possess only one passive probing skill. Yes. The passive skill is called Life Insight. Lin Yao nodded, her gaze flickering slightly. And there is also an active skill, called Life Transference. It allows me to transfer my own vitality through touch to heal the target. However, the effect is limited, and it is very taxing on my spirit. Using it once leaves me utterly exhausted. She attempted to downplay the severity, but her eyes momentarily evaded. She deliberately emphasized the limitations and the mental toll. The cost of exhausting 10 years of her life was something she wished to keep unspoken. What would it change if she did? It would only add to the burden. As long as she could save him, she would accept the price of 10 years. Her complexion was pale, her lips devoid of color. The dark circles under her eyes conveyed an overwhelming sense of frailty. This weakness was far beyond simple exhaustion of spirit. Considering her current state, it seemed she had indeed depleted her own life force. Indeed, this price was suffocatingly heavy. He reached out, his fingertip gently brushing the corner of Lin Yao's eye. This sudden gesture made her freeze, her heart racing as if struck by something forceful. Su Mo withdrew his hand, refraining from further inquiries. He removed his relatively clean work jacket and draped it gently over Lin Yao, concealing her ambiguous marks. Okay, he replied, his voice deep and assured, revealing little emotion, yet carrying an undeniable certainty. He opened the car door, moved to the driver's side, buckled his seatbelt, and started the engine. Let's go to the supermarket. You need to replenish your strength. Su Mo did not ask further questions, offer thanks, or provide unnecessary comfort. In this apocalyptic world, words were the cheapest currency. Lin Yao's feelings were noted by him. Wrapping herself in his jacket, Lin Yao felt the lingering warmth and scent. Upon hearing his words, she suddenly lifted her head to meet Su Mo's stern profile. It turned out he knew everything. He understood the price she had paid and recognized her current weakness that required replenishment, responding in the most direct manner possible. Leaning against the passenger seat, tears flowed silently down her cheeks. Yet, her lips curved upward slightly, forming a small arc. In this cold, cruel apocalypse, she was not truly alone. Her sacrifices, her efforts, he had witnessed them, and that was enough. The van traversed the fractured streets, heading towards the nearby Lele supermarket. Inside the vehicle, a complex atmosphere lingered. Su Mo gazed ahead, his expression profound. Lin Yao's healer talent, classified as A-grade, harbored immense potential. Her passive skill, Life Insight, was akin to divine prowess in the apocalypse, enabling her to foresee and evade lethal threats. The cost of transmuting life essence was steep, yet its effects were nothing short of miraculous. However, how did Lin Yao awaken her talent? This was a question worth exploring later. They found themselves in a relatively aged residential area, with Lele's supermarket situated on the ground floor of an apartment building. The roller shutter was violently damaged, hanging askew on its track. Surrounding the area lay scattered debris and abandoned vehicles. A few zombies meandered aimlessly at a distant street corner. Su Mo parked the van in a relatively concealed nook beside the supermarket. Thanks to the passive effect of environmental camouflage, the van's presence was minimized. Casting a glance at the still sleeping Lin Yao, he refrained from waking her immediately. Instead, he drew a compact handgun from his waist, the very one he had confiscated from Wang Ming. The magazine contained 7 bullets, ample enough for Lin Yao's protection. He retained a police pistol seized from Zhang Chong, with 4 remaining rounds as his final trump card. Gently, Su Mo nudged Lin Yao's shoulder. Drowsily, she opened her eyes. He offered her the handgun, stating, "Take this. It's Wang Ming's gun, with 7 bullets." Lin Yao stared at the cold metal momentarily, her mind racing. She had learned the basics of shooting from tutorials on the forum. Do not exit the vehicle unless I return or confirm absolute safety. Protect yourself and await my return. Lin Yao's heart raced. She met Su Mo's calm yet trusting gaze, then glanced at the weighty handgun in her hand. This was not merely a weapon, it represented recognition. She nodded earnestly, her eyes resolute. Yes, be careful, I will wait for you. With no further words, Su Mo opened the car door. Chapter 27. The little bear in the supermarket. Sumo pressed against the wall, swiftly approaching the supermarket entrance. His passive skill, metal resonance, functioned like an invisible radar, instantly scanning the vicinity. Detected metallic objects, roller shutter track, ordinary steel, shelves, ordinary steel. Cash register metal components, ordinary steel. No highlighted rare metal signals detected. No large moving metallic life forms detected, based on the feedback. There were no anomalies within a 10-meter radius. Sumo crouched and slipped through the partially open roller shutter. Inside the supermarket, the lighting was dim. Shelves lay askew, and various goods were strewn across the floor, creating a scene of chaos. Clearly, this place had endured more than one looting. Rather than advancing immediately, Sumo leaned against a relatively intact shelf, utilizing metal resonance to broaden his field of vision. Aside from the metal shelves, cash registers, and display cases, he temporarily found no signs of living beings or unusual metallic signals. His primary objective was food and water. After deftly evading several staggering zombies, he swiftly navigated through the collapsed shelves, his aim resolute as he scoured the areas yet to be entirely stripped bare. Only 2 boxes of compressed biscuits remained, along with a few unopened packs of bottled water tucked away in a corner. Canned luncheon meat. What a treasure! Vacuum-sealed rice was also a valuable find. Sumo stacked the supplies he had gathered in a corner near the back door passage, a relatively concealed spot for easy transport later. Just as he finished clearing the latter half of the first floor and prepared to ascend to the second, a metallic resonance suddenly detected a powerful metallic signal, not from within the supermarket, but from outside the main entrance. Sumo's gaze sharpened as he slipped into the shadow of a large freezer, holding his breath. It was not the shuffling of zombies, but rather the sound of modified vehicles. Indeed, accompanied by a low rumble of engines. He clearly observed through the shattered glass of the supermarket 3 modified black SUVs. With a sudden halt, one vehicle came to a steady stop in the open space before the supermarket's entrance. The doors swung open with a series of loud thuds, and approximately a dozen fully armed men leapt out. Their gear starkly contrasted with the previous ruffians of the Black Tiger Gang. They wore matching black combat uniforms, tactical vests adorned with magazines, and each wielded an assault rifle, their movements swift and orderly. They quickly dispatched the zombies trailing behind them, demonstrating formidable firepower at this stage. The leader, though obscured by a black mask, possessed piercing eyes akin to those of a hawk, scanning the supermarket entrance. He commanded his subordinates, "Confirm the target signal. The last known location is right here." Little Bear must have taken refuge inside. Team A and Team B, encircle the entrance. Team C, secure the back door and side windows. Not a single rat is to escape. The higher-ups have ordered us to capture him alive. The team responded in hushed tones, "Yes, Scar brother." With that, the squad swiftly dispersed, their actions precise and efficient. In less than 10 seconds, they had sealed off all potential exits of the supermarket. Their attire and the logos on their vehicles matched the descriptions circulating on forums. They were indeed the elite of the Falcon Alliance, hailing from the Lee family. Although no one in the team possessed Awaken combat talents, their seamless coordination placed them among the upper echelons of the Falcon Alliance. Sumo felt a weight settle in his chest. The caliber of this team was far superior to that of Zhang Biao's ragtag group. They were well-equipped and remarkably synchronized, evidently on a mission to apprehend a specific target, Little Bear. At that moment, Sumo's metallic resonance detected an anomaly. Behind the freezer where he was concealed, a narrow gap formed by a row of collapsed shelves revealed a faintly moving signal. From the metallic outline, it was easy to infer that it was likely a tablet computer operated by someone hidden within. Could this be the Little Bear they were seeking? With the Falcon Alliance having secured all entrances and exits of the supermarket, Sumo refrained from making any rash movements. He needed to observe the situation closely, unwilling to reveal his current position. After all, once exposed, he may simultaneously confront a highly trained armed squad and be caught in a pincer movement by that Little Bear. After all, Sumo can handle a few individuals, but he is far from confident when facing a dozen fully armed combatants. Bang! The supermarket's entrance was brutally kicked open by one of the team members. Beams of bright flashlight cut through the darkness of the supermarket, sweeping across the interior. "Search. Be meticulous. That little shorty is quite slippery." Scar Brother's voice echoed at the doorway. The beam swept over the cold storage area where Sumo was hiding, then moved away. He lowered his right hand, which was poised to activate his metal weaponry. Suddenly, Sumo's metallic resonance clearly detected the target hiding in the gap between the shelves. A delicate, pale hand emerged. Its fingertips pointed towards a few fallen drone toys lying not far away. An invisible mental force surged through those fingertips, instantly infusing the swarm of drones with energy. In the next moment, buzz, several previously silent drones began to flash their red lights frantically. Without warning, they launched themselves in a suicidal charge towards the nearest member of the Falcon Alliance. Damn, it's the drones. Conceal yourselves. The team member was caught off guard, startled by the unexpected assault. Although the drone posed no real threat, he reflexively pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. The other members, already on high alert, were jolted by the sudden gunfire, which became the most direct provocation. Over there, it's our allies. Suppress their fire. In an instant, gunfire erupted within the supermarket, plunging the scene into chaos. Everyone cease fire. It's the little bear's doing. Scar Brothers' furious shout seemed feeble amidst the cacophony. Just as the pandemonium reached its peak, a piercing shriek erupted from the tactical headsets of all team members. It was akin to a sonic bomb, detonating right in front of them, obliterating their sense of hearing. Ah, my ears. What the hell is that? Over a dozen individuals were rendered deaf and blind, hastily discarding their headsets. The true killing blow arrived at that moment. The glass curtain wall of the supermarket shattered explosively. An abandoned Tesla, like a cannonball, crashed into the supermarket, sending 3 members blocking the entrance and several others inside flying. The sound of shattering bones echoing clearly. Sumo, observing from the side, noted that there was no one in that electric vehicle. The drones, tactical headsets, and the car all seemed to be under the control of that individual known as Little Bear. The metallic resonance detected a tablet that had fallen to the ground. A glint of cold light flickered in Sumo's eyes. Now was the moment. He darted out from behind the cold storage, his target not those temporarily deafened members. In a few strides, he reached the collapsed shelves, lifting a partition to reveal a petite figure curled up in the confined space. Standing barely over 1.5 meters tall, she wore an obviously oversized hooded sweatshirt. The hood was pulled down low, exposing only a small portion of her face and a few strands of light brown hair. Clutched tightly in her arms was a tablet glowing faintly. The screen flickered twice, emitting a subtle vibration. Data overload warning. In the next moment, 2 streams of bright red blood surged from the girl's petite nose. No, I can't. She let out a painful groan. Her body suddenly went limp, the tablet slipping from her grasp. She fell forward, akin to a marionette with severed strings. Clearly, this was a side effect of excessive use of her innate abilities. Sumo's reflexes were swift. He swiftly caught her collapsing form, which felt astonishingly light in his arms. She weighed no more than 100 pounds, with her flat chest and diminutive stature contributing to her fragile appearance. Chapter 28. Is this still human? Sumo cast a glance at the still flickering tablet. The screen was rapidly scrolling through intricate lines of code, even displaying several login interfaces for military logistics systems. Could this little girl be a top-tier hacker? The term flashed in Sumo's mind. In this apocalyptic world where information equates to power, what would a top hacker signify? The ability to breach military databases, acquire resource stockpile locations, and even access safe zone information. They could remotely incapacitate the communication and security systems of hostile forces. On a forum, a 5-star general named MacArthur once proclaimed a bold theory. Even without innate talents, a top hacker is undoubtedly a strategic asset, worth more than a B-class combat talent. Furthermore, given the girl's capacity to directly control drones, tactical headsets, and even electric vehicles, her innate ability level was certainly not low, starting at least at B-class, or perhaps even A-class. No wonder the Lee family, or rather the Falcon Alliance, would go to such lengths, dispatching elite teams to capture this little bear alive. Her value and potential likely surpassed that of 10 such armed squads. Damn it, it's a trap. That little wretch has accomplices. Over there, take them out. The furious shout of Scar echoed at the supermarket entrance. Though temporarily deafened, his extensive combat experience allowed him to quickly pinpoint Sumo's location. As he roared, he gestured wildly. The Falcon team members, although unable to hear his orders, instantly understood the target by following the direction of Scar's finger and the shadowy figure barely visible through the smoke. Several beams of bright flashlight swept swiftly toward Sumo's vicinity. Damn it! Sumo cursed under his breath, making a swift decision. Time is of the essence. He snatched up the still flickering tablet from the ground and tucked it into his embrace. With his other hand, he roughly hoisted the unconscious girl over his shoulder, akin to carrying a burlap sack. This action immediately drew everyone's attention. Don't shoot. Don't harm the little bear. Scar frantically raised his hands, shouting hoarsely. From their conversation, Sumo gleaned that they wanted her alive. He gambled that their guns were loaded but dared not fire. Now is the moment. Sumo propelled himself toward the supermarket's back door. Intercept him. Don't let him escape. Scar, in a state of agitation, could only command a close-range interception. The two nearest team members, with furious cries, lunged at him, wielding their assault rifles like clubs, striking down towards Su-Mo unflinching and unyielding. He did not dodge or slow down. Metal-armed. A layer of matte metal instantly covered his right arm. When the stock of the gun that hit his arm deformed directly. The enormous recoil caused two team members to crack their jaws and lose their weapons. Taking advantage of the momentum of the forward charge, Su-Mo's metallized right arm swept out. Bang! Bang! The two of them seemed to have been hit by a high-speed mud truck, screaming and flying backwards. Crashed the adjacent shelf, life or death unknown. Scar Brother saw his subordinates being instantly knocked down and couldn't care much anymore. As long as you don't kill the little bear, you can break this bastard's leg. Shoot! Hit his leg. The sound of gunshots echoed again, and bullets shot towards Su-Mo's lower body. Su-Mo's pupils shrank and her body suddenly pounced forward. It narrowly avoided most of the bullets, but on the outer side of the right leg, there was still a burning pain. A stray bullet grazed and carried a trail of blood. Su-Mo let out a muffled snort, but his movements did not stop at all. He propped himself up on the ground with one hand, rolled over with the help of force, and at the same time, with his right hand. He pulled out the pistol from his waist like lightning. Once crouched down, the girl acted as a shield, and the other party dared not take action again. Now it's Su-Mo's turn. Bang! 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 3 crisp gunshots, almost connected in a straight line. 3 team members who were attempting to flank fell to the ground in response. The next second, Su-Mo continued to carry the girl and rushed towards the back door. Go to hell with me. Scar looked at the 3 elite soldiers who fell in an instant, and his heart was bleeding. Su-Mo suddenly threw the girl on her shoulder backwards and used her back to face the bullet. Scar Brother's gun instinctively raised an inch. It's the momentary delay. Su-Mo's eyes flickered with a stern expression as he pointed his right pistol at Scar Brother and pulled the trigger. The last bullet whistled out. The bullet grazed his scalp, and blood instantly blurred his vision. Scar immediately squatted down and hid behind the cover. He dare not bet whether there are still bullets in Su-Mo's gun. But at this moment, Scar Brother can no longer care much. He only wants to kill Su-Mo, Group C, kill them for me. Near the back door of the supermarket, 2 team members guarding there immediately raised their guns. But Su-Mo's speed is faster. Guided by the metal resonance, he had already anticipated the other party's position. At the moment when Su-Mo was about to rush out of the back door passage, his right hand lifted. Above the palm, a silver light suddenly appeared. The silver-white blade turned into a deadly stream of light and flew forward. It's Su-Mo's new skill, Metal Scraper. A blade that has accumulated power for more than 3 seconds turns into a silver lightning bolt. The speed of the action is too fast. Even the naked eye cannot capture it. The 2 soft sounds of Piu-Chi and Piu-Chi sounded almost simultaneously. The team member at the front suddenly stiffened. A blood hole the thickness of a thumb burst through the throat. The terrifying, penetrating power of the pick knife directly pierced through him. The remaining momentum continued unabated, penetrating the team behind him. The 2 of them didn't even have time to scream before collapsing to the ground. What's even more terrifying is that an abandoned car behind the 2 of them was also pierced with a big hole. Is this still a human? Scar Brother swallowed his saliva, making his scalp tingle. The entire sequence involving Su-Mo, from his close-quarters lethal assault to the gunfire, and the sudden appearance of a formidable dagger in his hand, resembled that of a relentless killing machine draped in human skin. The elite squad of 12 he had brought was decimated within a mere 2.5 minutes, leaving only him standing, having been slaughtered by the formidable duo of Little Bear and this man. At that moment, the roar of an engine reverberated from the back door. As a Wuling Hongguang crashed through, positioning itself directly in front of Su-Mo. Lin Yao bit her lip, gripping the steering wheel tightly. In the next instant, Scar Brother unleashed a barrage of bullets that rained down like hail upon the Wuling Hongguang. Clang, 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 clang. Sparks erupted outside the car. Yet the vehicle's body, even the glass, remained unscathed. What kind of car is this? Scar Brother's eyes widened in disbelief. His assault rifle could barely scratch the paint of this battered van. The events that had unfolded were beyond his comprehension. It turned out that, prior to engaging, Su-Mo had already sent a voice command to Lin Yao. Lin Yao, drive to the back door and crash in. In truth, Lin Yao had sensed the commotion in the supermarket long before, but without Su-Mo's directive, she obediently remained inside the vehicle. Scar Brother, surveying the body strewn about, felt his heart plummet. Driven by an instinctive desire to survive, he fumbled for the satellite phone at his waist. His trembling fingers pressed the shortcut key. His voice quaking with desperation. Headquarters, this is Scarface. Target Little Bear has been abducted by an unknown force. The adversaries are monsters. Our team is finished. Request. His words tumbled out in a chaotic rush, desperate to relay the information. A cold figure materialized behind him, and Scar Brother barely had time to register the chilling presence before a metallic hand seized his throat. His cries for help were abruptly silenced. The satellite phone slipped from his grasp, shattering upon impact with the ground. He could not even catch a glimpse of Sumo's face, only feeling the crushing grip constricting his throat. Crack! The sharp sound of bones fracturing echoed through the supermarket with startling clarity. Sumo, expressionless, released his hold. The duration of his metallic armament had just concluded. Without a glance at the rapidly cooling corpse beneath him, he dismissed it as if he had merely crushed a bothersome fly. Ruthless and decisive, leaving no room for retaliation. After eliminating the final threat, Sumo did not linger. He turned and strode toward the back door. Chapter 29. The Genius Hacker, Rosie Sumo. Are you alright? Lin Yao's voice was laced with evident concern. Ever since the recent incident, she had become increasingly reliant on Sumo. She observed him approaching, carrying a figure on his shoulder, her gaze swiftly sweeping over his trousers. Stained with blood, a distinct mark indicated a bullet graze. I'm fine. Get in the car. Sumo's voice remained as steady as ever, devoid of any tremor. He moved to the rear of the vehicle, deftly pulling open the sliding door. Within the confines of the vehicle, Lin Yao had already shifted to the middle seat behind the driver. Sumo bent down with agility, carefully placing the unconscious girl into the van. The girl remained in a stupor, slumped against the seat. The hem of her oversized hoodie lifted slightly, revealing a slender waist. Lin Yao's gaze fell upon the girl in the back seat, momentarily taken aback. The girl appeared to be no older than 15 or 16, resembling a middle school student. Her youthful visage bore an air of innocent naivety. An indescribable emotion quietly sprouted within Lin Yao's heart. She instinctively straightened her back and cast a glance at her own still alluring curves, then looked back at the girl and her almost negligible figure. A sense of inexplicable annoyance and self-doubt stirred within her. Did this man perhaps prefer such youthful innocence? The thought struck her as absurd, yet it lingered. Who was she? Lin Yao deliberately softened her voice. A prize, or perhaps a future teammate, Sumo replied succinctly. His gaze rested on the girl's pale face. His tone devoid of embellishment. Assess her condition. Upon hearing the word teammate, Lin Yao's fleeting emotions were swiftly supplanted by her instinct as a healer. She took a deep breath, focusing her mind, her eyes glimmering with a faint light. Life Insight, activate. An unseen gaze penetrated the girl's clothing and skin, revealing her internal condition. As she examined, she reported swiftly, her brow furrowing slightly. Severe depletion of mental energy, mild concussion, no apparent external injuries or signs of poisoning. Long-term malnutrition has led to energy reserves below normal levels. The situation is not life-threatening, but she requires rest and nutritional replenishment. Her physical condition is too frail to withstand further strain. With a furrowed brow, she completed her assessment and turned to Sumo, her eyes flickering with a hint of tentative inquiry. Given her severe depletion of mental energy, should I transfer some of my vitality to her to expedite her awakening? As she posed this question, Lin Yao's heartbeat quickened. She was eager to discern Sumo's choice between the girl's value and her own potential sacrifice. Without a moment's hesitation, Sumo raised his hand to halt her. No. Depleting the essence of life? Absolutely not. Reviving her is paramount. Her worth lies in her intellect, not her physique. I require a teammate capable of sustained contribution, not a disposable resource. His tone remained calm and pragmatic, purely considering the maximization of benefit. Lin Yao felt a slight sense of relief, accompanied by an indescribable sensation. It appeared that in his eyes, she was not merely a tool to be expended at will. She nodded earnestly, her voice brightening. Understood. Subsequently, she rummaged through the first aid kit for cotton swabs and syringes, locating a bag of glucose and a nutrient solution to replenish the girl's energy. Sumo seemed to recall something and promptly added, also, turn off all electronic devices available in the vehicle. Lin Yao paused momentarily. Turn them off? Why? Sumo cast a glance at the back seat. Noting the peculiar talent of the girl, likely linked to her ability to manipulate electronic devices, until we fully comprehend her capabilities and ensure her safety. Any electronic gadget poses a potential threat, especially in her unconscious state. Who knows whether her psychic energy might unwittingly wreak havoc. He recalled the chaotic scene in the supermarket with drones, tactical headsets, and Tesla vehicles, a shiver running down his spine. All right, Lin Yao responded immediately. She retrieved her phone and all available electronic devices, powering them down and stowing them in a metal toolbox, which she secured with a mechanical lock. Having completed this task, Suemo opened the car door. You stay with her and tend to her injuries. There's an hour until dusk. I will go gather supplies. If she dares to retaliate, shoot to kill. With these words, he vanished once more into the shadows behind the supermarket. As Lin Yao watched Suemo's retreating figure, her earlier discomfort dissipated, replaced by a warm sense of trust and significance. The supermarket lay in eerie silence, the acrid scent of blood and gunpowder still lingering in the air. Suemo moved swiftly, retrieving the supplies he had previously organized: 2 boxes of compressed biscuits, several packs of mineral water, and cans of beef, all loaded into the van. Just as he was hefting the last box, his peripheral vision caught sight of a backpack tucked in a corner. It appeared to belong to the girl. Approaching it, he lifted the bag, finding it surprisingly light. A slightly worn teddy bear keychain dangled from the front, adorably clumsy. Instinctively, he pinched the bear's cheek, his fingertips brushing against something hard. Turning the bear over, he discovered a transparent compartment containing a student ID from Star City University. The photograph featured a youthful girl with obedient twin ponytails and large amber eyes, tinged with shyness, making her appear younger than her actual age. The facial features unmistakably resembled those of the unconscious girl. Name: Luo Shi. Age: 17. Student ID: 107239. Department: School of Computer Science and Technology. Star City University. Enrollment date: September 2021. Enrolling in 2021? That would mean she is already in her 4th year. Yet she looks no older than 15 or 16. An alumna of Star City University? A student of the Computer Science Department? A peer of his? Suemo's memories were abruptly revived. Star City University was his alma mater, the same institution attended by Maro and Li Hao. Luo Shi, a 17-year-old from the Computer Science Department, ignited a nearly forgotten campus rumor in Suemo's mind. He recalled that 3 years prior, Star City University had indeed admitted a 14-year-old student. A headline still vivid in his memory: 14-year-old prodigy admitted to Star City University with perfect score in National Information Olympiad, becoming the youngest freshman. The report had also mentioned her struggles with self-sufficiency due to her tender age, along with her tendency to be somewhat reclusive, having skipped several grades. Thus, having worn headphones for years, immersed in her own world of code, it is no surprise that she appears considerably younger than her actual age, resembling a middle school student. During that time, legends about her circulated in the campus forum. Her intelligence vastly surpassed that of ordinary individuals. She could effortlessly breach the academic system to alter grades, although the school later refuted these claims. In a public demonstration, she had even managed to penetrate the firewall of a renowned security company using just a standard laptop within minutes. It was she, the prodigious girl from the Computer Science Department, whom the Falcon Alliance and Li Hao valued so highly that they dispatched an elite team to capture her. Little did they anticipate that she would fall into their hands in such a disheveled manner. A top-tier hacker with an innate ability to manipulate electronic devices, coupled with her identity as a computational genius from Star City University, made her a coveted asset. The SSS-grade heart of the fortress provided a mobile war bastion, necessitating someone capable of controlling information, infiltrating systems, and even commandeering enemy electronic devices. The worth of this prize far exceeded his expectations. Suemo tucked away her student ID along with the little bear pendant back into her backpack. Chapter 30. Truly unable to accommodate any more subsequently, Suemo approached the remains of the armed squad. The metallic resonance of passive perception instantly enveloped a 10-meter radius around her. Firearms, magazines, tactical daggers, military shovels, a plethora of metallic items resonated clearly within her consciousness. Like a dismantler, Suemo swiftly stripped all useful equipment from the bodies. 7 standard assault rifles, 2 of which had sustained severe deformation during the previous skirmish, were deemed semi-defunct. The remaining 5 were in relatively good condition. Additionally, there were 2 standard handguns in pristine state. The next priority was ammunition. From the tactical vests and scattered magazine pouches on the ground, Suemo scavenged a total of 25 rifle magazines and 8 handgun magazines. A rough estimation revealed close to 1,000 rifle rounds and nearly 200 handgun rounds. This time, it truly constituted a significant replenishment of the armory. All standard equipment, devoid of black market origins, suggested a deep connection between the Li family. The FA After concluding his tasks, Suemo exited the vehicle once more and approached the 3 off-road vehicles parked at the entrance. The metallic resonance echoed once again, revealing a treasure trove within the trunk. Suemo attempted to lift the trunk lid, but it remained steadfastly shut. However, he had no time to search for a key. His gaze sharpened, and his right hand was enveloped in a sheen of matte metallic armor, with fingers like hooks. He forcefully inserted them into the crevice near the trunk's lock. The sturdy car body yielded as if it were mere paper, pried open by Sumo's strength. Indeed, the trunk yielded a bountiful find. A box of unopened individual combat rations, a case of bottled water, 40 liters of gasoline, and even an unopened pack of cigarettes. A fruitful haul indeed. Sumo promptly transported the rations and water back to his vehicle. The gasoline was just what he needed. As his van was nearly out of fuel, he filled it to the brim. As for the cigarettes, he carelessly tossed them aside onto the driver's seat. In this apocalyptic world, such items had become a form of hard currency. His van had now transformed into a mobile warehouse, with various boxes, ammunition containers, and fuel barrels stacked haphazardly, leaving only a cramped space for Rashi. Lin Yao occupied the passenger seat, her legs crammed with several handguns. It was clear there was no more room. Once he completed these tasks, Sumo returned to the driver's seat and shut the door. The engine emitted a deep rumble as the van slowly departed from the supermarket. "How is she?" Sumo inquired while driving. Casting a glance through the rearview mirror at the slumbering Rashi, Lin Yao immediately leaned forward, her eyes activating the skill of life insight once more. Signs of mental fatigue were gradually recovering, and the slight damage from the concussion was healing, albeit at a slow pace. Her body was exceedingly weak, suffering from severe malnutrition. Akin to someone who had gone long without food, she required rest and a substantial intake of nutrients, particularly high-calorie foods. She paused before continuing. There is no danger to her life, but it's uncertain when she will awaken. Her talents seem to impose a significant burden on her psyche. Sumo nodded, retrieving Rashi's student ID and tossing it to Lin Yao. Her name is Rashi, 17 years old, a computer science major at Star City University. She is a brilliant hacker. The alias Little Bear on the forums likely refers to her. Lin Yao took the ID, studying the youthful face of the girl in the photograph. It was difficult for her to reconcile the image of a brilliant hacker with the innocent visage before her. A prodigious hacker at such a tender age? One could not judge by appearances. The Falcon Alliance sought to capture her to exploit her abilities. But could she be trusted? If she awakens and refuses to cooperate, that is why you need to keep an eye on her, until she proves her worth and earns trust. She remains a captive. Inform me immediately upon her awakening, if she shows any signs of unrest. Sumo's gaze swept over the handgun resting on Lin Yao's lap. You know what to do. Remember, in this apocalypse, compassion can lead to your own demise. Lin Yao solemnly nodded, understanding that Sumo's caution was warranted. In this desolate world, a companion capable of controlling electronic devices could be an immense asset, yet also a potential peril. Sumo fell silent, focusing intently on the road ahead. The van traversed the desolate streets at a languid pace, blending into its surroundings to evade the wandering hordes of the undead. As nightfall approached, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the vehicle. A faint rumble from Lin Yao's stomach shattered the silence, causing her cheeks to flush crimson as she awkwardly clutched her abdomen. After enduring so much strife with Sumo and having consumed little, her hunger had reached an unbearable crescendo. Sumo glanced at her without uttering a word. With one hand firmly on the steering wheel, he used the other to rummage through a pile of supplies in the back seat. Before long, he retrieved a hefty square tin of canned beef. After prying it open with a knife, he extended it towards Lin Yao, urging her to nourish herself and replenish her strength, noting that she had exerted considerable energy earlier. The rich aroma of meat instantly filled the confines of the van. Since the apocalypse had begun, instant noodles and compressed biscuits had become staples, and she had long been deprived of such a pure meaty scent. "Is this for me?" she asked, her disbelief evident. "Yes, you need to recover. Protein is vital," Sumo replied in his usual monotone. "Thank you." Lin Yao's voice quivered slightly with unspoken emotion. Those simple words warmed her heart. Sumo casually grabbed a few morsels for himself, his gaze settling on Lin Yao's notebook, which contained information gathered from a forum. Jinxiao Building Materials Market. Suspected presence of elite mutated zombies. Witnesses claim they move at incredible speeds. Danger level high. Recommended for team exploration. The building materials market, Sumo murmured, his eyes sharpened with focus. Relying on the disassembly of abandoned vehicles and scattered metal was proving inefficient. This market was a veritable treasure trove tailored to his needs. The van's current capacity was severely limited, and an upgrade was imperative, whether to enhance armor thickness or expand internal space. Both required a substantial amount of fortress points. The building materials market, particularly the steel section, was undoubtedly the most ideal target. Those simple steel structures represented the best raw materials for disassembly. Moreover, as Lin Yao had mentioned, Roshi required rest. Prolonged confinement in the vehicle would hinder her recovery. As for the elite zombies, they embodied a duality of risk and opportunity. Eliminating one could yield a crystal core and possibly even items for special modifications. We shall head here, Suemo indicated to the red circle on the notebook. Lin Yao swallowed the last morsel of her luncheon meat. The building materials market? The forum warned of elite zombies being very dangerous. Suemo's voice remained resolute. I am aware. He deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, and the Wuling van sped toward the Jinxiao building materials market. A new challenge was on the horizon. Chapter 31. Jinxiao building materials market. Outside the car window, darkness had enveloped the sky, unnoticed until now. An eerie blood moon silently ascended the dull heavens. Without the aid of smartphone navigation, Suemo relied on memory and road signs to guide their way. With environmental camouflage, driving at night proved relatively safe as long as they maintained a moderate speed. Soon, they arrived at their destination, the Jinxiao building materials market. However, the scene before them starkly contrasted with their expectations of a desolate wasteland. In a relatively open expanse, vast blue canopies undulate gracefully. Surrounding this area are towering walls, enclosing it securely. At the center of the walls stands a formidable iron gate, its vicinity cleared of debris, yet scattered with remnants of rusted automobiles and makeshift defenses. One can even observe several rudimentary firing points constructed from sandbags. At the entrance, several guards clad in matching black combat attire, wielding assault rifles, stand vigilant. Their attire and weaponry distinctly set them apart from the members of the Li family, indicating their allegiance to another faction. The presence of guards sent a shiver through Lin Yao. Had this place been claimed by others? Sumo's gaze sharpened, and he gradually decelerated. The Wuling Hongguang halted approximately 10 meters from the gate. He left the engine running, his right hand resting casually on the steering wheel. The passive sensing of metallic resonance had already activated, scanning for metallic objects nearby the gate, for long guns, several restricted knives, and a multitude of steel pipes. However, he found no heavy weaponry, though the number of guards was considerable. Once the crowd behind the barricade confirmed that no zombies followed Sumo's vehicle, a man clad in camouflage emerged, brandishing an old shotgun. He rapped on the driver's side window, peering through the tinted glass in an attempt to discern the interior. Step out. Submit to inspection. State your purpose. Suemo lowered the window, revealing a visage devoid of emotion. He did not exit the vehicle, but calmly replied, I'm merely passing through and wish to retrieve some items. The guard scrutinized the unremarkable, somewhat dilapidated van, then glanced at the cramped interior and the pale-faced Lin Yao in the passenger seat, a flicker of barely concealed disdain flashing in his eyes. He pointed towards a makeshift sign, hastily painted in red, adjacent to the gate. Take heed. This is the Jinxiao Sanctuary under the Iron Shield Alliance, overseen by our leader, Zhao Gang, a B-grade talent with the Berserker bloodline. The zombies and mutated beasts within have been eradicated. It is quite safe. He paused, his tone dripping with condescension. Wishing to take refuge? Certainly. You must pay in supplies per head. For your vehicle, you'll need to provide for 5 individuals. Hand over enough food for 5, and you may enter and enjoy our sanctuary. B-grade talent? Berserker bloodline. Suemo comprehended the implications. To commandeer such a substantial area as a sanctuary indicated that his followers numbered at least 200. It seemed his strength was not to be underestimated. This vehicle carries only 3 of us, Suemo stated succinctly. He slightly leaned to obscure the guard's attempt to peer into the rear where Luoshi sat. 3 individuals? Very well. The guard extended his hand. 3 portions of food, or perhaps medicines, weapons, or fuel will suffice. Without hesitation, Suemo turned to the pile of supplies in the back seat, skillfully extracting a 5-kilogram bag of vacuum-sealed rice and 2 unopened bottles of mineral water. He passed the items through the window. Is this sufficient? The guard weighed the offerings. The rice was hefty, and the mineral water was indeed a valuable commodity. A faint smile of satisfaction graced his face as he waved his hand dismissively, saying, All right, you may enter. There are plenty of floors inside. Feel free to find a secluded spot to stay. But remember, once you step through this door, you must adhere to the rules. Anyone who dares to raise a hand within the confines of the sanctuary will be at odds with our leader, Zhao. The consequences can range from expulsion to immediate execution. Do you understand? Furthermore, should you wish to re-enter after leaving, a fee will be required, 1 payment per entry. The heavy iron gate creaked open just wide enough for the van to pass through. As the vehicle entered the sanctuary, Suemo caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. Lin Yao's body suddenly stiffened beside him. Her gaze was fixed intently on the interior side of the gate, where a man was laughing heartily, his arms around 2 heavily made-up women. The man appeared to be in his 30s, his hair styled in a mature fashion, and he was shamelessly flirting with the two women. It seemed he was quite well established here. Lin Yao's chest rose and fell rapidly, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent. This was the first time Su Mo had witnessed such a profound reaction from her. Do you know him? Su Mo's voice was calm as he committed the man's appearance to memory. The metallic resonance of passive perception confirmed the presence of metal on him, a dagger tucked into his waistband and a set of keys. His name is Chinyu. Lin Yao's voice emerged through clenched teeth. That damned fiancé of mine. It's him. The one who sold our location for 2 biscuits and nearly led me into the clutches of danger. A chill swept through Su Mo's eyes. Yet his expression remained unperturbed. He nodded slightly, acknowledging her words, and then whispered in a tone only Lin Yao could hear, "Don't rush. He's inside and cannot escape." Lin Yao took a deep breath, comprehending Su Mo's implication. To act here would instantly render them enemies of the entire sanctuary, a risk not worth taking. The man named Chinyu appeared to have noticed the van as well. When his gaze swept over to the passenger seat, he paused momentarily. The dark, tinted windows obscured his view of the interior, but he felt a sense of familiarity with the woman seated there. Soon, he turned his attention elsewhere, embracing the women again, and pulled out his phone, scrolling until he found Lin Yao's WeChat icon. As the van drove deeper into the market, the scene that unfolded before them was even more vibrant than outside. The main thoroughfare had been cleared, and numerous tall warehouses and shops showed signs of life. Windows were reinforced with wooden planks or metal sheets. Groups of survivors huddled in corners, their gazes either wary or numb as they regarded the newly arrived van. The air was thick with the sense of metal, dust, and a hint of humanity. For the moment, they were safe, but only temporarily. Su Mo paid no mind to the scrutinizing stares, navigating through the expansive stacks and warehouses. The metallic resonance of his passive perception continuously scanned the surroundings. He needed a sufficiently concealed and spacious area to establish a temporary base and commence his frenzied dismantling. Simultaneously, he had to remain vigilant for any signs of the so-called elite zombies. The information circulating in the forums did not arise from mere conjecture. It is highly likely that it remains concealed in some corner of the market. After a complete circuit, Su Mo's gaze fixated upon a towering accumulation of steel frames, rebar, and angle iron. There stood a large container, serving as a makeshift shelter. Beside him, Lin Yao bit her lip, her eyes firmly fixed in the direction of Chinyu. As for Chinyu, a hint of coldness curved the corners of Su Mo's mouth. Some accounts must eventually be settled. Chapter 32, Before the Fiancé right here. Su Mo turned off the engine and opened the car door. The blue container was securely locked and discreetly positioned, backed against a heap of heavy steel plates. It was easy to defend yet difficult to assault. He had no intention of searching for the key. Instead, he extended his right hand, armored in metal, and deftly grasped the lock beam. With a flick of his wrist, he dismantled the obsolete lock and swung open the container door. Surprisingly, the interior was not as chaotic and filthy as he had anticipated. The floor was laid with wooden templates, and in one corner stood 3 double-deck iron bunk beds. Though rusted, they remained relatively sturdy. Even a few wooden planks were nailed to one wall, serving as makeshift shelves. Clearly, this place had once been inhabited by someone who valued order, but now it lay abandoned, save for some useless debris. The conditions are acceptable, Su Mo stated succinctly. It was certainly preferable to sleeping on the streets. He then returned to the van, started the engine, and carefully backed it up, ultimately positioning the rear snugly against the container's entrance. The heavy vehicle resembled a moving fortress, sealing off the only entryway. He retrieved a box of ammunition from the van and set it aside, then picked up a standard-issue rifle to check the magazine. Approaching the side of the container, he stood by a small window sealed with wooden boards, which revealed a fist-sized observation hole. The dark barrel of the gun pointed toward the expansive yard outside. From this angle, he could cover both sides of the van and a large area in front, with the van blocking the entrance and the rifle aimed out the window. Combined with the passive effects of environmental camouflage, this temporary stronghold had already established a commendable level of defense. "We are secure," Su Mo remarked. Lin Yao nodded. Assisting in moving essential supplies, first aid kits, several bottles of water, and a small amount of food, into the container. Subsequently, Su Mo carefully carried the still unconscious Luo Shi out, placing her on a relatively clean army cot and draping a thin blanket over her. At that moment, a distant sound of footsteps approached. "Hey, Brother Zhao, I have arrived." "Yes, it's that dilapidated van, blocking the entrance of a container. It seems no one is in the car. Let me take a look." Lin Yao's body tensed instantaneously, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. It was Chen Yu's voice. She turned her gaze in the direction of the sound, her eyes filled with animosity. The footsteps halted outside the van, seemingly at the door adjacent to the driver's seat. Sumo's expression hardened, signaling her to be silent. The footsteps stopped beside the van, and Chen Yu seemed to have walked around the car, still talking to the phone. The car looks quite broken, but it's tightly blocked. The broken glass film of this car is too black to see anything clearly. Zhao Go. Don't worry. I'll just stare here and see what kind of cow ghost snake got it as the phone seems to have hung up. Then came the sound of a lighter cracking, and a smell of low-quality cigarettes wafted in. Chen Yu seemed to relax and started talking to himself. The voice was not very loud, but every word was very clear, and it reached Lin Yao's ears. Tut, that woman was really his mother like that bitch. Damn it, what are you pretending to be? I've been chasing her for so long. I don't even want to touch her. He took a deep puff from his cigarette, his tone becoming increasingly vulgar. The end of the world. She's such a beautiful girl. I don't know which boss will catch her and use her as a tool for sexual pleasure every day. Inside the container, Lin Yao's breathing suddenly became heavy. The body trembled violently due to anger. Those unpleasant words completely shattered her last fantasies. The more he talked, the more excited he became. The more he talked, the worse he became. The world is really his mother good. What about the celebrities, internet celebrities, and school beauties who used to not even glance at lousy? I want to play whichever I want. Just give them a piece of bread to make them kneel and lick. I'm already tired of playing with several of them, hee. If I could run into that bitch Lin Yao here, I would make sure she tasted it at this moment. Lin Yao stepped over to Sumo. Against the backdrop of Chen Yu's vulgar language. Holding Sumo's face with both hands, he kissed her without hesitation in a slightly surprised gaze. This kiss had no skill at all, with a hint of clumsiness and decisiveness. Sumo was only slightly stunned, then her eyes regained their usual calmness. His response was strong and direct, with his other hand gripping the back of her head, taking the lead. At this moment, Sumo's hand had already reached towards the medicine box. There is Lin Yao, who brought a condom from the clinic. She leaned back slightly, panting heavily and blushing on her cheeks. His eyes were unusually bright and firm, and he said in a voice that only two people could hear. At that time in the afternoon, I took medicine that was effective for 72 hours. She doesn't need to say anything else. As a doctor, she is very clear about what she is doing. Sumo gave her a deep look and forcefully lifted Lin Yao horizontally with her arms, stepping deep into the container, a marching bed far away from the entrance. The marching bed made a slight creaking sound that was unbearable. Chen Yu outside the door was drooling and trying to make up for it. Suddenly, he heard the voice of Lin Yao releasing herself from inside the container. He didn't associate this sound with Lin Yao at all. In his deeply ingrained impression, Lin Yao is the kind of aloof goddess who even feels dirty holding hands. Even in bed, it's definitely like a dead fish. Chen Yu's lewd expression froze on his face, and the cigarette he was holding fell down. Subconsciously approaching the gap in the container, listening attentively with wide eyes. He was first surprised, then a smile from a fellow traveler appeared on his face. What the hell? There is someone in it. Doing business? I'm pretty good at playing. TSK 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 TSK. I don't know what it looks like, hee. Maybe we can chat with the brothers inside later and have some fun? In this world, good things should be shared, right? Speak more loudly. Listen to me, the words haven't finished yet. Only a heart-wrenching scream was heard, coming from the other side of the building materials market. The expression on Chen Yu's face froze instantly, making him shiver with fear. The cigarette butt in his hand fell to the ground, and he instinctively took a step back, pressing his back against the container. It's this ghostly commotion again. Last night was the same. Later, 5 people went missing in the shelter, living without seeing people, dying without seeing corpses. His mother unlucky. Before he could finish speaking, he felt a sudden chill in his neck. A palm covered in matte metallic luster peeked out from the steel plate of the container, accurately chopped on his carotid sinus. Chen Yu's eyes instantly darkened, and he didn't even hum. His body collapsed softly to the ground, completely losing consciousness. Lin Yao gasped and lifted her head, her cheeks still carrying an undiminished blush. Immediately, I saw a collapsed figure outside the door. Is he dead? Lin Yao asked cautiously. Sumo turned her head and showed a natural expression. Not dead. Left for you. Chapter 33. Chen Yu's cunning before long. The screams outside the door had disappeared. Sumo dragged the limp Chen Yu in. Lin Yao was wrapped in Sumo's workwear jacket, staring intently at her former fiancé. Suemo handed a military dagger from the nearby supply box to Lin Yao. You handle it yourself. Lin Yao shook her head and retrieved it from her medical kit. She took out a cold surgical knife, which was her tool. I have used it to save countless lives during surgeries. She took a deep breath and walked over to Chinyu. Squat down and used the handle of a surgical knife to forcefully poke Chinyu's vagina. Chinyu took a deep breath and slowly woke up. The intense pain and dizziness made his eyes turn black. But when he saw the clear and pretty face in front of him, his pupils suddenly contracted. In his voice, there was a hint of surprise. Lin Yao Yao Yao? It's really you. Great. You're still alive. I knew it. I knew you must be fine. Chinyu struggled, wanting to sit up. But Lin Yao pressed her toes against her chest. Don't move. Don't you want to explain about Brother Long's matter? Lin Yao's blade was pressed against his throat. What about Brother Long? In a short moment, Chinyu's mind was filled with countless possibilities. He told Long Gu about Lin Yao's location. Was it discovered? Otherwise, why did Long suddenly disappear from the world after that day? Is it possible that he was killed by Lin Yao? But how much insider information does Lin Yao know? I sent a WeChat message to Lin Yao, but no one replied. I thought she was also dead. And who is the young man next to her? It doesn't look very easy to mess with. Is it difficult? It was really the two of them who worked in the container just now, right? But the surgical knife pressed against his neck pulled him back to reality. In this moment, it is imperative to completely distance oneself from the betrayal of Lin Yao to Long Gu. Otherwise, a path of certain demise lies ahead. Chinyu forced a semblance of a smile, striving to present himself as innocent and affectionate. Yao Yao, what is this? Do you not realize how worried I am about you? That day I was coerced. Long Gu is a gifted individual. If I did not divulge your whereabouts, he would have killed me. I had no choice. If I perish, who would still think of rescuing you? Lin Yao felt as though, at times, when one is left speechless, laughter can indeed emerge. Rescue me? For my position, in exchange for a couple of cigarettes and a bottle of water? Chinyu, your life is truly invaluable. Chinyu, in a state of agitation, spoke rapidly. No, Yao Yao, please allow me to explain. I had intended to search for you, truly. But the chaos outside is overwhelming, with zombies everywhere. Lin Yao interrupted him. Is that so? Then what of you in the shelter, embracing another woman? Is this your idea of seeking me? Chunyu's complexion paled, and he hastily defended himself. That was merely a pretense. Yao Yao, you must trust me. You occupy my heart. I did it to survive, to one day see you again. Look, I have finally made something of myself, allied with Zhao Laoda. With food and drink aplenty. Yao Yao, come with me. I promise to provide you with a good life. As he spoke, he reached out to grasp Lin Yao's pant leg. She stepped back, evading his touch. Her gaze remained unwavering. Crouching down, she deftly extracted his phone from his pocket. What are you doing? Chunyu's expression shifted as he reached out to snatch it back, but upon meeting Sumo's murderous glare, he quickly withdrew his hand. The screen illuminated, revealing the lock screen. Lin Yao thrust the phone in front of Chunyu. Unlock it. Chunyu's eyes flickered. Yao Yao, there's nothing of interest. Unlock it. Lin Yao's voice rose sharply, startling Chunyu. He hastily used his finger to unlock the screen, opening WeChat, revealing a few pinned group chats and private conversations. One of the group names was glaringly Fresh Model Resource Exchange. Lin Yao tapped to play a voice message. Wow. That student girl from last night was something else. A mere half a biscuit sufficed, and she begged me to seek her out again. TSK, Lin Yao plays the saint, refusing any contact, yet who knows which big shot has already had their way with her. Rest assured, Zhao Laoda has assured that as long as the supplies are adequate, any campus beauty or internet celebrity can be procured. Chunyu's complexion shifted from pale to green as he attempted to argue. Yao Yao, that's just men boasting. It cannot be taken seriously. Lin Yao disregarded him, her finger continuing to scroll, opening a private chat window labeled Long Gu. The most recent voice message had been sent just a day prior to her rescue by Suemo. Upon clicking the voice message, Chunyu's sycophantic voice rang out. Long Gu, good news. I've sent you Lin Yao's location. Yes, the doctor, she's incredibly beautiful. Heh Long Gu. You promised me those 2 packs of cigarettes and a bottle of water. Oh, thank you, Long Gu. Long Gu is magnificent. As the voice message concluded, an oppressive silence enveloped the air. Chunyu's face turned ashen, his lips quivering, unable to utter another word. Lin Yao smashed her phone directly onto Chunyu's head. Looking at this man on the ground, who once promised to protect her for the rest of her life, I just felt a nauseous sensation in my stomach. She slowly raised the surgical knife in her hand. Chunyu looked at the approaching blade. He turned his head to look at Suemo, who had been silent all along. It's like catching the last straw of life. Brother, listen to me. You are so skilled. Join our Iron Shield Alliance. Follow Boss Zhao. I guarantee that with your skills, you will definitely succeed. become a top person. He used both soft and hard tactics, desperately promoting his own value. Brother. In this world, what is the most important? Power. Status. Women. I also know where there are beautiful women. I have plenty of resources in my hands. Star. Internet celebrity. School flower. As long as you release me, you can choose whatever you want. It's much stronger than someone like Lin Yao who is fake and aloof. If you're tired of playing, switch to another batch you. Give. Me. Keep your mouth shut. Lin Yao's angry drink interrupted Chen Yu's words. Fake aloofness? She could even give up her life to save Suemo. A 10-year lifespan is overdrawn. Introduce many women to Suemo? For what? Suemo is hers. It was the man she risked her life to save. It is her only light and reliance in this cold apocalypse. Lin Yao suddenly stood up, her sharp blade pointing straight at Chen Yu's throat. Chen Yu was startled, and his body suddenly recoiled backwards. Yao Yao, don't be impulsive. Killing someone requires paying with one's life. This is a shelter. Whoever dares to take action here is an enemy of the entire Iron Shield Alliance. Kill me. You can't stay in the shelter anymore. Upon hearing Chen Yu's words, Lin Yao glanced at Suemo. If Chen Yu is killed, it will really put them in a difficult situation. She is also unsure if she can handle it. But Suemo spread her hands and nodded indifferently. You can do whatever you want. But her hand, tightly gripping the surgical knife, began to tremble. It is the hand that saves people and gives hope. Once saved countless lives under the shadowless lamp. But now, to be stained with the blood of the same kind. To end a life. Lin Yao turned her head and looked at Suemo with teary eyes, sobbing uncontrollably. Suemo. I know we can't be the Holy Mother in the apocalypse. I know he deserves to die. I know letting him go will bring endless troubles. But I can't do it. My surgical knife is used to save people. Upon seeing this scene, Chen Yu's eyes instantly erupted with ecstasy. Lin Yao's heart has softened. He still has a chance. Chapter 34. Lin Yao's decision. Brother. Look, she's just a girl. Soft-hearted. It can't be a big deal. Release me. Chen Yu, keep my word. Zhao Laodao admires capable people the most. Come back with me. I guarantee you'll be a team leader. I have dozens of people under my command. We need guns. We need food. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, and his saliva flew wildly. Women. Yes. And women. Brother, what do you like? Pure and pure? Seductive? Is it still like Lin Yao with a bit of coldness? I'll tell you. There's a little star at Zhao Laodao's place. She used to play the third female lead in that ancient costume drama. That figure, that face, as long as you nod. After tonight, I will let her accompany you. And Lin Yao suddenly lifted her head, tears still lingering on her face. But those bright red eyes were now filled with possessiveness. This disgusting thing dares to be in front of itself. Using those dirty women to seduce Suemo? My man can't be arranged by you. Before she could finish speaking, she suddenly took action. The surgical knife in hand is no longer a sacred tool for saving people. Without any hesitation or trembling. Puff. A cold light accurately flashed across Chen Yu's neck. Hurry up. Accurate, damn it. The fawning smile on Chen Yu's face froze instantly. He opened his mouth, as if trying to say something. But in the throat, there could only be a whistling sound of air leakage. Warm blood gushed out like a fountain, splashed all over Lin Yao's pale cheeks and collar. She stood still, her chest heaving violently, panting heavily. Suemo extinguished the cigarette butt and slowly walked up to her. He didn't speak, just watched her quietly. Lin Yao lifted her head and met Sumo's calm gaze. As if everything she had just done was within his expectations. Lin Yao opened her mouth. Suemo. I can't do it like you. She refers to Sumo's decisive killing like crushing an ant. Suemo bent down, picked up the bloody surgical knife on the ground, and handed it back to Lin Yao. You don't need to be like me. You're Lin Yao. A doctor, that's enough. The knife, still the same knife. Whether to use it to save or kill, the choice is yours. He deserves to die. It's only natural for you to kill him. That's enough. Lin Yao stared blankly at the surgical knife handed back by Suemo. She tightly grasped the handle of the knife, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, Suemo, if I don't kill him, will you drive me away? Meeting. Suemo still maintained her calm tone. Lin Yao was not surprised by Sumo's answer. This man, from the beginning, has always been profit-oriented. Indeed, in this apocalypse, emotions are already the cheapest. But I know you will take action. Next time, use a gun directly, it will be more effortless. She responded with a nod. It seems like at this moment, everything is relieved. Lin Yao took a sudden step forward and threw herself into Sumo's arms. Deeply bury your face in his firm and warm chest. The crying sounded again, this time, no longer a struggle and pain, but its venting, its liberation, its growth. The hands of doctors may also be stained with blood in the apocalypse. Sumo's body stiffened slightly for a moment, but he did not push her away. He lifted his hand, picked up Lin Yao again, and returned to bed. Continued to complete the action that was interrupted earlier. This time, Lin Yao seemed to savor the essence and taste, crazily catering to Su Mo, working even harder than before. In the distance, deep in the shelter, there seemed to be several screams coming from. But after being isolated by heavy shipping containers for half an hour, Lin Yao curled up in Su Mo's arms like a lazy cat, with a thin blanket barely covering her delicate curves. The intense physical exertion just now made her feel exhausted even with her fingertips. I ventured out briefly to dispose of this fellow's remains. Lin Yao responded with an affirmative hum, her arms tightening around me like the tentacles of an octopus. Su Mo lowered his gaze and added, "Ensure the door is locked. Keep the gun within reach. Guard Ro Shi, and do not let her move around." Understood. Lin Yao released her grip, watching as Su Mo rose. She steeled herself, her gaze lingering for a moment on Ro Shi's pale visage. Su Mo bent down, grasping the back collar of Chun Yu's lifeless body with one hand. Effortlessly, he dragged it out of the container as if it were a mere sack of refuse. He carelessly stuffed Chun Yu's corpse into an abandoned oil drum. If elite zombies truly existed, this body would soon be dealt with. Even if they did not, it would remain concealed for a while. Subsequently, Su Mo proceeded to the steel rebar pile behind the container. Through the resonance of metal, he perceived all metallic objects within a 10-meter radius, feeding back into his consciousness. Rebar, angle iron, steel plates. He approached the nearest stack of neatly arranged rebar. The surface of these steels was riddled with rust, clearly indicative of inferior craftsmanship. Placing his palm upon the rebar's surface, he noted, "Target, inferior rebar, primary component, substandard steel, structural complexity, low. Decomposition rate, approximately 2 kilograms per second. Estimated time, 11 seconds. Indeed, the simpler and lower quality the metal, the quicker it decomposed. This was fortuitous for Su Mo, who was in dire need of fortress points. Without hesitation, he pressed both hands against two adjacent pieces of rebar. Heart of the fortress, decompose. Decomposition successful. Acquired fortress points, 22. Current remaining fortress points, 462. Proficiency, 22. Current heart of the fortress level, LV3, 6, 210, 000. Stamina consumption, minor. The efficiency was commendable. Su Mo's eyes brightened. Although decomposing inferior steel yielded no special types of metal, the abundance and rapidity made up for it, with minimal stamina expenditure. Su Mo moved through the vast steel yard like an indefatigable human shredder. Wherever his hands passed, cold rebar, hefty angle iron, and rusting steel plates vanished silently. According to the theory of Bai Yun and He Tu, he was not inclined to seize a single sheep. After all, excessive consumption of certain materials could raise other suspicions. Decomposition successful. Acquired fortress points, 8. Decomposition successful. Acquired fortress points, 12. Decomposition successful. Acquired fortress points, 6. The notification sounds echoed in his mind. The fortress points tally rapidly fluctuating. 600, 800, 1, 000, 1, 200. Sweat soon soaked his forehead and back. The continuous use of his decomposition ability, even with minor fatigue, began to encroach upon his nerves. Hold on. Su Mo gritted his teeth, his movements unwavering. The Jinxiao building materials market was a rare opportunity. He had to seize this chance to amass sufficient capital for the van's upgrade. As the fortress points reached 1/100, a wave of intense fatigue and hunger surged within him. At this moment, the proficiency in decomposition had reached an impressive 100,010,000. Su Mo halted his actions, breathing heavily. Beads of perspiration dotted his forehead, and his breaths grew more labored. The intense decomposition over the past several minutes had indeed taken a toll on his mental fortitude. 1,400 points should suffice. He wiped away the sweat, a faint smile of satisfaction curving at the corners of his mouth. Su Mo stretched his somewhat stiff neck and turned towards the direction of the container, deciding that tonight's decomposition work would conclude here. First, he would replenish his energy and then contemplate upgrading the van. Such an arrangement was simply perfect. He briskly crossed the expansive yard, approaching the blue container. Just as he stepped inside, an unusual signal resonated from the metal, causing his pupils to constrict suddenly. Was someone wielding a firearm? It could not be Lin Yao. Chapter 35. The talent has failed. As Su Mo entered the container, a chilling metallic sensation pressed against his temple. The dark muzzle of a gun trembled slightly. The one holding the firearm was none other than the petite figure of Rosie, who should have been unconscious on the military cot. Rosie, standing on tiptoe, was beside Su Mo, her slender hands gripping a standard pistol, one of the spare firearms he had left in the van. Her voice, though frail, was resolute. Don't move. You bad guy. Let me and that beautiful big sister go. Sumo froze, gazing at the little bear of a girl barely over 5 feet tall, who struggled to hold the gun steadily. He glanced at Lin Yao, who lay weak and bewildered on the cot, and suddenly understood everything. Lin Yao, trying to sit up, spoke with urgency and frailty. Rosie, don't be impulsive. Sumo isn't a bad person. He saved us. Rosie paid no heed and grew even more agitated. The gun's muzzle wavering. Beautiful big sister, don't be afraid. I saw everything. I heard it all. He bullied you so badly just now. You said you didn't want it. You even said you were almost killed by him. Now he's left you here while he runs off to do who knows what mischief. He must be a bad person. A kidnapper. I will save you. Lin Yao's face flushed crimson in an instant. She pulled the thin blanket up, nearly covering her entire face, leaving only her eyes, filled with embarrassment and indignation, exposed. Had that little girl heard all the mortifying things she had just said? When had she woken up? How long had she been awake? How would she face Sumo after this? From beneath the blanket, Lin Yao's muffled voice emerged, brimming with shame. I didn't. That was... Oh dear. In any case, he is not a bad person. Please, lower the gun. Rosie, wearing an understanding expression, spoke in a tone tinged with exasperation. Beautiful big sister. Have you been brainwashed by him? Do you have that? Stockholm Syndrome? Don't let him deceive you. I've seen plenty of such scoundrels. They bully others just because she endeavored to puff out her petite chest, attempting to project an air of intimidation. Yet, paired with her youthful visage and the slightly trembling pistol, her efforts held little sway. Sumo observed the absurd scene before him, casting a glance at Lin Yao, who lay on the bed, mortified and indignant. The corners of his mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. Rather than feeling the tension of being threatened by the gun, he found the situation somewhat amusing. Ignoring the dark muzzle aimed at him, he approached the military cot, retrieving a well-organized supply box and rummaging through its contents. Roxy, growing anxious, shifted the gun in alignment with Sumo's movements. Hey, I told you not to move. Didn't you hear me? I will truly pull the trigger. Sumo, without lifting his gaze, continued his search. Soon, he produced a self-heating military meal pack, skillfully tearing open the packaging, adding water, and sealing it once more. The bold lettering proclaiming beef hot pot on the package was particularly eye-catching. White steam promptly began to escape from the edges of the lid, filling the container with an enticing, robust aroma that was nothing short of a culinary revelation for Roxy, who had been hungry for an eternity. Roxy's frustration grew at Sumo's blatant disregard. Her cheeks flushed with indignation. Hey, you big bad guy, are you even listening? I'm pointing a gun at you. Can't you show some respect for me? Sumo paused his actions, slowly turning to face her, his gaze calm as it landed on Roxy, then briefly scanning the gun in her hand. Then, could you perhaps show some respect for this gun? He replied coolly. Roxy blinked in confusion. What do you mean? Sumo's tone conveyed a rather self-evident truth. The safety is still on. Instinctively, Roxy glanced at the firearm, and indeed, the safety catch remained firmly locked in place. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Sumo made his move. Roxy felt a blur before her eyes, a tingling in her wrist, as an irresistible force seized her grip. And in an instant, the gun was no longer hers, firmly in Sumo's possession. Ah, my gun, Roxy exclaimed, instinctively leaping to reclaim it. However, standing at just over 1.50 meters, she found herself at a disadvantage. Sumo simply raised his arm, rendering her efforts futile as she flailed her short arms in vain. She jumped twice, but could scarcely graze the edges of the firearm. Anger flushed her face as she stomped her feet in frustration. Give it back. You bully. You cheat. Subsequently, Sumo casually placed the handgun atop a high shelf, akin to discarding refuse. You. Roxy gazed at the unreachable weapon, then back at Sumo's nonchalant demeanor, feeling like a puppet being toyed with. Unfazed, Sumo continued to ignore her. The steam from the hot pot thickened, the aroma growing ever more enticing. He lifted the lid, stirring the now vibrant boiling broth with a fork. Slices of beef, wide noodles, lotus roots, and potatoes bobbed in the bubbling, spicy broth. Roxy wiped at non-existent tears, striving to maintain a fierce appearance. A hint of pride and defiance, characteristic of a genius hacker, flickered across her delicate face. Humph. Do you think that by seizing the gun, I am left powerless? I am a prodigy, indeed a formidable one. Fear not, beautiful sister. Witness how I shall deal with this villain. As she spoke, she closed her eyes. Her petite nostrils quivered slightly, seemingly in deep concentration. Behold my prowess. Infiltration. Manipulation. Let all electronic devices here heed my command. Attack this wicked foe. She chanted fervently, her small face flushing with exertion. Inside the container, silence reigned. The only sound was the hissing of the self-heating military ration pack, accompanied by the gradually spreading aroma of the food. A flicker of panic emerged in Rosie's eyes. A phone? None. A tablet? Absent. A laptop? Unlikely. A radio? A walkie-talkie? A camera? 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds. An eerie stillness enveloped the surroundings. No electronic signal responded to her summons. How could this be? She stubbornly closed her eyes once more, intensifying her focus. Still nothing. Had her gifts truly failed her? A quaver of distress tinged her voice. Stop searching. All electronic devices are inside there. Turned off. Sumo's voice shattered her self-doubt. Gesturing towards the metal toolbox secured with a mechanical lock. You despicable fiend. Rosie exclaimed, exasperated, her gaze sweeping across the entire container. Her eyes brightened when they landed on the van blocking the entrance. Although it appeared dilapidated, it surely possessed an electronic system since it could drive. She recalled vividly how she had previously employed this tactic, propelling a Tesla parked at a charging station like a projectile to thwart those villains. Clinging to this last thread of hope, she once again closed her eyes, positioning her hands towards the van as if to manipulate it. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The van remained utterly unresponsive, not even a flicker of its lights. Why? Why wasn't it working? Rosie was on the verge of despair. Without lifting his head, Sumo speared a perfectly cooked slice of beef with his fork and blew on it. The van is a clunker. It lacks smart driving capabilities. Rosie stared blankly at Sumo, then at the unassuming van, and finally at the fragrant bowl of beef hot pot in his hands. Her stomach, finally betraying her, let out a resounding growl.